right, is this thing on? Oh my god, welcome to my review of every single Disney direct-to-video sequel movie. Now this entails everything from the 1994 straight to VHS classic Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar, all the way to the final release in 2008 to the not as great hit DVD film, The Little Mermaid, Ariels Beginnings. Now, this series consists of 25 films, mostly made by the Disney Toon Studio, which is currently shut down. It was a way for Disney to make more movies for less of a budget by outsourcing most of their main IP films to various studios around the world. So I spent 25 weeks of my life watching each one of these a week and then reviewed it right after because I have nothing better to do, clearly. And to get a sense of all the movies that I'm working with here, we're starting off with Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar, Aladdin 3 The King of Thieves, Beauty and the Beast, Belle's Enchanted Christmas, Beauty and the Beast, Belle's Magical World, Pocahontas 2 Journey to a New World, the Lion King 2 Simba's Pride, an extremely goofy movie, the Little Mermaid 2 Return to the Sea, Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamps London Adventures, Cinderella 2 Dreams Come True, The Hunchback of Notre Dame 2, Tarzan and Jane, 101 Dalmations 2, Patch's London Adventure, The Jungle Book 2, Peter Pan 2, Return to Neverland, The Lion King 1.5, Mulan 2, Tarzan 2, Lilo and Stitch 2, Stitch has a glitch, Kronks New Groove, Bambi 2, Brother Bear 2, The Fox and the Hound 2, Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time, and finally, Little Mermaid Ariels Beginnings. As you can see, this video is almost 8 hours long, I do apologize. But before we jump into each one of these films, just know that when I started this series, I progressively got more and more unhinged each week to where I am today, considering how this series took 6 months out of my life that I'll never get back. And also, you'll see my evolution of getting comfortable in front of a camera. Like the first Aladdin movie, I'm just kind of like, here's this with some like pretty poopy jokes, up to the last movie, which, bro, again, if there is a specific film that you want to see because you're like, fuck 8 hours, timestamps for each of the films below, and I think that's it. So without further goddamn ado, let us begin with the film that kicked this all off. 25 weeks ago, me started off. Let me show you the world. In 1994, where Disney decided, hey, what can we do to make some more money? So we got some popular ass movies, but we don't want to spend all this money to make another sequel to them in the theaters. So let's just get a smaller team, I guess. Regardless, it all started back in 1994. Big old movie came out a little bit ago called Aladdin. You could just say that's me. So they decided to make a second movie. They dropped it on there. Fun fact, it was a promo for the television Aladdin show that went on like a week later. It aired, but it is considered the first one. Even though I don't know, for a TV show, the plot thickens. Let's start this off. I watched this entire movie. Thank God it's only like an hour long. And thank God most of these movies are going to be an hour long now that I think about it, because there's 24 of them. So this movie starts out almost the same as the first one, right? The same song. You know, I think it's sung by somebody else. You know, the one he goes, Arabian Nights like Arabian Day. But immediately the first thing I notice is the animation. Like, they got these horses skipping frames. Like, what is this? 24 frames per second? Now listen, I understand this was a straight to VHS, but with the amount of money Disney has, especially at the time, like, were all their good animators working on the next project and they had all like the interns working on this one? I don't know, but these laggy horses, they end up going into this temple and you got these spooky looking guys with orange eyes. This one's my favorite. And you also got these robbers stealing treasure. I don't know if it's just a normal thing. And I guess Abu and Al are just hiding in this cave like Batman and Robin, just waiting for someone to steal the gold. And they just kind of hop on out. And short bald guy here is like, yo, who are you? This guy goes, my friends call me Al. but you can call me Aladdin. Regardless, he does this fancy schmancy showing off parkour, hops on the carpet, and he dips. All these guys are like, holy shit, he's got a flying carpet. Like, also, he manages to squeeze through this like 1-inch hole. It's basically frame perfect. It's honestly just impressive. Wow. Picture this. Desert, boom. Pop up Iago. How long was he chilling in there? Suffocating in the sand? I don't know. But boy, am I glad to hear that sweet, sweet Gilbert Gottfried voice.
This is Gilbert Gottfried. I'm pissing and shitting and coming.
This is not an Aladdin movie. It is a Gilbert Gottfried movie. And I will explain more on that as we get farther into the movie. But that is the only character, it seems, that has any plot development in this movie at all. And of course, he's carrying the magical lamp. Within the first minute of us seeing him, immediately burst out into song. He's basically fed up with Jafar, right? Kills him again. He flies off, just jazzing. I'm looking out for me. Also, Aladdin flies to Agrabah and just throws the money that he took from the random cave guy to the poor.
We're not the ones who need this money.
Which then begs the question, is that what he does on his free time? He's just waiting in caves for robbers to come get treasure so he can take it from them and give it to the poor? Which again, like, can he not get it for himself? Also, how much money is in these caves? Do others have to steal it first so he feels better about himself? What? He arrives to Jasmine, gives her a flower that he technically stole from one of the guys, so I guess that does make him a street rat.
Oh no, it was a steal.
Also, same guy from the cave doesn't recognize bro, even though he stole from him 2 minutes ago. Leads into a straight goose chase in the town. Basically the street rat scene from the first one, minus the amazing song. They just threw the instrumental of it in the background, called it good. Fish, I guess along in between this, after that, he runs into Iago. He's mad at him. He basically bird naps Iago. And then, oh my God, Genie just arrives from the ocean. What is happening? Vacation. Homer Simpson voice. Yes, I guess Robin Williams was still pressed about him asking Disney to not use his likeness to advertise the original movie. So we got Dan Castellaneta, aka Homer. He actually does do a pretty good job, but boy, it was like a competition to see who can out impersonate the other, because boy, do they double down on the celebrity impersonations and pop culture references of the time. And the Genie's first song, honestly, is not that good. He's mostly just singing about being blue and his good buddy Al, with impersonation after impersonation, just after another. The whole song. He's been on vacation for however long. He invites himself to dinner, even though they don't want him there. Like, damn, I guess you didn't miss him. Also, I found out that this guy's name is Abiz Mal, which kind of sounds like abysmal. And I'd rather just gonna call him that from now on, because look at him. Anyway, he finds Jafar's lamp, which, by the way, isn't it supposed to be the same lamp from the first one? Then why is it not gold? You know? Erosion? I couldn't tell you. But let's not dwindle. Abysmal rubs that bitch and out pops a Jafar. Yay, plot development. I also don't know how long it's been in between movies, but I guess it's been long enough for the Genie to go on a vacation and come back. So how long was the vacation? A week? A year? Who knows how long it takes to see the world when you can teleport. But now Abysmal is now the master, I guess, of Jafar, since he rubbed him out of the lamp now. So he gets his 3 wishes, right? But after he comes out of the lamp, scares the shit out of him. Then he transforms back into his just regular self, regular Jafar. To not scare him, he tricks them into using 2 of his wishes, like right away off the bat. And then he coerces them into turning evil to take down Aladdin. Because, hey, look, we both hate him, so let's make him suffer a fate worse than death. Iago again was bird napped, and so now he just kind of has him stashed in a cage at the temple, right? Iago's begging to be freed. You know, eventually he does outsmart the monkey and the tiger. Mind you, the monkey and a tiger are outsmarted by a Gilbert Godfrey bird, and he finds his way. The whole family finds out that Al was keeping Gilbert hostage, right? Now Al got to babysit the bird to save his life. Also, Jasmine's a little pressed because Al didn't tell her about keeping the bird hostage, which is understandable. But he was only hiding him for like not even like a good hour. But then Iago, after that, convinces Jasmine in song duet form, mind you, that Al is a good guy. Also, hearing these two sing together.
I'm going to take a shit now, fucker.
Is wild. I think just hearing Gilbert's voice with Jasmine's soft voice over it, I just, you know, I haven't talked about Jasmine much also yet, but her voice sounds a little different in this movie. Apparently it's the same voice actress, but they have like a separate singing actress for her singing part, which is just something that Disney used to do a lot back in the day. I don't know. Maybe just get someone that can sing and they do that now, I think. But for some reason, you just needed someone for the voice and someone just to sing, which I feel like that's kind of like a rude thing. Because if the person that sounds like you that's singing, can't you just also do the voice? Because you know what I mean? That's backwards. Fast forward. Gilbert is just reflecting on his life, right? When out of nowhere, Jafar poofs in the room, giving this poor bird a heart attack. This poor bird just constantly is getting spooked all the time, right? Everyone just getting spooked by Jafar. He eventually gives the poor bird an ultimatum, saying, hey, either you bring me to Aladdin or die. Now, remember when I said this movie is about Gilbert? Because the art that is given to him right now is more than any other character here. This bird is contemplating over how terrible his life is. Like, this kid saved my life, and he's kind of a good guy, though. Maybe. And he just doesn't know what to do. You know, eventually he finds Al. He's like, yo, buddy, let's go on a picnic. I know a perfect spot. And shit, let's bring the Sultan too. You know, Genie and Abu, they wanted to go also, but were left behind. Again, can't the genie teleport? But hey, they just end up snacking on their lawn. I don't know. Boom, Jafar pops up again. He goes, can't have no genies interfering with my plans. And the genie's like, genies can't kill people. Is that true? They get into a finger-pointing zap fight. Then halfway through, I shit you not, they burst into a song duet, instead basically just dissing each other like a 90s version of a rap beef. Just talking about how he's a second-rate genie. So some crazy diss lines. He calls him a pinky. He calls him a clown. He calls him an old man. Dropping his trousers. Humiliation at its worst. You know, who's a better genie? Some crazy stuff. Definitely can't drop a response to that. Like, he had bars. He trapped him and the monkey. They both walk out that bitch. Abysmal's like, shit, we got other lives to ruin. That's crazy. You know, just some hard stuff. He definitely cemented himself as the better lyricist, I think, in this situation. I mostly just got tired of sitting down. By the way, did I mention this picnic spot that they're meeting up at is on top of a waterfall? It just seems like a good spot to take someone, you know, you hardly trust, tried to kill you earlier, to eat together at. Oh my God, they're attacking. No, how did the horses make it up the waterfall? Oh no, how dare you lie to me? I trusted you. You traitor, traitor. You know, traitor is such a strong word. My father-in-law. No. Horses can fly. That answers that question. Just another normal day in the Aladdin universe. Aladdin then falls in the water, dies, done. Movie over. Just kidding. Jafar saves him for some reason. Aladdin is still alive, and he's pissed.
Iago.
Again, this poor bird is like the only development again in this film. You gotta feel bad for Gilbert, right? This man Aladdin treks across the entire desert just to get arrested. And I shit you not, while he's arrested, this shows you how evil Jafar is. he transforms himself into Aladdin's girl, goes up to him and says, "You killed my dad, and now you're gonna pay for this." And they just punked his ass. And he just said that he's going to die for this, for killing her dad.
For the murder of my father.
This man is evil. Like this bird, bro.
Hey, do I insult your mother?
Evil. Also, execution. Genie swoops in last millisecond from my head being chopped off in my Disney VHS copy of Aladdin, Return of Jafar. Al and Gilbert, they make up in like 2 seconds. Just like that, Now it's time to stop Jafar. Large and in charge. Also, Abysmal still has the last wish. And Jafar is wanting his freedom from that last wish, right? Bribes him with the money, and it works. And Abysmal keeps asking for more money. So doesn't technically that count as his last wish? But then out of nowhere, he says, "How do I know if I give you this third wish that you just won't take it off from me now that you're free, Abysmal Aladdin is still alive. Oh my God. Time to turn into Genie Jafar again. But a little bit smaller, kind of. Then this fool goes, "Ha, can't stop me now." Then immediately gets picked up and squeezed. Like, bro. Then, oh my God, it was the real Genie all along. And Al is flying to get the lamp. Then, oh my God, no. Zap. Carpet, dead. 2 seconds later, lava everywhere. Aladdin hanging on for dear life. Where's the Genie? Oh my God, this bird. Zap. Iago, dead. No. Just kidding. And the plot development character arc for Iago happens right here. He does one of the smoothest, hardest kick lamp maneuvers with swag, as this was the last thing he was gonna accomplish before his death. Aladdin saved him, which what if he didn't? Badass way to go, just saying. Black lamp falls in lava. Jafar Genie starts to deteriorate, a slow and painful death as everything around Al is crumbling, crashing down. Can we talk about how Genie is just watching this happen? Like, bro, save him. Just like the opening, also, this man snakes through a 1-inch hole between 2 grounds. Again, impressive, but unnecessary. The carpet lives. Dap that monkey up. Iago dead. Just kidding. Again. All right, let's finish this movie, y'all. I'm sweating. Everybody's alive. Al wants to see the world. Iago's like, "What about your girlfriend?" LOL, she's like, "I'll join him." Boom. Dead again. Roll credits. And that's Aladdin. Return of Jafar. There's gonna be a lot of editing, but if you guys enjoy, thank you. We'll see how this one turns out, and if you did like it, I guess subscribe or some shit. I don't know, we'll see if I keep this shit going. Join me next time, where I think the next movie would be Aladdin 3. I guess if we're going in release order, then I guess Aladdin 3 will be what I subject myself to next. Let me show you the world. In 1996, all right, Aladdin 3 and the King of Thieves, a whole week in the making by me, yours truly. And I gotta say, this was better than the second one, so we got that going for it. So yeah, this film is like the second, and they're straight to VHS sequel movies. Coincidentally coincided with the end of the Aladdin TV show, which lasted 3 seasons. So I guess that was a convenience for them to go out with a bang, I guess.
It's magical fun with a
And again, assumingly made by the same people that made the second movie. I'm assuming it's the interns again. It was directed by Tad Stone. I like that name. Tad Stone. But other than that, I don't think that there's much else backstory about this film, so let's begin. All right, starting out, we got this shot of Aladdin. I don't know, it looks like him. Who's this mysterious figure? But this man, he looks serious, means business, and he's hiding something. What could it be? There's a train of people coming into Agrabah. Oh wow, apparently now Jasmine and Aladdin are getting married. Holy shit, how long has it been since the last movie? They've been putting this off for a minute now, haven't they? But also, oh my God, Genie is back already. And what is that? Robin Williams? They had Dan Castellan in the first one, and I guess he came back for this one. I looked into it a little bit. It seems that he had gotten an apology from this guy named Joe Roth for breaching their agreement, and he was given $1 million salary for this movie, which I think for this production, that's pretty good. So all is well, and I am just glad to hear that amazing Robin Williams voice.
There's a party here in Agrabah.
And boy, did they not hold back on the references this time. Opening song with him, he's just singing about there's a party here in Agrabah, with references after references, really the whole 9 yards here. Everyone is coming in for this wedding. Not a bad song, but it ends with, where is Aladdin? Oh, hey, there he is, just pondering. And poor Aladdin here, I don't know what came into him, but he's just thinking about like, damn, I can't raise a family. I never had a dad to show me how to do things. I don't know if I can do this. I really just might be a street rat. And we see Aladdin holding a dagger, that I guess once belonged to his father, which, but he never knew him. So if he ever knew him, how did he get the dagger? We're gonna need a little bit more on that movie. Another song later, wrapping up, party here in Agrabah. Then the mysterious guy who looks like Aladdin, we see what he was smuggling in the city. Bear Claw, Wolverine guy. Who's this? I don't know who this scary looking guy is. Apparently they're after somebody to kill, and Aladdin himself, maybe. But this movie just got real tense real quick. But they really do just let Robin get off the script with this one. I don't think they cut him off for anything. They probably just sat in the booth for hours, and just let him go off script. They're probably just leaning back in their chairs. Man, like, the money prints itself. We don't even need a script for this guy. Sand reference? White Rabbit? What movie are we watching again? Wedding Time Already? Narrated by yours truly. It's a very emotional moment. Genie uses the carpet to blow his nose. All is going smoothly. Then out of nowhere, turns out there's even more of these hooligans hiding in these crates. How they managed to smuggle 40 guys, that's beyond me. But it makes me happy that we live in the world with metal detectors. They end up crashing the wedding. Bear Claw Wolverine guy ends up sticking his claws in an elephant's ass, causing a ruckus in the streets. And we see at least 3 elephants running around, which begs another question. Did that cause a chain reaction to the other elephants to start? Or did he go through each elephant and individually stab each one in the ass? I guess we'll never know. We get a nice fight scene from the thieves and the palace guards, basically just robbing the whole city, which must trouble Aladdin, considering how much he backed up his city from his robbing of the caves in the last movie. But this guy throws some knives perfectly, hooking these guys to a wall. Another guy karate chops a pillar with his hand. Wolverine guy strips some guys down. Some really masterful class, very impressive. And then mysterious guy looking for something, runs into Iago. Love that boy. I love that our boy Gilbert is back.
It's Gilbert Gottfried.
Of course. The movie's not about him this time, believe it or not, is about Aladdin. But anyways, Polly want a cracker? In the vase you go. End of Iago. Dead. Just kidding. Then out of nowhere, Aladdin just found him, runs up, smacks the shit out of him, says a hard-ass line and goes, "Can I see your invitation?" A mysterious guy gets on top of him saying, how dare you mess with the king of thieves? And Aladdin delivers another gangster line right after. He's like, oh, when I get up, I'll bow to you. Just wow, that's my street rat. By the way, Genie fighting Ninja Genie, Forrest Gump reference. There's an intense amount of shit that happens in this scene. I just can't go over it all. Basically, the king and the thieves end up getting away, leaving Agrabah in a shithole. Wedding is postponed temporarily. All right, so it turns out mysterious figure guy wanted this staff that has magic powers. Out pops an oracle, which you can give one question to and receive one answer, which is a weird version of a genie, but she shows him his father saying he knows everything about you. Also, bro doesn't recognize him, even though he fought him 2 minutes ago, but I guess the mask is just very convincing. Back to pondering. Aladdin's like, who is my dad? Jasmine's like,
because I already know him.
What?
Because I know you.
Oh, duet. All right, I'm gonna skip this one. It's whatever. They're just kind of singing about my dad was never there. Jasmine's dad is amazing. What is it like to have a father? How is this hitting him now this late in his life? Did this never bother him before? Maybe I should find him and invite him to my wedding. Oracle pops up again. Where's my father? And she's like, follow the thieves. And he's like, explain that again. I'm sorry, I can only answer one question. She just dips back down as fast as she... And we're off on the carpet. Monkey and Gilbert join us. So yay, some comedic relief. They're just standing there. Mysterious guy pulls a Moses, splits the green sea. Pause. How? Dad has powers. We'll put a pin in this. So they end up going inside this like cliffside that also splits and is closing. And I shit you not, Aladdin inches through a little last frame as it's about to close. And I guess they just loved doing it so much in the last movie that must be the same animators. Iago somehow got his tail feather stuck in the wall as it closed, which they are really testing the life of this bird, but Abu pulls him out. This is attractive. Okay, this next scene is a lot to unpack. By the way, Wolverine guy named Saluk, and his dad's name is Kasim. Is that right, Kasim? Who, by the way, is played by the guy who plays Salah in the Indiana Jones movie, and I just like that fun fact. Aladdin spares no punches, and he attacks Saluk, just jumps on top of him, looks back at Kasim, goes, hey, by the way, I'm Aladdin. I'm also your son. Huh? Bear Claw guy is like, yo, I don't know your dad, but I'll make you meet your ancestor. And the dad's like, wait, he is my son. How does he come to this conclusion? It's because he dropped the dagger when I guess during the fight, and I guess that's all the evidence he needs. And he says, I gave this to my wife before I left. So Luke goes, he's an intruder though, so he must die. Dad's like, go ahead. Like what? Or he can face the challenge. Good dad you got there. What's the challenge? Well, I'm glad you asked. So one-on-one fight with Saluk to the death. Which one? Wow. And two, this fight is crazy. The animation here is pretty A1. Aladdin gets clawed at, you know, he's bleeding everywhere. Fire for some reason. And then Al gets thrown off a cliff. Dies. Just kidding. Use the dagger to save himself. Oop. Bear Claw guy also has one. Loses balance. Dies. This time for real. Man's dead. Fell off. Which in my VHS movie copy, and Kasim's like, you killed him. You're in! Burst into song! Again, these songs aren't that good. This is my least favorite one so far, but it's just the thieves welcoming him into the clan. There's this part where one of the thieves holds this note I like, and he kind of goes, oh, which is kind of adorable. Immediately after the song, we see Saluk just come out of the water, wrestling a great white shark or some shit. Yeah, he survived. And this is Disney. You know, I thought you knew this. We can't just kill him off. It's a VHS movie. I had y'all going there for a second, though. You know, a few more genie impressions later. It's a joke. I do that. Cinderella Jasmine. Snow White Jasmine. Minnie Jasmine. How about Jessica Rabbit Jasmine? You know, back to Al and his dad at the cave, just doing some father-son bonding. You know, they're talking about the 40 thieves and how they don't hurt the innocent, which I don't know if I believe that. Turns out we find out why Papa left little Al. He was out searching for the ultimate treasure. They call it the Hand of Midas. He said that he didn't want to come back empty-handed, and he wanted the best for his family. Which, how old is Aladdin? Gone his whole life, never found it. What were you doing? Al clearly isn't happy with this answer, obviously. But he gets over it in about 2 seconds. He's like, oh, by the way, I don't want you to miss my wedding. You should come to my wedding, Dad. I was thinking about inviting you like 20 minutes ago. You should come to my wedding.
At least think about it.
I don't write these movies, guys. Iago eventually convinces Kasim to come to Agrabah because the oracle is there, and I guess it can give him the answer that he wants, and Iago can get him there. But like, he does it deviously. So like, what side are you really on here, bird? In the next scene, Wolverine went all the way to Agrabah to find the Sultan's guards, you know, and he's like, hey, I can get you the King of Thieves. And so you just know some shit's gonna go down later. Back at the palace, Genie finds out Al brought back the King of Thieves. You know, he goes all SWAT team raid, you know, against the whole palace. Like, yo, intruder alert, well, you motherfucker brought this guy in. Which is kind of funny to watch. Pocahontas Genie. Mickey Genie. Another song breaks out. So just Genie references galore at this point. I genuinely do think that they not cut him off here. Like, this is definitely the most so far. You know, just happy about being a father and a son. That's about it. Next, also Razul's voice actor is Jim Cummings, which is also the voice of Tigger, Pete, and Darkwing Duck, which I found out. Because I was watching this and I was going, why is his voice so familiar? It was just a fun fact. You know, big fan. Back to the movie. Razul found a hidden Moses cave because Wolverine told him the password, which was open sesame, by the way. He finds out that there's no 40 kings there. You also find out that the 40 kings is the father of Al. So things are building up here. Pumbaa Genie, Pluto Genie. Anyway, Kasim was about to steal the staff back at the palace, and Razul, I guess, was hiding behind a pillar or something. How do you get back so fast? He ends up getting arrested, and the bird, which, like, Iago, come on, you should have known better. Dungeon for life. Now, Aladdin here really thinks that he can save his dad, because I guess once a street rat, always a street rat. He dressed up as the King of Thieves himself to break his father out of the dungeon. He does some classic never fails Aladdin parkour to mess with the guards. And we're off, running into the desert. Like, what is Al doing? He eventually snaps out of it and goes, shit, I can't just leave Jasmine knowing we're supposed to get married. But he also knowing if he goes back that he'll probably like get arrested or like face a punishment for breaking fucking the law. But he decides it's worth it for my girl. They part ways, him and his dad. You know, the bird goes with the dad because like, what's really left for the bird at this point, you know? Back at the Moses cave, Saluk was waiting for the other thieves. And while he's waiting, he breaks into a song, convincing them to turn against their king, which works because I guess they're dumb. The song was okay. Not really going to comment on anything about it. I already forgot it. There was a scene, though, where this guy pulled money out of another guy's ass. But other than that, no. Eventually, though, the king pulls up and they turn against him. Who would have thought? And the next scene, we're out on the sea. For reasons, and then bam, Oracle shows up. The one question they ask, where is the hand of Midas? Reasonable question. And we're off. What's gonna happen? Oh my god. You know, back at the palace, we have a quick little minute-long conversation with the Sultan. All is forgiven. And he's like, you know what? We got a wedding to attend to still, so fuck me for the logic in this movie. Like, okay. Then out of nowhere, Iago, boom, lands dead. Just kidding. Says Wolverine is still alive and he has your pops. Like, goddamn, I guess we gotta go save him now. And they immediately go to find him. So I guess no wedding again. Back at the boat, they get closer to this treasure and out of nowhere, not sure which cutscene triggered this, but out pops this whole ass island castle on top of a turtle. And this is where the ultimate treasure is. Never in the same place twice. Also, Genie does Family Feud.
Distraction.
Show me turtle.
Found that interesting. After slapping the guards a few times, he frees his dad, who's just as surprised as him because he wants to go get the treasure with him. And in the turtle temple, they're in there for like 5 minutes, right? And then I guess it just starts to submerge back into the water. So they gotta climb their ass back to the top. But on the way up to the top, I guess they run into the ultimate treasure. And it's just a gold hand with a guy on it. And are we just not concerned about the water filling up the place anymore now? Because they got distracted by this real easy. So distracted as the water is filling up the room and their impending doom. Aladdin jumps to gold hand in the sinking turtle temple, and it barely makes it. Also throws it to his pops, and then his pops uses it, and he turns every single fucking thing in the room gold, and the music is all cheery, and you're thinking like, oh, okay, everything's gonna be okay. I'm sure the water will stop rising, but it doesn't stop the water from rising. It just turns the water gold. Makes some more spots for the water to come through. And then all of a sudden Wolverine shows up. I guess he was hiding behind this statue on the gold hand. I mean, come on, guys. Need I say more? He goes, no one's going anywhere. I mean, I don't know where there is to go. There's just water. Then Kasim chucks the ultimate treasure to Razul. and pushes Al out of the way in slow motion, which I got a kick out of. He catches it and then immediately turns into gold and falls to his death. And guys, yes, I can confidently say dead. And I guess grabbing the actual part of the gold, I don't know, I guess grabbing the actual part of the gold turns you into gold, which did Kasim know this prior to throwing it? And he was just banking that he would grab it by the gold piece and it would turn him into gold. One can only ask if he knew this prior. Either way, dead. Al wraps it up. You know, they dip out of there. Dad realizes, wait, I don't need this anymore. Chucks it, says, you were my treasure all along, which took him this long to realize this. By the way, Ultimate Treasure landed on the 40 Thieves boat and it sank them. And I guess they're all dead too because no one came to save them. And they are no longer in the movie, the rest of the movie. So do what you want with that info, what you will. All right, let's finish this. Steamboat Genie comes out of nowhere. I guess he was chilling inside a whale the whole time. They all go home. The wedding is on, finally. And wow, look at that. Only took 6 years. Kasim doesn't stay, and Iago joins him, right? This is the weird part. And Iago joins him, and they just horse away just like that. And you're leaving? Are you treasure hunting again? Didn't you just say that Al was your greatest treasure and you're leaving? What is happening? They both are just waving to each other like, bye. Okay, you know, we just got married. I don't even know if we kissed in the movie. Maybe we did. And you're right. Like, what? Roll credits. And that's Aladdin, King of Thieves. Overall, an improvement over the last one. And I'm just glad there isn't another one. And again, there is a TV show that probably had a bunch of details I'm missing. And this was the movie to end the TV show. And the second movie was the first one to boot the TV show. So I guess these movies don't exist without the TV show, which I'm not gonna watch. But thank God, because there's no more Aladdin movies. And the series ultimately comes to an end here. Until the dark times. But join me next time where I tackle a new movie IP, Beauty and the Beast, Enchanted Christmas, and June. Thank you. In the wake of the success of The Return of Jafar, Disney opened up a Canada animation studio in 1996 just to make direct-to-VHS sequels, which, I mean, they hired 200 animators. They're split between Vancouver and Toronto, and they slapped them with this as their first project. Also, fun fact, it was Disney's first direct-to-video film to use digital ink, so that's something. And you notice it definitely in this movie. They basically hired the whole cast again.
Become more of the Beast, or if the Beast became me, I have no clue.
Same voice actors. I'm pretty sure they're singing their own songs too. But other than that, I don't think there's really much else of a backstory to this movie. So let us begin. All right, starting off, Beast Castle, then deck the halls. So off to a good start. Yes, it's Christmas time at the Beast Castle. And I won't lie, for a second, I forgot that everyone was turned human again in the last movie. Because I was like, who is this kid causing a ruckus in the castle? When the next shot of Lumiere came up with his voice, and then it hit me. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. But anyway, we get some comic relief with Cogsworth and Lamp Boy, I guess just diddling around with each other, saying, I saved Christmas last year. No, actually, I did, ho. I guess Chip is intrigued because he hears the word story and now wants to hear the story, but it's told through Mrs. Potts. So plot twist here, this entire movie is a flashback from here on out till the end. So just narrated by Mrs. Potts herself, so just buckle down. So we're gonna flash back to a year ago on apparently the worst Christmas that has ever happened to the Beast. Starting off, we got Chip, we got Bella. Chip, do you know what day it is? Well, it's not Tuesday. No, silly, it's December 24th. I don't know, the way she said it seemed kind of condescending. Open door, the Beast busts his ass. Even acknowledges it.
I fell and I landed on the ice.
It's pretty slippery.
Just say it. She shows him how to ice skate with his paws. Also kind of talks to him like a baby here.
Why don't you try it like this? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. See, it's easy.
all of a sudden, organ noises. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you, oh my God, CGI organ, Tim Curry.
Get to be the bad guy.
Which also has this one line about him on Wikipedia about this movie, so that's encouraging. I'm already gonna say this is the best character in the film before I even finish it. Also, maybe Wink Wink might be the villain. He's basically just playing for his biggest fan, trying to bring the house down or something. He asks if there's merriment outside
the window.
which no one says that anymore. And there is merriment outside, but he can't join because, well, he's an organ and bolted to the wall. So hear me out. Just before I finish this movie, thoughts. Has he always been there and locked up? Is he a fugitive? What does his normal self look like? What does he do in the castle? Again, hopefully this is explained later, but just first thoughts. Let's continue. This is where it gets a little confusing, so hear me out. Little flute guy who happens to be his biggest fan says that Beast is skating outside with Pretty Girl, and Tim Curry gets jealous of him. He's actually my best friend, his confidant.
Won't let some peasant girl
Ruin it for him. And is gonna make sure their love withers away. What are you trying to say, Oregon? Do you love Beast more than Belle? Or you just don't want to lose your best friend? I don't know. Maybe he likes being an organ. So Organ guy basically hires little flute guy to stop them from falling in love, which is poor flute guy. I don't know how he's supposed to do this. He's just a flute. Outside, we see the couple skating. Are they a couple? I don't think they're a couple yet, are they? We see the couple skating, and biggest fan flute here hears the word love and is like, oh, I gotta stop him somehow. And he manages, hear me out, he manages to pull on the Beast's cape, and he makes him lose balance, and he crashes into the snow, which maybe he's either just very strong for his size. Christmas Angel.
This is no angel.
This is no angel.
So 1 point for Tim Curry and friends, I guess. Next, we get the first interaction with Beast and Tim Organ, who seems to just play music for the Beast and his study to help him relax. I don't know if that was his purpose when he was a human. Why, if they are friends, then why is he locked up? I don't know what is happening. The next Belle scene, Belle explains Christmas to Chip, who doesn't know about Christmas, but she does it in song form. So she's singing about what she would do if she can save the Beast and all the fun times they'll have, and magic and stories and mermaids, kings, and sunken treasure. Overall, I don't think Christmas was explained to Chip all that well during this song, because I didn't understand it. All Chip wants is presents, which maybe that's what most kids want anyways. So A+ to Belle. Beast hates it, so no Christmas. It's not fair. Everyone eventually talks having a Christmas, but secretly. So let's just hope the Beast doesn't find out. So now it's a mad dash to decorate for... Why do I laugh at everything? So now it's a mad dash to decorate for Christmas. It's Christmas Eve, by the way, so they only got like 3 hours or some shit to set this up. Lumiere flirts with a glass, then drops a mistletoe in the glass. Not sure what that means. They trek to the top of the tower because that's where all the Christmas decorations are stored. Locked up would be a better term because they're also sentient, which damn Beast is not a good guy if this is how he treats his decorations. Lamp Boy's old lover is one of the decorations. Angel, we'll call her Angel. Like the angel on the top of the tree. They have a moment, and then they ask, hey, we need you for Christmas, but refuse because they must have had pretty bad Christmases before, which is understandable. Belle breaks into a song to convince them, and it works, surprisingly, because at the end of the song, the whole castle is decorated. I found this song very boring, but let's skip it. But one thing I do want to add about the song is that they are carrying the little angel ornament to the top of the tree, and her accent is like, no, I don't want to go to the top, put me down.
I don't want to go all the way up there on the top.
Which, isn't that your whole purpose? As the angel ornament? She's not happy. By the way, the tree that they have at the end of the song is not a tree, just a mashup of random things to resemble a tree. But they are proud of it, and that's all that matters. Then they proceed to destroy it, and Lamp Boy goes, all right, now it's time to decorate. Why? Biggest fan flute was spying on them the whole time, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna tell on you. Christmas? They're planning.
She's planning Christmas?
Maybe she doesn't know why I hate Christmas. Tim Morgan's like, oh, she knows. So basically just planting the seeds to make him hate her, which bad Tim Curry. Bad Tim Curry, Organ.
I hear very often.
Hear me out. Another flashback. In a flashback, this one, we see the reason why Beast hates Christmas. It's because it was the day that it turned him into a beast all those years ago. But in this flashback, we see Organ Guy, whose real name, if you're curious, is Fort or Forte? Forte, I think is how you say it. But that's not as cool to say, so Tim Organ it is. We finally see old lady turning everyone into the castle into random ass things. And that's about it for the flashback in a flashback. Expanding the lore I see, which I don't remember if this was all shown in the original movie, so forgive me. So back to the normal flashback of the story, we see Belle in the boiler room.
I have kind of one specialty, smoke.
I'm not sure how we got here, but I'm not gonna lie, I totally spaced out during this scene. There's a hammer guy, big boiler thing, working. Belle stares at wood, blows on it a little bit. Beast shows up right after. Also, I paused it at this frame, and I just wanted to share it. Weird scene. Next, he goes, what are you hiding? Then she gives him this smug shoulder roll, eye to the side, fuck me eyes, which it just kind of pissed me off. Not sure why, but I see what's happening. Then he takes the wood from her and he's like, what is this?
Full tradition. One log is chosen, and everyone in the house touches it and makes a Christmas wish.
You touch it and you make a wish, which I've searched is a true thing, but this is what the internet definition is. So I don't really know who is telling the truth. Beast says, no, fuck all that. You don't know what it's like to lose everything. And she strikes him back with to be a prisoner. Who got him? She walks out of the room after her hard line. Also paused again on this shot of Beast in the boiler room. I just kind of found it kind of cool. So let's appreciate this for a second. Christmas is forbidden. Aww, but not on my watch. Belle sneaks into the West Wing, delivers a little care package next to the rose for Beast Boy, and sneaks out. Which Beast walks by this thing 2 times without realizing it, and then he does find it, and he gets a little angry, as he should, but he doesn't open it or read who it's from. He just slams it back on the table. Then Lumiere reads it, and he's all like,
It's from
a girl. Say what? Mrs. Potts? No.
From
Belle? Huh? What is happening? Can't open it till Christmas though, says Lumiere.
But when a woman gives a man a gift, she's saying, I care about you.
Is how we all feel.
But I don't have a gift for her.
It is not too late.
Well, I guess I could get her a little something.
Which I don't really have much to add to that. Just wanted to play it out so y'all can see what I'm going through. And that's why Beast Boy is a little bitch. Morgan Curry, stop the noise. Noise? This is my masterpiece. Face growl.
If I'm animating an angry scene, I find that my face does that as I'm drawing.
Make a happy song. Leaves. Also, look how many holes are on this flute sidekick. It just bothers me a little bit. Again.
Too wiggly. Too wiggly.
Organ Curry is still delusional, spouting. The girl is evil. She pulls him from my grasp, fills his head with love. I gotta stop the girl. Like, come on, Curry. Just tell us how you really feel about the beast. Cat. I want to show you guys my cat. I know Carmel. Hello everyone, this is my cat. I'm gonna put her on the stool here. This is my cat, everyone. I'm gonna put her on the stool here, see how long she lasts. She's probably very confused. The green screen she doesn't see often because she's never down here when I record. She's probably like, what the fuck is this thing on the wall? But let's continue with the cat. She's probably gonna jump off in 2 seconds. So now this movie just turned into a fighting match about who loves Beast There you go. This movie turned into a fighting match about who loves Beast more now. So now by the end of this, I'm expecting a fight between Belle and Tim Curry, and someone has to die. Belle argues with the axe.
Lacking in the hitting, who's stopping you?
Shh. What is that?
Follows it through the castle to Tim Forte, Organ himself, flatters the flute for a second. Face to face with each other, Organ convinces Belle to go to the Forbidden Forest, or whatever. They got some nice ass trees there, and Chip insists because they need a tree, even though they destroyed the fucking perfect one they had, like, in the beginning. Forte, Curry says he'll keep the secret, and then they are off to the dark black forest or something. But Tim Curry insists that Flute follows them and watches them and makes sure they don't come back. Which, again, is he gonna kill them? This little Flute guy's gonna kill them? Coincidentally, 5 minutes after they leave, Beast wants to see Belle, but no one can find her. Lamp and Clock Boy, they see the trail that goes to the Black Forest. They're like, ah, shit, here we go again. It's like, we gotta find her. Beast is pissed, waiting for her because she still hasn't showed up yet. He tells Tim Organ to play Belle's song, which is Deck the Halls, by the way. I don't remember that being Belle's song. Why is that her song? Beast gets impatient after, you know, I guess 200 minutes of Deck the Halls. Looks in the mirror thing that shows where people are to see she's in the forest. Oh, now I gotta go find her. But Tim Curry's like, no, she abandoned you. And he bursts into a song about how he's a good friend and he would never lie to him and don't fall in love with girls. You know, it's basically a love song, right? It's hell. The Beast gets into a fight with some babies during this song. Just don't fall in love. That'll happen to you. Belle finds a cute tree. Lumi rides Clock down some hills, probably not safe, but he does it stylishly though. Then they actually fall, probably dead. They smuggle the tree back, but the poor little Flute guy can't seem to stop the horses, you know, and a human, who would have thought. They stop on an ice lake. That can't be good. Flute guy manages to scare the horse. Is the horse's name Maurice, right? From what I remember, right? With his scary flute sounds, a horse stomps on the ice, breaking it conveniently. Now what do? Chip falls into the water. He's gone, dead. Then Belle goes in to rescue him. Now they're both gone. Also, this shot of her like looking through the ice, that's like shit of nightmares out of there. That shit would have scared the fuck out of me. But Axe Guy breaks the ice, releasing them. Then I guess wrong place, wrong time. Then Tree Rope magically wraps around Belle, drags her back down, gone again. Beast, I guess, at the right place, right time, shows up, dives in to rescue her, and in a slow motion comeback as he majestically breaks from the water, kinda hot, carries her back to the castle. Back in the dungeon with ya. He goes, you said you'd never leave. And she's like, I didn't leave. I was just trying to make you happy by getting a tree. But he's like, nah, fuck all that noise. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I should have known you'd never be anything but a beast. She's in the dungeon for life. Everybody comes to visit Belle. Angel Ornament starts to sing. Christmas is great. Let's all cry together. Peace and love. Beast is almost coerced into smashing the rose by Tim Organ, but he sees the present Belle left him forever ago, still unopened. So he decides to finally open it, and he sees that it is a book, and he's like, shut up, Tim Curry, I'll have a read. Reads it. Tim Curry not amused. A couple pages in, I guess, of the book, has a change of heart. He goes to Belle.
No, master. Come back!
A quick, like, 1 minute song later, Beast enters, all embarrassed, like, hey, Belle, puppy dog eyes, or I guess puppy beast eyes. Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? And no hesitation, she's like, of course. Like, girl, the amount of bullshit he puts you through, I don't get it. Mood swings are crazy here. So now we got Tim Organ over here. Pissed as fuck because he couldn't have Beast to himself. He blows his horn as loud as he can, breaks some windows. Actually, the whole castle. He says a funny line like,
can you believe I never
took a lesson? They can't fall in love if they're dead. My assumption here, behind the motivation for Tim Organ, is that he likes being an organ and he doesn't want to turn back into a human, which isn't really that fun to be an organ. I wouldn't know, I've never even played one. The organ shoots some notes at the Beast. Some magic notes, I guess. Then I shit you not, Beast power walks to the piano in front of the organ, lifts it up, and all the music fades from Tim Organ. And he just kind of quietly dies, becoming dead Curry. That's a good one. I was saving for you guys. He finally unbolts from the wall, does one of those slow motion falls in front of the two of them. Forte ballroom scene with new trees. Where did they get it from? End of flashback. Do y'all remember that from the beginning of the movie? Because I sure didn't. It caught me off guard when it happened. Or when it came back, I was like, oh yeah, right. That was what was happening originally. It was a story the whole time. So Chip finally gets his present from the beginning of the movie, and it was a storybook, similar to what Belle gave Beast in the flashback. I don't know if it's the same storybook here. We might need a little bit more confirmation on this, but regardless, yippee for him. We see the flute guy in the flesh. He's still kind of awkward, but that's the only scene we see him for a whopping 3 seconds. Balcony scene, present Rose. I'm fucking tired of roses, bro. Pan up shot, stars, and that is Belle's Enchanted Christmas. Enchanted as it was. Oh man, you know, this one wasn't terrible. I would watch this one over the second Aladdin movie, but that's about it. I still think the Aladdin 3 was better out of the 3 that we've done so far in order. Regardless, I'm glad I'm off the Aladdin movies. This one's no better because I enjoyed looking at these more than the crudely animated intern ones of the last 2 movies.
If there's anything wrong, just tell me. I could change it really fast. It's no problem. Okay.
Yes,
After doing a little bit more research in the movie, I found out initially the film was supposed to be a direct sequel to the original film, with the main villain supposedly being Gaston's younger brother, I think. I don't know his name. I think it starts with an A, Avant, let's call him Avant, I think. But his goal was to avenge Gaston by ruining the lives of Belle and Beast, threatening to kill them, I guess, reportedly using sorcery to torture them or transform them back into Belle and Beast. I don't know, Beast and back into a beast, frame Belle for it or some shit. Although he was cut out of the story and the plot was changed, these were all incorporated for the most part into Forte, Tim Curry, who did not want the Beast to become a human again. But overall, y'all, I think that's it. That's it for Belle's Enchanted Christmas in June. The Canada studio went on to make the next movie, so the 4th movie and the directed sequel animated VHS movies, which I will be reviewing next week, hopefully, which was... Motherfucker. I think it's recording. Beauty and the Beast, Belle's Magical World is a 1998 Disney direct movie sequel to VHS. It's basically made up of unused TV episodes produced by the Walt Disney Television Animation, so their normal studio, which in the last episode, I said it was the Canada studio that they opened up for the third Aladdin movie that made it, but I lied. It was the normal studio, because I guess they were working on the TV show that never came to fruition. So I guess the Canada studio was actually working on the next movie, which was actually a sequel movie and not a TV show made into fucking episodes. Aladdin 1 was made into fucking episodes with the fucking Beauty and the Beast. Belle's Magical World is a sequel, the original Beauty and the Beast movie, but the storyline is set within the timeline of the original movie. So it's after the Christmas movie that we just did, but before the final fight with Gaston. Just remember that, because there's just a bunch of weird shit that happens in this. Initially, when it came out, like the first couple of days it was out, it sold more than I guess they expected. Ultimately sold like over 1 million copies. And at the time, the film ranked among like the top 10 best-selling videos of all time, which means brought in a profit. So fuck. So basically, when it released in 1998, it consisted of 3 separate kind of like episodes, I guess, but they segmented them into one movie. Regardless, the cast did come back to reprise their roles. And guys, buckle down, because I hated almost every single minute of this. So let's begin. This was an incredibly hard movie to find, to download on the internet. And so I had to rip a file for me in it. All right, y'all, we had a little bit of a kerfuffle with the lava lamp. So I'm going to have to get a new one of those. But for the meantime, I guess just to keep up to date with something next to me, here is the Be Our Guest restaurant menu from Walt Disney World. I stole it because I worked there. All right, first story, The Perfect World. Open shot of a library. Belle's Magical World book. Taking it back to the classic days, I see. I haven't seen that since Sleeping Beauty. So listen, guys, each of these little shorts are gonna be like 20 minutes each. We'll just... So we got old book, a quill, maybe a scythe, and some pages. So we're in for a treat with this one. And there's the Beast Castle. You'll love to see it, because you're gonna be seeing it a lot. Starting off, we got Clockworth. I say Clockworth. We got Cogsworth trying to rizz up a chandelier, but she's not having any of it. Beast is talking with the quill, so we can see the incorporation of the quill. He makes the quill take his notes or something. Something about him needing it.
Yes, because I need it.
What does he need? Lumiere shows up, and Beast hits him with a...
She makes me nervous, Lumiere.
Why? And Lamp Boy...
She is a woman, master.
And so now Beast is trying to get like dating advice from Lumi, but like this is like after the last movie. So like, are y'all like not made up yet from Saving Christmas? Like, was that whole retconning of the last movie where y'all on the balcony on the end? Are you still confused there, Mr. Beast? Next scene, Belle and the clock run into a book named Webster. Is he a dictionary? And why do I feel like he's going to be an issue for later? Time will tell. He joins them for dinner or something. They run into Beast the next scene, who is trying to flirt with Belle again. A little mademoiselle. She's confused.
Why, thank you.
They're having dinner, and guys, literally nothing happens here. It's a TV show.
Own shadow, rise up!
Rise up? Oh, I won't stand for such insults. I deserve respect.
Argument with the chandelier about, I don't know. Belle rants to the Beast. He's not paying attention. He probably thinks she smells or something. Beast calmly asks to open the window.
No!
A breeze comes in, and they argue about it being too cold.
That's not very
congenial, which Beast doesn't understand what that means. I mean, shit, I don't know either, but thank God Webster's dictionary just kind of shows up to explain what it means. Then he explains another word, and then Beast smacks the shit out of him, which I think I see the gimmick that is happening here. Belle gets mad at him again. She goes to hide off in her room, which she does that a lot. Clock and Lumi try to get her to apologize to him, but now it's only turned to only if he apologizes to me first. Then they go back to the Beast to break the news that he has to apologize first. They tease him a little bit, and then he throws him out.
I will never apologize!
The three random objects from the cover of the opening still are now trying to figure out how to get them to like each other, which who are these guys? How are they relevant? I don't think we will know. They contrive a master plan to apologize to Belle on behalf of their boss, the Beast, and apparently Mrs. Potts overheard them and is shook. The next scene, they are writing the letter and it gets shipped out via bird mail to Belle. Who could it be from?
I haven't the foggiest.
Like, bitch, you know. She reads it and is like, well, damn, I guess the trouble between us are over. Simple as that. The three writing objects get a little worried that maybe she'll find out who wrote the letter. Webster's dictionary is like,
Mum's the word.
Sure, whatever that means. She runs to apologize to the Beast. He's confused.
Your graciousness has put me to shame.
It has. He accepts her apology and both love each other again. The next scene, she's reading him a book, but he's smacking away on like some fucking nuts or chocolate. I don't know, but she's just absolutely shocked that he's smacking louder than she can read to him.
It's hard to read while you eat those.
But they're my favorite.
Of course you could eat them later.
Shock.
Very well.
Then Clock and Lumi are like, good, you can control your temper because we wouldn't want you to write another letter of apology. Gas. Uh-oh. Here we go again. Beast is like, I ain't write shit. And she's like, what? I'll show you. So then she shows him.
It's a forgery.
The three little writing utensil objects, I guess, confess to what they did of their sins to the Beast. Beast is pissed. Who would have thought? He chases him down the castle.
Where are you?
Belle finds him hiding away. She tries to talk to them. And the Beast finds him and he's like, I'm gonna kill him, and then spares them. But instead he just decides to banish them from the castle. Now they're on their own. They come back to the castle after they're like roaming around for however long, because I guess they don't have a sense of direction. So they end up getting lost and just doing a full all circle, coming back to the castle. Belle sees him, brings him back in, and the Beast sees him fucking parkouring around the castle. He breaks in the room that they are in, pissed, and then apologizes, and then they forgive him. Now he's happy.
I feel happy now. happier than I can remember.
Webster's dictionary, he's just reciting words for himself. Lamp Boy forgives the chandelier. Man, this whole episode, nothing happens. It's just been like a giant, like, apologizing fest for like 20 minutes so far. Out to the balcony again.
Beautiful.
And I shit you not, that's the episode. And that's Perfect World. And guys, listen, we have 2 more to go through. I'm gonna run through these faster because if this is what we're working with, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. We get a random song from Belle in between episodes about not knowing what to say and apologizing about. I'm skipping this one. Fifi's Folly, episode 2. Fifi, the duster, is cleaning. Belle walks in. Do you know what tomorrow is?
Saturday?
No, it's my anniversary with the lamp, Lumiere. I think I know what's gonna happen in these 20 minutes. Belle doesn't seem to care much about what she's saying. Lumiere doesn't even remember their anniversary of like 5 years they've been dating. Which, have they always been dating? Because like he flirts with like a lot of other objects in the castle, which just, I don't know if he's just a player. What kind of relationship is this? Why does he flirt with so many other objects around the castle? He causes a fire 2 seconds later. Wonder how. Belle just casually walks by and she's like, huh? Throw some tea on it. Pretty good plot development so far. Lumiere says Belle doesn't know anything about women, and Belle's like,
I know a little.
What? She decided to help him speak his feelings. But I guess Duster Fifi overhears them and I guess assumes that they are cheating on her. And so now she's heartbroken and mad and spies on them and just assumes they are dating now. This goes on for a bit.
Well, perhaps it'll be easier if you pretend that I am Fifi.
She has no shame. The next scene, Lumiere talks to a tuba. What are you doing with that tuba? Aren't you coming to see me?
But things are not always as they seem.
The next scene, Fifi is crying, respectively. Mrs. Potts overhears and checks up on her. Then she's talking to the quilt from the first episode, and he's like telling her to make Lumiere jealous. So the next scene, she's flirting with Cogsworth in front of the lamp boy, and he don't know how to act.
Have you? I mean, secret of my comedy, madam, is timing.
Which, hey, I can relate. Clock humor. Lumiere wields a bathtub to some skates. Fifi is pacing mad and going crazy.
If I cannot have that joy, no one shall.
Is she trying to kill Belle? The next scene, she's using scissors. She runs into Belle, calls her a vixen. Who uses that word? Backstabber. Then she runs into Lumiere on her way out. He asks her to go out on their anniversary. Then she immediately just, I guess, kind of gets over being jealous and joins him. Then you see that she was planning to kill Belle because the bathtub sled is connected to the footrest dog. And the scissors, I guess, were used to cut the ropes a little bit so it would eventually break. And so she looks over unsure, like, oh, well, we'll might as well die. Doesn't tell Lumi anything. Like, you could just say, hey, I think the rope is loose, we should stop. But no, she doesn't say shit. So Lumi sweats a little bit. Then they do disconnect. And oh no, what are we gonna do? Then Lumi is like, well, I guess we'll just accept death.
There's only one thing to do. We must scream like bloodless cowards.
Belle overhears the small adamant objects yelling outside while she's high up in the castle and runs down to them. Lumi is like,
now I believe we shall perish.
Then they proceed to do just that. Just kidding, they're stuck on a branch. A tale as old as time. Everyone shows up to help. They make a barrel of fucking monkeys, ass rope to get them. There's a funny joke here where Lumi pulls out a letter for her to read and it just ends up getting blown away in the wind. And he's like,
the words, they escape me.
I got a little kick out of that one. He confesses his love to her, saying he loves her. And she's like, you do? Which has never been said in that 5 years that they've been together. The branch breaks, they fall to their death. But oh, darn, I guess saved again. I guess things are as they seem. End of Fifi's Folly. What did I just watch? Why did we stop on Belle's face? Episode 3, Broken Wing, which judging by this cover, is probably going to be nothing eventful. It's going to happen, and it's probably going to be about a bird that can't fly. Let's start. Beast Castle. Cogsworth. You bellowed? Girls join me for lunch tomorrow. Okay, he belittles him a little bit, talking about losing control of his staff. The next scene, we see the infamous bird that we, from the cover, just smack a wall, and it's windy, and it falls conveniently into the balcony door as Belle is opening it, and wardrobe chick is like, I'm allergic to birds. You're a wardrobe. Uh-oh. Beast is at the door, proceeds to put the poor bird in the wardrobe girl, and then Beast comes in.
You're having lunch with me.
Am I?
Nuh-uh.
I am not.
Then does it politely, and she says yes, which these guys' dynamic is just not working for me. And then I guess the Beast just leaves. Now we're back to the bird. Uh-oh, the wing is broken. Crazy. What are we gonna do?
Looks funny with a stick under his arm.
It's a splint chip. Chip spits at the bird. Beast Castle again. There's a scene with the clock boy and all the kitchen utensils, and I swear to you, nothing happens here. Beast Castle shot again.
Where is she?
It's past 12 and no Belle for lunch. Where is she? Oh, taking care of the bird. Beast goes to find her.
Forgot all about you.
Forgot.
Oof. She just tells him, I was just taking care of the wounded bird. He doesn't like that.
You were supposed to eat with me.
The Beast chased the bird through the room, and a very bad job at it, might I add. It runs away. The Beast falls down some stairs, dead.
Please wake up.
He wakes up, sees the bird, says, that's beautiful. The bird must never leave the castle. What is happening? He bird naps the bird because he likes the way it like tweets and sings to him. So like, did the fall just mess with his brain? He puts it in a cage and is confused why it won't sing to him. Oh, I don't know, probably because it's sad now. Cogsworth is like, well, maybe you just gotta sing to the bird to get it to sing. And Beast is like, that's a great idea, sing to the fucking bird.
Sing. That's terrible.
Immediately regrets it.
Go get Belle.
Because her voice is better, I guess. He gets Belle, and he goes, why won't it sing to me?
Because he isn't happy.
I'd run away if I was in a cage too. Oop, slip up. But she leaves, so nothing happens. Beast Castle yet again. Jesus Christ. The Beast takes the bird to the West Wing. Do you guys remember that place? Breaks the lock of the cage with his paws, tells the bird to go free, and it flies away. And then it falls again. Like it's only been an hour. I don't think it's healed yet. The Beast jumps down parkour style. Clock follows. He gets saved from death. Beast rescues the bird again, and then it just flies away. I guess it's just magically healed within the fall that I just did. I'm so mad right now, I'm exhausted. The next scene, we are finally having lunch. Fucking bird comes back with a girlfriend, and Belle and Beast stare at them for a little while. The clock boy rants in the background as we zoom out to a shot of Beast Castle, fade out, and that is Broken Wing. Book, roll credits, and that's Belle's Magical World. Guys, this might have been one of the worst movies I have seen in my life. And it wasn't even a movie, but I'm glad it's over. I can see now why they probably decided to cancel this TV show, unlike the Aladdin one. And oh boy, I guess back then they were just making these movies for their shows, so dodge the bullet here. Final thing, I do want to add that there was a 4th episode to this, and it was released in the 2003 special edition DVD. It was called Mrs. Potts Party, which honestly, it probably sounds like the best one of all of them, but I'm not going to watch it. No, I don't want to. It wasn't in the version I had that I had to rip, so absolutely not. You know, a wise person once said that there is a Disney employee who had the idea to salvage episodes created for an animated TV series that wasn't going to materialize by stringing them together as a direct-to-video feature film, noting that it resulted in one of the very worst movies Disney put their name on. I'll leave y'all at that. When we come back next week, the next direct-to-VHS sequel, which I'm 99% sure is by the Canada Animation Studio, we'll discuss more next week. Pocahontas 2. I'll see you. Pocahontas 2, Journey to a New World is a 1998 American direct-to-VHS video sequel to the 95 Pocahontas movie by Disney. Talk about an intro. The production took 2 years and occurred in the US, Japan, and Canada. So yeah, the Canada studio is actually involved in this one, but it was still primarily made by the Walt Disney Television Animation Studio. Is the first Disney direct-to-video film to be in widescreen format. There's something there. But since it was a VHS, it's actually presented in a cropped full-screen format. So, just kidding. But the film was released in its original widescreen format for the 2000 DVD release, Gold Classic Edition. This is useless information. Listen, y'all, I rewatched the first movie before getting into this one to refresh on what happened, because I'm not a fan of the original Pocahontas movie, believe it or not. Like, the only thing I liked was like the Colors of the Wind song and the first time that she meets Jon Snow. I just think that's really greatly animated. And I know the historical inaccuracy is all over the place, and believe me, this movie doesn't make it any better, but it actually makes it worse. But more on that on the end.
I always wondered what happened to her character.
Let's click the focus on icon to find out.
Other than that, I think that's it for the backstory, so let us begin. Open shot, dark town, John Smith, looking at a map, raided by like the SWAT team. He's under arrest, ends up running away, some parkour on the top of roofs with angles. Everyone has perfect balance. No one falls off. These are trained professionals. J.K. John slips up. I take it back. Hanging on for dear life. Then the villain from the first movie, who didn't he get ambushed by his men in the last movie? Regardless, he's okay. And he just happens to also be on... Got my cat playing with my lights over here. Cat. As John is hanging on for dear life, he just happens to be on the roof also, and he just kind of lectures John for a second, you know, and then he steps on his hand, and John falls and dies. The guy goes to confess to the king and queen that he could have saved him, and they're like, we'll wait for the others. Roll opening, Pocahontas 2, Brave New World, Journey to a New World. Snow, we are back at Pocahontas Village. They're doing some chores, they're doing some work, maybe just a snowball fight. She misses John, don't we all? Raccoon teases the dog by eating his treats in front of him. Kind of rude. They see Poco, I'm gonna call her Poco. They see, is that bad? They see Poco reminiscing, sad and shit. She sings, where do I go from here? John is gone and dead, but I'll keep thinking about him. Song was okay. Comparing them to the other sequel ones we've done, that's a compliment. That's about it. Next song, or next scene, we see the pilgrims or something. They're building their little village in the New World. Pocahontas is there. Maybe John is on that boat pulling up. The first guy off the boat insults her.
Filthy barbarian.
Bird doesn't like that. Fucks his bag up. Animals scare the horse. She saves the guy who just insulted her from the horse that's charging at him. Insults him again.
Bloody savage!
Like, should have not saved him. Her village was spying. My cat's just doing laps around this place. You having a good day? That's good to hear. Sleep on the bag while you're at it. Her village was spying on everyone this whole time. They see what the guy did. They charge the village. A new handsome guy shows up. Who is this guy? Is he a new interest? Probably. Rip John, I guess. New handsome guy whose name is also John. So don't get us confused, all right? He overhears people talking about Pocahontas and how she'd never let this happen. And he's like, Pocahontas, I gotta meet this person. What? He pulls up to the tribe and is like, I want to give this horse as a gift to Pocahontas. And he sees her and he's like, oh, it's you. We're doing good so far, guys. They get in some arguments about some land, pretty typical stuff. She agrees to go to the New World to meet their king to negotiate. And New John doesn't like that, but ultimately agrees. Caramel. We're just posted right here now. Are you comfortable? You're showing your ass to the world, but if that's what we gotta do. So let's see what happens. Quick conversation with Grandma Tree Willow.
I told you to listen with your heart.
She makes her listen. Also, there's this weird transition from the tree to this hole in this crate. Not sure what that implies, but let's continue. She's getting ready to board the boat. The raccoon and the dog try to smuggle themselves with her. We get a pretty emotional scene with her friend saying goodbye. It didn't make me cry, but maybe some. Most emotion I've gotten so far in the sequel VHS movies. We're A+ there. And she's off. What new journey awaits in the new world? But oof, looks like all the animals decided to smuggle themselves on board, immediately catch seasickness. Raccoons get waterboated or something. Goes to throw up. Dog's drunk, I think. Poco and John, they have a moment. Maybe something brewing there. I don't know. I missed the other John. Meow, 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 meow. They make it to London, which I looked up, and back then it would have been like a 6 to 8 day, probably like a 8-day trip, which oof, the village breaks into a song right after they arrive, which I wish all towns were like this. They just think about their daily activities in London town, not missing much here. They are a little surprised and taken aback from Poco because she's a foreigner. No one's ever seen her before. She's also just climbing their trees. So, I mean, that's understandable. Also, during this song, there's this other guy, his name escapes me. This other guy, he joined Poco, I guess, as like a bodyguard. He says 0 lines in the entire movie. Best character. He's just following her through the village. And the whole time, he's just cutting wood, like the whole song. So he's pretty gangster for that. We run into the bad guy from the first movie. He's still looking for gold.
There is no gold.
Also, the village guy, bodyguard guy, refuses to ride in the carriage, so he just crosses his arms and he just runs behind the carriage the whole way to New John's house. We're gonna call this guy New John, all right? So New John goes, New John goes to see the king to let him know that he brought back not the villagers' king, but a woman.
A woman?
He decides to invite her to the hunt ball, whatever that means. Scene later, Poco shows up in her underwear. John is shook and a little shy. Another song, the house lady sings while changing her clothes. That's about it. Almost kills the bird.
One more bow.
New John gets her a necklace, so she takes off her old one, and the bird doesn't like that. I'm assuming this was a gift from her tribe or family or something. The cat is just smacking the microphone with her tail. She's just making sure this is as difficult as it can be for me. The bad guy from the first movie pays off a street rat guy, presumably maybe trying to rig this so-called hunt ball. I guess we'll find out. Pocahontas comes out in a dress, which Disney is really trying to make her a Disney princess. But then they head out, tribe guy still following on foot. They make it to the hunt ball. Short guy here introduces them, then stops the tribe guy saying, "You need a jacket," and takes his, which is kind of badass. The king is not impressed. He goes, what do you think of my kingdom? And she's like, it's cute.
I think you must be a great king.
Then he just gets an immense amount of child energy, not much different than mine. He welcomes her, so all is well. Everyone infatuates over her. Some dancing later. She sits next to the king. Then the show starts. There's like some magician guy over here doing a dance, but an evil one. It's a song, guys. Things are not what they appear. A bear just shows up. They torture it a little bit. She's not having it. Stops the show. Tells them they are barbarians. What? Now everyone hates her and they try to seize her. Crazy how the shit just flips just like that 180. Arrests her ass and the guy with swag. New John contemplates about what to do. Then there's a mysterious hooded guy just shows up. He just walks to New John. And then there's the next scene. They're on the boat, the both of them. Apparently now we're working together. Who could this mysterious hooded figure be? They try to open the prison gates. They ambush inside trying to break Poco out. They do, and she hugs New John. And this mysterious hooded guy takes off his hood. And oh my God, it's old John. He's alive. Why do we have two John interests? Carmel, why do we have two John interests? Cat, come on, Disney. She thought he was dead.
Greatly exaggerated.
But they bust out of jail. Old John locks the guards in. New John is fighting the guards on some stairs. The Johns basically tag team this prison escape. New John looks at the tribe guy and he's like, are you riding or are you running? Which I found funny. He still chooses to run though. The bridge breaks. He does some impressive maneuvering to get over it. Also, I paused on this shot to use the restroom and I came back and I admired it for a little bit, so. They end up escaping. Old John explains why he never wrote to her. I don't know what's happening with all that. Back to her, she sings a singy song. She sits in front of a tree that eerily looks like the grandma tree. She has a little moment. And then she comes back to John and she's going back to the human village that wants to kill her ass. She's crazy.
This is insane. Nuts. Tell her she's crazy.
You're crazy.
Heads back, they bust in the king's castle. He calls for the guards, but oh no, the no-speaking swag guy just walks in with the guards, all badass style, and then she just kind of talks to him about the war. Old John shows up and everyone's shook that he's still alive. He convinced everyone old villain guy was lying to the king and everyone the whole time. Then they go after him to stop him from going back to the new world. They raid the boat, fucking everybody up in there, Bird included. They unhook the anchor, and now the boat's out of control. The old villain disrespects the England flag. He gets into a sword fight tussle with Old John. He brings him down. He begs for mercy, but oh no, Gun sneaky sentence him to death. Conveniently, the bow of a ship just perfectly hooks him by the other John. And now he's dangling.
I so would have preferred to see you hang.
A little brutal. Bro gets tossed overboard, swims to the land, greeted by the king, gets arrested, no more lies. The next scene, she's talking to New John, I guess singing or something, a little tense. The old John shows up and he's like, yeah, energy, they gave me the ship back, babe. But she stares back at New John, kind of like, damn, I like him too. Overall, she decides not to stay with old John, goes back to the village looking for New John, can't find him, boards the boat back to her new home. New John was on the boat. Does she just not like old John anymore? What happened? The poor guy died. He basically came back and she basically just gave him like a Dear John letter. And then she just sails back to her village with the new John. Just fuck the old John, you know? Like, damn. I cue song, roll credits. And that's Pocahontas 2, Journey to a New World. This ending made no goddamn sense to me. After a little bit more research, you know, I don't really know the motivation behind why she left old John for new John. Canonically, if we're gonna go into the lore and the history of apparently what happened, I don't know. This is apparently what happened. Pocahontas did travel to England in 1660, although at the time she was there and she got like baptized and shit. Changed her name, get this, to Rebecca. Because like in the film, she appears to have stayed in England for like maybe like a week or two, but she actually in real life remained in England until she died. So the return voyage that she has with New John at the end was halted before the ship made it to open sea. Pocahontas was too ill for them to continue. And then she died. Also, for being historically accurate here, by the way, the bad guy from the first movie, his name's Ratcliffe. I don't like that name. He died in 1609, 7 years before Pocahontas even came to England. She did encounter John Smith during her stay, but was angry with him for betraying the kin relationship that her father had established with him. So maybe that's a reason why, I do not know. And one final thing, hear me out, guys. During that scene where she first makes it to London, there is a character who apparently looks like Shakespeare, but in real life, Shakespeare died 2 months before Pocahontas made it to the city. That's also inaccurate or some shit. And apparently the Hamlet play was made before Pocahontas showed up.
Who was voiced by one of the stars of Titanic, Billy Zane.
Playing a character in an animated film is extraordinary.
One final note, I think that's it. Thank you for suffering with me on this. I really didn't want to watch Pocahontas 2. This is one of those ones I'm just like, I just can't wait to get through this one. So it might be a shorter video. Who knows? When I return next week, we'll be covering the 6th direct to VHS sequel movie, Lion King 2. Thank God. The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride, is an American animated direct-to-VHS sequel movie to The Lion King, if you didn't know. It was released October of 1998, which weren't like the last 3 direct-to-VHS movies also released in 1998 that I did. The film was later re-released on DVD, which changed the title from the Roman numeral 2 to the number 2 in 2004. Not sure why. The possibility for it was already talked about before the first Lion King even came out.
For me as the director, what I did was I thought of, there's the first film that exists as a whole, and then I thought about the second film. What's a story that begins here but doesn't actually end at the end of the first film but ends at the end of the second film? And that's where the huge story comes out of.
In 1995, they said that they're going to release a sequel within the next year because none of the original animators were involved in the production, the normal animators, right? The majority of the animation was done by Walt Disney Television Studios, not in Canada, even though they were involved, but in Australia.
Well, the new Lion King movie was released today in Australia, going straight to video this time. And as Alberici reports, Hollywood had an awful lot of help from Australia on this particular production.
To try and explain to people that everything they see was drawn by Australians, like all the animation, all the acting, all the backgrounds, was all done by just normal Australians in Australia.
However, the storyboarding, pre-production work, that was done in Burbank. It was reported that in the first three days, it sold like over 3 million copies. And in 2001, it was sold more than 15 million copies, which making it like over $300 million or some shit. And it ended up being one of the top selling direct VHS releases of all time, with over $450 million made in sales and rentals. I think a couple of years ago, I have no idea.
Why the decision to take this one straight to video?
I think when the movie was first written, I don't think anyone expected it to look this good, to come out this well.
Regardless, they got the original cast back for this one, except for 1 or 2 of them. Definitely a different Zazu. But other than that, I'm really excited for this one. I haven't seen it since I was a wee little cub. So let's see how it holds up. Open shot, giraffes, elephants, a bird, night. Damn, we're back at Pride Rock. It's been a minute. We got a song, not as good as A Circle of Life. He Lives in You. We get another Circle of Life shot, just with a different song. So it's pretty creative here. Noah's Ark animals go a little crazy.
Now who's gonna raise
him? His parents?
Okay, sure, get technical.
It's a girl!
Girl!
Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. So Kiara, the lion, is Simba's daughter that they had, right? She gets lectured about bad people from Papa Simba and Mama Nala. She goes to explore. There's the warthog, the meerkat. They go to watch her all sneakily. She sees the great outdoors. In the distance, the 2 fools sneak up on her and scare her, and she falls to her death. Just kidding. Timon scared the kid with some bugs, grubs, disgusted. More for the warthog then.
Crunchy! Let's fill it! Tastes good! Let's fill it! Tastes good! No fat! Let's fill it! Tastes good! No fat!
The kid wanders off, runs into another kid lion, eerily resembling Scar. Both of them kind of decide just to kind of stand on the water. But oh no, it's gator infested. After a very tense escape scene, they escape. And they just kind of laugh it off, This new kid's name is Kovu. I think they're becoming friends. There's also this other lion kind of watching over them, just looking kind of pissed for some reason. Then, oh no, Papa Simba shows up with the squad. Everyone just kind of introduces each other here.
Zira, Simba, Nala, Zira,
Timon, Pumbaa. Great, now that we all know each other.
Get out of Pride Land!
So apparently this Kovu kid was the last born before Simba exiled everyone that was bad. So technically he's supposed to be the king. Simba banishes them. The kids are sad. The kid gets lectured a little bit when they get back. Good dad Simba here going, you're the circle of life. She doesn't want to be a queen. That's like saying you don't want to be a lion.
It's in your blood.
Take a guess. Another song. I actually like this one. We Are One. You can tell the writers were more excited to work on a Lion King movie than a Pocahontas one. So pretty good so far.
Tears of pain, tears of joy, one thing nothing can destroy.
We're like 1 for 20 so far of the songs I liked in these direct-to-VHS sequel movies. So A+. Next scene. Kids getting made fun of. We run into a flea spastastic lion. I assume this is like his brother, his family, his mom. Mom lectures the kid very menacing-like, but somewhat proud of him because he's trying to get the girl. A little confusing. Hush! The mom sings,
Hush, my little one.
The animation is really good in this scene. Honestly, just in this whole movie. Shout out to the Australia crew. This evil mom singing about killing Simba, hoping to train the kid to do it also. Pretty normal stuff. What a guy. Next, Rafiki's talking to himself, basically predicting the future of him being overthrown. He has a strange revelation of both the kids being together.
I just hope you know what you are doing.
So all of a sudden, we're like 10 years later, not sure how we got here. The movie just doesn't even pull up a little text box or anything. It's just like the future now. And Kovu is trained for blood and has to kill Simba and be the king. Shit got intense real quick. Back at Pride Rock, Kiara's all grown up. She goes out. Simba sends the bodyguards again to watch her. Now we're back at Scary Town. Hyenas are gone. This guy's not scared. This guy's scared of everything. Chance. Back to the bodyguards, sneaking around, doing some impressive work hiding behind these trees. I also paused it on this scene to go to the restroom, and when I got back, I kind of just started staring at the lion's face for a second, so I'm gonna subject you to this. It's like 3 brushstrokes on that face. The bodyguards get trampled.
This must be where the deer and the antelope play.
She's pissed they followed her. She runs away, runs into the scared spaz flea lion. They just kind of light up the savannah, trying to kill Kiara, but the fire is kind of like really far originally. But don't underestimate how fast it spreads. Papa Simba sees the smoke in the distance and runs to the rescue. Back at the savannah, damn, she's just getting engulfed. Barely makes it out alive, gets confronted by Kovu. He actually saves her, and they both fall off the cliff into some water, but they don't recognize each other. Then they do some cat pounces for a second, and then she recognizes him.
Kovu?
Then the parents show up.
Kovu.
Simba. Fucking Rafiki just shows up and he just goes,
How dare you save the king's daughter?
He wants to join their pride. No. But like he saved Kiara, so you know, like they kind of owe him that. So yeah, I guess he can join the clique, which is like a very big favor to ask. Simba is a little skeptical, but you know, he agrees. Kovu is just kind of lying around. He says he can teach her.
We start at dawn.
Back at the freak show camp, they're just inching closer to their master plan of getting Kovu close to Kiara. So yay there.
Now, the closer Kovu gets to the daughter, the closer he gets to Simba.
Simba has a fucking nightmare of not saving his dad again. What a fucked up dream. Next scene, Kovu gets jump scared by the girl.
I'm ready for my first lesson.
He jumps the meerkat, scared him to death. He was just feasting.
Hey, for once, we're not following you.
Then he gets pecked. The bodyguards want the kids to roar, to scare the birds away from the bugs. It worked, and a bird took the meerkat up into the sky. Run to the birds. They hide like in a rock crack, and these two basically are kissing. Ooh, now they're stargazing, talking about some lions they see in the sky. One of them looks like Scar, he says.
Maybe there's a darkness in me too.
We get another scenic scene of Simba and Nala looking at the stars. Always impressive there. He ponders. She tells him to get to know the kid. We get like a fucking mirror scene with the kids doing the same shit Simba and Nala were doing. Fucking Rafiki shows up again. He starts messing with Kovu. They follow the monkey. He takes them to Upendi. Cue song. It's just a song about them being in Upendi. Like, look at this shit. Look at these animals. Nothing of advancement happens in this song, so he kind of tortures them a little bit, kind of just dropping them leaf to leaf in some like water accident, drowning shit. Probably just a little tease, you know. They enjoy it. It ends kind of strange. They say goodnight to each other. What a day we just had today. They go their own way. Simba wants to finally get acquainted with the boy, kind of like a good stepdad, you know. The exiles are also watching from a distance. You know, they're kind of having thoughts that maybe he doesn't want to kill him now. Next scene, he's having thoughts about not wanting to kill Simba now. They go out to have a talk, and then you hear the freak show lions surround them. This seems a little outnumbered.
Well done, Kovu. Just like we always planned.
You! Now Simba feels betrayed. They attack. They hightail Simba. He runs for his life. We get Simba's nightmare again, where he's hanging on for dear life. Fucking one of the crackhead lions goes in to get him. He gets trampled by some wood. Actually, by a lot of the wood. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, he's dead. No. Simba makes it back to Pride Rock and collapses. Back at the freak show lions, Mom's pissed in Little Scar. It gives him a slap on his face. Oh, now he looks like Scar.
What have you done?
I did nothing.
They chase him out of the tribe, and now since Simba's kind of weak, they all are like, we gotta go back and attack him, and let's go now. Next scene, Kovu just kind of stumbles back into Pride Rock. Everyone's shocked. Timon wants Adam.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Okay! I think you're missing the basic point here.
You don't belong here. Exile! Now a song starts. Deception. They deception him out of Pride Rock. They not like us. This song actually was really good too. I won't lie. Deception, disgrace, deception, disgrace, deception, disgrace. Simba says you can never see him again, but he loves me.
I know he's following in Scar's paw prints.
You will never be Mufasa. Ooh. She goes away to go find Kovu, sings a little song while she's at it too. This song's whatever. It's just thinking about how like the world they would create and how amazing it would be. Love will find a way. It's a duet, by the way, so they end up running to each other during the song, and they kind of like make up during it, so all is well, I guess. He gives her a lick. They agree to go back to Pride Rock instead of running away. The crackhead lions are inching closer to Pride Rock. The bodyguard is getting a fight about who was supposed to watch her.
You were gonna watch it! You were gonna watch it! Watch this! Oh! Fatty!
Fucking Zazu Bird flies in saying, war is coming. Fucking war. War! Now we're just like in a battle scene all of a sudden. Attack! Bloodshed everywhere. Timon and Pumbaa thinking about getting a new motto.
I thought our motto was Hakuna Matata. Pumbaa, stop living in the past.
The moms get into a cat fight. Timon uses Pumbaa's ass as a fart weapon. The showdown between the parents go down. But oh no, the kids stop it.
Daddy, this has to stop.
Basically, Kiara does a motivational speech about how they are no different than us. What difference do you see?
Look at them. They are us.
Then he's like, you right. And the others love that speech and decide not to attack anymore. But the freak mom wants to fight, but everyone is against her now. So she attacks the king. The daughter jumps in the way. They fall down a cliff. Simba follows. These movies just have a lot of lines hanging for dear life from these cliffs with just impending doom below now, huh? It's like the 4th time this has happened. I don't know, they're like trying to save her, but she's still trying to fight back. Like, bro, at this point, just give up.
I'll help you.
She dies. Oh well, I mean, she tried. Let's go home.
All of us.
I guess we kind of just forgot about her now, like 30 seconds later. We go to the top of Pride Rock and growl for a little bit. Big happy family. James Earl Jones speaks from the heavens above.
Well done.
Pan out. We are the one. The end. And that's Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. What a movie. Also, during like the end credit scene, would you look at that? It was the Canada studio. They were involved. I will say they have had some improvements. Overall, this was the best one so far. It felt like a proper movie, a good sequel. The songs were good for the most part.
Zira is sleek. She's a mature woman, you know, which lends perfectly to a feline. The qualities of a Disney villain or a villainess is that they're mean. They have a reason for being mean.
I mean, not much to complain here. They did have some similarities between like the first movie. It just seems like a lot of rehashing and retelling of the same story. I guess that's a negative, but yeah, I mean, I fuck with it. So some fun facts about the movie. The CEO at the time, Michael Eisner, he urged for Kovu's relationship to Scar to be changed during production as like being Scar's son would have made him Kiara's cousin. That's just a little fucking weird. Basically, the movie just kind of gradually became like just a variation of like Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, you know? So I don't know what Disney was just feeling in 1998 with just the Shakespeare influence. I don't know, one of the guys who worked on the film said the difference is that you understand the position of the parents in this film a way you never did in a Shakespeare play, which I don't know if that is accurate. According to like an early concept of the film, the movie was supposed to originally be called Return to Pride Rock. I don't know. But like, other than that, I mean, I had a fun time watching this movie. Shit, like, I think we got scored our first good movie. That's crazy.
Sometimes it's as simple as the animator getting down on all fours and acting it out. I would do that.
But other than that, I mean, I think that's it. So, I mean, thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next direct to VHS Disney sequel movie. An extremely goofy movie. Fuck yeah. An Extremely Goofy Movie is a 2000 animated comedy film distributed by the Disney company, home video produced by the television animation. It's standalone to the 1995 original Goofy movie and the finale to the series of a Goof Troop. Welcome to my 7th, I think it's my 7th video, it might be my 8th. Welcome to my 7th video in this series where I tackle each Disney direct to VHS video sequel. Also, before I start, got a new lava lamp, but this is the old one, but I got the new one, and my issue is that the goddamn light bulb does not work. So we're stuck with this broken one that I broke like 3 videos ago, so maybe it'll go up. Maybe it won't. I won't lie, y'all. There really isn't a lot of info that I found about this sequel movie. There's a lot about the first movie, so that's basically what the background footage I'm going to be using for this. One thing I do want to add, though, before we watch the movie, is that there's a little inconsistency error that I think there is. Basically, Max in the first movie, he was 14 at the end of his high school year in a Goofy movie, which would mean that he just finished his 9th grade in that movie. So if Max finished 9th grade in 1995, wouldn't he logically finish 12th grade in 3 years later in 1998, assuming that he started college that same year without taking a year off in between high school and college? It doesn't make any sense. All I'm saying is that Max's age doesn't make sense in this. Max's love interest, Roxanne, from the first movie is not in this movie due to story difficulty and that she just didn't work into the movie at all. I guess they went to different colleges or something. But other than that, I really think that's all I could find. But buckle down. I'll talk a little bit more at the end. But buckle down because I really love this movie and all its weird plot holes. So let's start. All right, open shot. We get a very reminiscent throwback to the old Goofy shorts with the Goof Man himself. Hitting the gong. I don't know, I feel like I've seen this before. An extremely goofy movie. They got Skater Max doing some flips with his buds. This is the late 90s. Skating is up. Tony Hawk is in. Max is going to college. So we throw in a little getaway party. You know, we got the little hooligan kid, bad boy kids only excited about going to college because of the X Games, which isn't a thing. Not even back then. But man, what else is college good for? Goof Man is sad that his son is leaving, but Pete is excited as fuck about his son leaving, which didn't he love the ever-living shit out of him in the first movie? So like, what happened in those 3 years since? I don't know. But PJ got some explaining to do. Also, his voice actor is the same as Carl Weezer from Jimmy Neutron. So that's basically all I'm gonna hear this entire movie and might accidentally refer to him as such. All right, Goofy Goof. Yes, that's his real name. Over here is Bobby. You remember Bobby talking about the X Games? And he tells Max,
"That there X Games fiddle faddle may be all well and fun. You're going off to college to make something of yourselves."
Exactly.
Which I hear that every day.
Well, no thanks, I'm saving room for weenies.
Goofy Goof gives him a lesson on horseshoes, which no one plays anymore unless you're at a bar. Kids ignored him, started eating.
Save a weenie for me.
Max Goof packs for college and he gets into a fight with Goof about his stuffed animals that he wants to take with him. Which wasn't this the same one he had in the last movie? Also, even in the Mickey Christmas one, I remember, I don't know, I feel like I've seen it before. Instead, he gives him a typewriter as a gift, as a going away present. So there's that. He goes to bed. He cuddles with the bear. Goofy Goof watches. I also paused it on this shot in the next scene because I was distracted by this photo on the wall. I wanted to admire it with y'all for a second. The composition on Goofy Goof's eyes just make it look like he's not ready to be a father. Very impactful. Next scene, Maxie Max just heads out to orientation just mid-breakfast. Goof sad. This is like the same reaction my dad had when I moved to Florida to work for Disney. He sees he left his bear and cries a little bit. Bobby's on the wheel. He gets distracted by the map. He runs into some cornfields and he comes out the other end of them right on campus. So they start checking out the ladies.
Welcome you to the first day of the rest of our lives.
They spot this guy named Bradley Uppercut the Third, and they're mesmerized by him. Next scene, we see Goofy at work in a factory that makes kids' toys. Like, was he always an assembly line worker? Wasn't he a photographer in the last movie? Wasn't he also have a different job in the Christmas movie? I don't remember seeing anything about this anywhere, not even in the comics. Anyway, he presses this button on the factory line and he goofs up the whole factory. It explodes. Now he's fired.
You're fired!
After a quick skate through the neighborhood with the gang, they skate past Uppercut the Third. They just skate by him normally, you know, no impressive stunts. And everyone's like, damn, did you see how good they were skating? But did you see those moves? What the weird thing about skating now is that, like, it's definitely, like, taking a decline. Like, no one really skates anymore. Like, I don't even look twice at skaters anyway if they skating past me. You know, I can't even skate. Brad the Third and his crew start following them. I also paused on this screen and I was looking at the names. A Goofinator. They go to this hipster coffee shop called the Bean Scene, which is funny because there's also a place near me called the Bean Scene, but it's a hookah lounge.
Life is like a lime.
A couple snaps later, Bradley Uppercut the Third introduces himself. to Max Goof and wants to make him his first draft on their X Games fucking draft, but not his friends. So he kindly refuses. Brad the Third gets upset. He says, "You don't want to be weighed down by those clowns."
Check it.
They start messing with his friends. The hipster girl stops them. They intimidate them with snaps. They make a bet or something. Goofy is unemployed, but he can't get a job because he don't got a degree. And he needs one to get a job, so I can see where this is going. Goofy is in college. He has got some real swag on him. Goofy has an afro, very impressive.
Groovy for college. Dad, you're scaring people.
All right, PJ Carl Weezer here freaks out for Max. I'm also loving the gut belly here on Bobby Cheeseman. Very accurate. I love that he has like a bigger role in this movie, even though he's not really eating cheese. Max explains why Goofy Goof is in college with them.
Can't find a good job without a degree.
Fired? Whoa. You mean like his pink slip was showing?
Goofy barges in the next morning, wakes their asses up. It's time to roll. What game is this? Goofy Goof basically messed up all the girls Max is trying to flirt with. He's just a giant cock block. Max gets a paper airplane letter and he heads out to the aisle that it says at the library. Maxie tries to get Goof a library card. He ends up flirting with a librarian, which, listen, I don't know if I'm just stuck in the past, but what happened to Clarabelle? The cow? Isn't she the mom of Max? I don't know, but the vibes, I don't know, but they vibe about the 70s. She asked him to go out on a date.
You know, Goofy, you're pretty groovy.
He don't know how to act.
Shucks.
Maxie is grinding away. He just runs into his dad, who just wants to tell him that he got a date.
Hey, isn't that baby Goof's old man?
How does he know who he is? He asked Max to join his skateboard team because they did so good. He says no. Then Uppercut the Third asks Goofy Goof to join their team. And Max overhears them and he convinces his dad to join the Brad 3 team. So now they're rivals or something. Carl PJ does some wordplay to impress the hipster girl.
It is endemic of the current culture that those with large stature are overlooked. The height of their passion, the beauty of... And
they go dance, shake your groove thing just kind of starts playing, and Goofy Goof and the librarian, her name is Sylvia, I think it's Sylvia, by the way. They just have like a grooving session. It's cute. They fall in love pretty fast for some old people. I guess they don't have much time to take it slow. Next scene, Brad 3 gets turned into a girl. I don't know, some weird ritual is happening with Goofy and the fraternity, but he lights his ass up, sprays the fire extinguisher into his mouth. The next scene, we are at the X Games, sponsored by ESPN and ESPN2, which, hear me out, I think around this time, Disney acquired ESPN, right? And they wanted to try to boost it. And I assume they must have thought that skateboarding was the sport that kids like and threw it into this movie, which I hope that's not the case. It's still a good movie, but like I hope it wasn't like a last minute plug-in, and that's the reason. Let's continue. There's a kid that kind of waves at the camera. The first trials begin, and Goofy Goof is first up. They give him a boosted board, which is probably illegal. He beautifully fumbles through the tracks and just gets basically straight 10s. Max is shocked. Then Maxie goes off and Uppercut the Third flashes a little mirror in his face, which is also illegal. Mid.
You may have won this time, but Dad, this campus just isn't big enough for the both of us.
He says leave him alone and just get his own life. All right, it's midterm time. The first question. Goofy zones off during the test, having a little acid trip, it seems. He's just fantasizing about Max. Must have been a good trip. Definitely the strangest part of the movie. I don't know what the animators were smoking during this,
but I like it.
Halfway through, it turns into a bad trip, and then he lands in the void. Test is over. He didn't even answer a question. Everyone's gone. He missed the date with Silva, library lady. Must have been a long trip. Max gets humbled by a girl.
I know you. Aren't you?
Yeah, Max.
Goofy son.
He then decides to head over to the bean scene.
Do you ever wonder why we're always like wearing gloves?
He orders a double shot, thinks about transferring schools because of just one game.
Can't even beat my father, who is probably the most athletically challenged man in the universe.
Cheese Boy convinces Maxie to stay, and we'll just fuck up the other team. Goof Man Goof apologizes to the library Silva, says he got to get his grades up or whatever. She accepts him, and with a little he topples over the books. He doesn't get in trouble. Now it's time to train for those tests. He goes to take another midterm, gets straight A's. Goofy wants to quit the team.
Nobody quits the Gammas.
Then they kick him out. After he gets kicked out, he forgot to return his pin, so he just kind of casually walks back in. He overhears them saying that they're gonna cheat to win.
I gotta warn Maxie.
He goes to tell Maxie, he doesn't listen, and he leaves. What's new? Now it's the finals. We got Team 1, the Gammas. Everyone freaks out because Goofy Goof isn't on the team anymore.
What happened to Goof, man?
A few games in, which we've never seen them practice for before even mentioned, like rock climbing, speed, racing, fucking biking, which Gamma cheats in all of them. Then it's skating time. They blast Carl Weezer into a different state. Now they can't compete because they're short a player. Is the kid okay? Then Maxie goes on the blimp just conveniently and tells Goofy Goof to come back and join their team. He does. After regrouping with his son, the game starts. Some more cheating ensues. Goofy hits an old lady. These guys have planned out so many different cheats and plans to win this race. It's actually very impressive. Is this all they do as their practice, is just to plan out ways to cheat? Bobby falls into some mud. He's out. Goofy hits uppercut the third. He ends up falling off his board, and he realizes now it's time for the final ultimate cheat. He pulls out his red button, but Goofy Goof hits him with that slow motion horseshoe right in the eyeball, and motherfucker falls on the red button and he presses it anyway, and boom, a rocket board right into the X Games. Dead? Max is alive. He hears one of the other Gammas that went with him into the X sign crying out for help.
911, baby!
All right, listen, y'all, this is a very controversial scene back in the day because it came out like, I think like a year before 9/11 happened. So just watch.
Maxie! Oh, Dad, help me lift this beam off a tank!
Come on, we're about to be baked Alaska here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's all over.
Coincidentally, this scene was edited out. Future releases after 9/11 happened. It's not on like any of the streaming ones. It's still available on the DVD, on the VHSs though, so we got that. They make it out. A little burnt coming out. They still finish the race, and Maxie Goof wins by a chest hair. Uppercut the third gets beat up by his friend, because obviously he left him for dead. Shoots him into the blimp, most definitely dead. Next scene, it's graduation. Maxie gives Goofy the trophy for whatever reason, tells him he got a job on campus. He freaks out. Also, he was just kidding. So did he get a job at all? I have no idea. Then they drive out into the sunset. Cheerful music plays, and that's an extremely goofy movie. I love this movie. Definitely my favorite one of the bunch. It was a good movie. One weird thing is how like the movie mostly takes place in the span of like, I'm assuming like a couple months, you know, and then it just seems to jump to graduation, that like that last 2 minutes of the movie. So did we just miss like 80% of like the school year? So who knows what happened? A few things I was disappointed in were no Roxanne. I mean, literally no love interest at all. No damn Powerline. Where the fuck was Powerline? Which is like the highlight of the last movie, and no damn Cheese Whiz. Like, Bobby did not think about cheese at all in this goddamn movie. Like, did he grow out of it? I also found out they released a soundtrack to the movie, a CD, and maybe it's on vinyl. It looks like it's on vinyl. I don't know. It seems like it was just released in Canada, so you know. Other than that, I don't think that there was much left, you know? Like, if I was to go into more lore about it, it would just be more lore about the original Goofy movie. I don't know if I'll ever review that one. Other than that, thank you guys for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS sequel movie, Little Mermaid 2. Man, The Little Mermaid 2 Return to Sea is a 2000 Disney animated direct-to-video sequel movie to the 1989 animated feature film The Little Mermaid. Welcome to my 8th direct-to-video Disney VHS sequel movie. I'm 90% sure it's my 8th now. The story takes place over a decade after the original film, and the movie brought back basically the whole cast for the most part, so there's no worries about that. Also, fun fact, this was the first Disney movie released during the 21st century. So we got some, I guess that's cute. The film was the 10th most successful direct-to-video sequel in 2000. I think it retailed with like over $120 million. The film sold 6 million VHS and DVD units in just 2000. All right, y'all, this is another movie where it was just really hard to find anything like behind the scenes because, like, you know, it sucks. But there's a ton about the first movie, so I guess it's gonna be having behind me. But I mean, honestly, like, other than that, there's really nothing else I can add to this. I will explain more about what we just watched at the end with some more fun facts. But other than that, I'm just gonna jump right into the movie. So buckle down for another trip under the sea. Also, to add, I didn't even touch my lava lamp, so it's still the same, so it's probably not going to go up. I didn't even fix the other one yet. Maybe next week, we'll see. But all right, let's go. All right, so we got a bird flying over the ocean castle. Hand. Oh, it's a baby. Oh, it's Ariel's baby. This movie, like I said, takes place like 10 years after the first one, so I guess they got a kid now. Also, Ariel looks somehow younger. Not sure how the animators managed that. The Little Mermaid 2 Return to the Sea. We immediately start off with a song. It's a very high-pitched opera song. Like, I don't even know what they are saying most of the time.
There's never been, not ever before, a child born of sea and shore.
They're just happy to be out on the sea, I guess, just cruising. The sea animals say that Ariel's coming by in a little bit.
Ariel's coming.
Ariel's coming.
All the mermaids and mermen look at them from the sea. There's a lot of them. It's been a long 10 years. King Triton comes out of the water to give her a shell necklace, but immediately gets kidnapped by Cat. King Triton comes out of the water, gives her a shell necklace, but immediately gets kidnapped by
Ursula's crazy sister!
Morgana.
Surrender the baby or else!
She has a sister this whole time. News to me. What do you gotta say? Do you got a comment? News to me. She summons a damn megalodon, threatens to drop the baby in there. Her name is Melody, by the way. Melody, baby's happy the whole time. Ursula demands a Triton. King Triton says you can't have anything. Ariel takes Eric's sword, cuts a random rope that just so happened to mess with her as she drops the baby. Eric uses that same rope to swing to the baby, catches it. Megalodon gets turned into a baby Dawn.
Anchovy!
She makes an ink tornado and fucking disappears, scrams.
There's no sign of her. She's vanished.
A quick conversation later, Ariel says she can't stay in the ocean because Morgana or whatever will get her. So now she can't stay in the water. Boo-hoo tells the crab to watch over her, which I guess Ariel and Eric aren't capable to watch their own daughter. The next scene, a scuttle runs into a window. It's apparently now Melody's 12th birthday. No one can find her. That seems to be a consistent thing in these movies. Sebastian finds her swimming in the water. Sebastian's not a good swimmer, even though he's a crab.
Hey, Sebastian, what's kicking?
She's hip. He tells her it is especially forbidden for you to be swimming beyond the safety of the sea walls. Any such woman is a reckless disregard of the rules. Stop that. So Melody swims around some more. My question is, does she know that she's part mermaid? Like, did her family ever tell her that? I mean, but I feel like she's got to know, because, like, does she not know that she doesn't have to get air at any time? She's like in the water for like a long time with no breathing, or are we ignoring that? She finds the clam that was given to her as a child, you know, that was just on the ground, so just perfectly found it. Back to Ursula, I mean Morgana. Did you know that's the same voice? The person who plays Ursula is the same one that plays her sister. I don't know. I guess they just couldn't find someone to compare, so we're just getting just like a skinny version of Ursula here. She turns the shark back to a megalodon shark, but fails.
I bet Ursula could have done it.
What? She's just jealous of her dead sister. Pretty typical stuff. She sees Melody and her little clam fortune ball and sees she has the clam necklace and is happy that she found it because reasons. Well, so is Morgana able just to watch her whenever she feels like it? Has she been watching her whole life? I need a better explanation for this film. Melody swims through the sewers to get to the party, sneaks back in. Kids gossip about her. She goes to change. Ariel comes in. Eric comes in and goes,
"Well, I'm just here to let you know there are a lot of people downstairs."
Oh, we'll be right down.
Just nagging. Where have I heard that before? They talk about their dreams, then Eric shows up a minute later.
How's it coming?
Oh. Like, bro. Then they go to the party. All right, my cat is just playing with my socks. Cat. A random kid asks her to dance. They do. By the way, Sebastian is tied to her back this whole time, and then he finally bites this random kid's hand. Overall, ends up destroying the cake. The other kids make fun of her for talking to a crab.
Who is she talking to?
She's talking to a crab.
Chef wants to kill the Jamaican crab, ends up destroying the whole party instead. The kids are laughing the whole time. Melody runs away. She goes to her room. The mom checks on her. What's wrong with me? She sees her name on the clam, opens it, sees that Atlantis or whatever is real. Her mom gets mad and she jumped or something.
Went over the wall, didn't you?
Actually, I went under it.
The mom gets more mad from that response. So yeah, I guess she didn't even tell her about being a mermaid this whole time. But also she still doesn't explain how she doesn't realize how she can breathe underwater forever with no question. She runs away. Eric is just there. She gets a boat, paddles away. Now it's Morgana's time to shine. Sebastian can't stop her. He tells the parents,
I don't deserve to live.
Where is she going?
To Morgana.
She just trusts this sus-looking shark to find the answers about the locket. We arrive at the Morgana estate. Very welcoming, very housewarming.
Sit. Feet up. Hungry? Afraid all I have is a cold plate.
She asks about La Clam. She tells her she's a mermaid. She wants to be a mermaid. Morgana goes, I can't help you. Goes, I can help you. Gets out an elixir. The shark gets extremely offended that
Ursula's magic. Where'd you get that?
I guess because that elixir could have turned him back into Megalodon. My catch is making noises. I guess because that elixir could have like turned him back to Megalodon, but also doesn't give any to him. Which I think there's enough because she drops a drop on her foot and she grows some fins. Immediately starts swimming. No questions asked. Triton catches up with the parents. Sends Ariel with Triton because she knows the waters or whatever. Leaves Eric behind. He's just kind of useless this movie. Triton turns Ariel back to movie 1 Ariel. Next scene, there's a song with Melody just excited to have a fin out of her shell. Turns out it's a duet with her mom. This song was very mid. I'ma skip it. A kid goes back to thank Morgana. She tells her the spell is temporary and the only way to make it last longer is to get King Triton's Triton. She agrees again. No questions asked. Sends her off to Atlantis to find that hoe. She's conniving. Next scene, cruising on the sea. We get this random encounter.
Help! We'll save you! Help! Mama! I can't reach her!
There's a lot going on here. There's also some new characters. Mr. Penguin, Mr. Walrus, also with insane energy. I think one of them is called Tip. I don't know the other one's name, so we're just gonna call him Mr. Penguin, Mr. Walrus. Quick ramble with a hammerhead shark later. They kill it.
Another plan perfectly executed.
They laugh them out of the tribe. They run into Melody. They insult each other for a little bit. Just kind of like a ripoff Timon and Pumbaa.
Fault. My fault?
Guys.
She's probably allergic to blubber.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe she doesn't like birds that can't fly!
She says she needs help or she'll get turned back into a human. I mean, overall, they decide to help her because she's a damsel in distress. Now they're off. Not without a song, though. I didn't like this one. It's just this guy, Max Casella, the voice of the Penguin, singing about going to Atlantica. He's also the voice of Daxter in Jak and Daxter games, so that's all I hear. Anyway, skipping this song. Next, they make it to Atlantica. Morgana is watching the entire time, though. Just stalking, just peeping Tom levels. Back with Ariel and Triton, she runs into the motherfucking Flounder, Big Flounder. Man, this guy settled down. He's a dad. You know, he let himself go. What a busy fish. Even though his voice is deeper, she asked him for help.
Really need your help.
Wild seahorses couldn't stop me.
He brings the kids along with him. I mean, I hate when fucking movies do that. So now Melody just kind of runs into some mermaids and mermans. I just want to be her friend. A little too friendly, if you ask me. The penguins drag her to the throne.
I'll catch you later.
She stares at her grandpa, sees the trident, almost catches the penguin walrus, gets interrupted. And now there's a chance. Oh no, they're coming back. She takes the trident. She drops her clam necklace. Leaves it. They find it and they know that she took it because she dropped it. Trying extra freaks out now. Goes every fish in the ocean to find her now. Ariel sees some stingrays that she apparently knows and follows them. She makes it back to Morgana. The shark scares the others away. So now she's all alone. Wait. Ariel followed the stingrays all the way to Morgana's lair. Right as she was about to hand her the trident, Ariel, right place, right time, stops them. Then they're both shocked that they're mermaids.
You're a mermaid?
Ariel!
The fucking witch insults the fish.
You brought Flopper with you.
The name's Flounder.
They argue over about who should have the trident. Melody is torn because her mom lied to her. The fucking witch goes, yeah, your mom lied to you. The mom goes, no, she's lying to you. Witch goes, no, she's lying. The mom goes, if I could do it over again. She hands it to the witch. Immediately turns bad. Oof. The fucking poor little shark just wants to be Big Shark again.
It's still a small world down here!
She aims the trident at Melody, tells her she stole from her own grandpappy.
You tricked me.
Couldn't have seen that coming. She locks her in a cave, steals her mom. We got the two losers just kind of sitting outside. They see flashes in the distance where Melody is. Then Ursula Morgana just shoots out of the water. Also, Eric just explodes out of nowhere on his ship. She drops a whole ass iceberg on the ship. It's gone. Eric's just chilling on the glacier now. Fucking Triton just shows up out of nowhere. He does a speech.
Release my daughter, surrender my granddaughter, and I shall spare you.
What you gonna do? Throw the crab at me?
Then Sebastian chases the shark.
Now look at me, I'm bait!
Out of nowhere, she finally decides to turn him into Megalodon again. There's so much happening right now. Eric gets pulled underwater. She slaps Scuttle with a trident. Ariel goes to rescue Eric. Megalodon attacks the penguin walrus. Walrus jumps on the shark penguin, goes to rescue. Melody, turned back into a human, is now drowning. The two fools get the Meg to slam into the cave ice wall, and then they rescue the now passed out kid, which, wait a second. Before she turned into a mermaid, wasn't she able to breathe underwater for like ever when she was in the beginning of the movie? Now that she's back to a human, she can't do it anymore? What is this plot hole? Morgana gets a little hungry of power, just kind of zapping away at whatever. Melody musters up the courage to parkour her way to Morgana. Just, you know, past experiences before. Just swimming. Like, look at this. Wouldn't it also be wet, you know, because it just came out of the water? She jumps, gets the stick, stabs her, throws the stick to her grandpappy in slow motion.
Never again!
He just freezes her ass. She's chilling on the walrus. Also, look at the way the penguin pushes them. I just found that comical, which sinks to the bottom of the ocean along with her sister. Dead. Basically, Triton gives her an ultimatum: either go be a mermaid with him or return to be a human with her parents. What kind of, like, why not just live together? And she goes, I have a better idea. Then breaks the wall and goes,
now we can all be together.
Is Triton dumb? No one else had this idea? Also, what kind of ultimatum is that? It's like, go live with your granddad or live with your parents who raised you your whole life. Like, Sebastian brings it home with another song. Everyone is happy. La-dee-da. She runs into the mermaid boy from earlier. Something's brewing there. Pan up shot, land and sea. Fucking roll credits. And that's Little Mermaid 2, Return to the Sea. Would you look at that? Australia and Canada. This was an okay movie, guys. The film received like mostly negative reviews from the critics and audiences, for it's basically like, I don't know, like a rehashed plot of the first movie, lower quality animation in comparison to the first one. I don't know, I guess Melody is like considered the highlight of this movie. There's also a fun fact I read that the unpopularity of the sequel and the other sequels were cited by fucking John Lasseter, of all people, as examples of why, like, they should discontinue the Disney sequel brand. But they didn't. We're not even halfway through. I don't know, like a weird plot hole, I think, in the beginning of the movie is like Ariel should have just explained everything to Melody. I don't know why they just kind of kept it as a secret from her whole life. It was just her mom being a mermaid. I mean, I don't think living next to the sea is really going to help either. Like, they should have just grew up somewhere else that's not next to the goddamn sea. I don't think a wall's going to stop a kid. She's going in the gutters to get there now. Head of the live action movie that came out a few years ago, some of the fucking actors said they would like to do a live action version of the second movie for Melody. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know, some other stuff. Tip and Dash, that was her name. Tip and fucking Dash, the walrus guys. They're just cringe-worthy discounts of Timon and Pumbaa. Other than that, y'all, like, I think that's everything. There really wasn't a lot about this movie. Thank you for joining me. That's all I have to say about it. This movie, I'm just gonna kind of glaze over this one. Join me next time where I watch the next Disney direct to VHS video sequel. I guess they'd be DVD now, right? Because we're at the era where they're also releasing on DVD. The next direct to video VHS DVD movie, Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamps Adventure. I've never seen this one, y'all. I'm actually really excited. Lady and the Tramp 2 Scamps Adventure is a 2001 animated American direct-to-video musical romance film produced by the Walt Disney Television Animation and is the sequel to the 1955 animated feature film Lady and the Tramp. Welcome to my 9th direct-to-Disney DVD and VHS sequel movie films reviews. This film was released in February of 2001. 46 years after the first one, for reasons. I guess I just thought, you know what, it's time for the sequel. So yeah, the storyboarding, the character conception, all that basic stuff was made in the animation studios in Burbank, but it was produced and animated at Australia. Shout out to those guys.
It's directed in both LA and Sydney at separate times. LA have got a certain role to do to prepare all the pre-production. It's their responsibility to really make sure the story's working and all the visuals are telling the story.
Fun fact, the studio did close in 2006. So we got a few more years with these guys.
Now, Lady and the Tramp was an original story to start with. And as we made the picture and got to know the characters, we kept getting new ideas.
It was one of my most favorite films as a child growing up.
Since it's been nearly 5 decades that have passed since the original film, all the characters would have to be recast with new voice actors. I don't know why they would do that. So yeah, this movie has a very similar process the way Lion King did with Australia and all that.
I want to give you an idea of how we went about making Lady and the Tramp. Well, first we must find our star. And being a dog picture, we naturally looked at a lot of dogs.
We used a lot of reference material from the original film. To be flicking their artwork was just amazing.
I also managed to find behind the scenes movie for this one compared to the last few, even though this one seems like the least popular one out of all of them, but somehow they made one for this. And I love it. Other than that, I genuinely think that that's everything. My lava lamp still isn't working, so we're just a big old happy world here. I found the VHS of it. Shout out to the VHS. I should have been doing that. I do have most of the VHSs, but I found this one just randomly. I said, holy shit. All right, open shot, castle, a hot air balloon, Lady and the Tramp 2, Scamps Adventure. We get a very beautifully animated shot here, which I appreciate. They made it look like they used the multi-plane camera, again, which is always cute, but boy, it's Independence Day, which means I'm like a week late to this, gosh darn. So here we are at Veterans Park. You know, we got the squad, we got Tramp, we got Lady, and they're like 4 kids they had in the last movie, and the boy Scamp.
You know, he looks like a mutt, but he's a handsome little doggy.
You know, something I've realized is that a lot of these Disney sequel movies just happen to be that the main characters happen to have a child, and now the second movie is about that child. Almost every single one has done this so far. So I think we have a theme going on. So I'm very excited for the coming movies. So yeah, there's the boy Scamp. He's just happy to be here. Basically, this scene is just a, hey, I know it's been 50 years since the last one, but here's the whole cast in case you forgot who they were.
This is Frank Thomas, one of our key animators. He's not just making faces in the mirror for fun.
So it's just a montage of them just kind of walking through the streets. By the way, they are singing this whole time. I honestly wasn't intrigued. They mostly were singing about what they were doing. I actually paused it on this shot because there was a man sitting in a tree at the end of this song. No, wait, there's 2. All right, time for a bath. We got the 3 lady dogs.
I love getting a bath. It makes my fur so silky smooth.
Yeah. We got the boy Scamp talking to Daddy-O about how wild he is.
Then I'm glad I'm a wild dog.
He just wants to be a normal, you know, crazy dog, playing with bones. He fucks up his owner's hat, makes him take a bath for that. Kid throws the ball out of the window, dirts up the whole house. And the kid. Punishment? The slammer.
Serves him right. Simply incorrigible. He brought this on himself.
You know, the parents, they just reminisce.
Best thing Jim Dare could have done for our boy, chaining him up.
You know, this little boy dog, he just wants to be a real dog and roam the streets. I don't know what iPad videos he was watching to come to this decision, but the Tramp do be disciplining him. You know, he called him a wild dog. He said he should not be in this family. Now he got to stay in prison every night. Next scene, we get some wild dogs just kind of running by. Scamp's intrigued. You know, he wants to run away with him, but he's in jail. He meets a new, new interest pretty quick. Also, there's this dog catcher who just can't manage to capture like any of the 6 dogs there. He can't. They run away. Scamp has found his purpose now after that. Now he sings about it. Something about the real dog in him. This song is just strange to me. It's about this dog who doesn't want fences. I don't know. He sings weird for his character. At the end of the song, he just kind of breaks free immediately and just runs away. Just so happens to run into the new love interest dog, Angel.
I can see you know your way around an alley.
It's that obvious.
And so now we're getting like a rehash of the first movie, but the roles are flipped where she's the wild dog and she's showing him what the world is like. The next scene, mom lady comes outside. She Scamp has dipped, freaks out. Also, fun fact, her voice actress is none other than Jodie Benson, the Little Mermaid voice, which curious if she worked on this while she was doing the second one that I just reviewed. So I don't know. I assume they're like, hey, we're working on this movie too. So you just want to like lend your voice for this one. Cause you know, so you're not having any voice lines. So she probably had time. Next scene, he's in the trash park doing freedom things with the other dogs.
The junkyard dogs are a good laugh.
We got this Rottweiler named Buster. He's the king of the lot, a little full of himself. Scamp joins in on the fun. They all eye him down. He introduces himself, says he's not a house dog.
I'm not a house dog.
Oh, you're not? Then what's this badge of respectability hanging around your neck?
He doesn't have what it takes, y'all. Now he sings about it. This song's just about junkyard society. You know, they just end up tossing him around the place with a piano playing in the back. It's all harmless fun.
We are for a mission disorder.
That's
Any right.
Oh, we doing double!
What a blast!
You know, every day out here is a test of survival. They decide to test him to be in the pack. Next scene, the parents are worried. You know, there's the other dogs from the first movie that heard the news and they decide to drop by.
That Scamp is gonna get into so much trouble when he gets home. Yeah. I don't even want him back.
The dad goes out to look for him. You know, back at the pack, they throw him into this 1v1 with this big dog, which is crazy. You know, he steals this tin can, runs into a trash can, wakes his ass up, and the chase occurs. He's gonna die. He knocks the wig off an old lady. The dog catcher sees them. He catches the angel.
Wow, what are you, mad?
He runs into Big Dog. He slams him. He catches him. Problem solved.
You saved my life.
As simple as that. Now the whole trash park likes him. But she likes him mostest.
Come in, Tenderfoot.
You know, they have a meeting up on the hill. Scamp finds out that his dad was once a legend among wild dogs in the area, and Scamp is blown away. But he also finds out that Buster is technically Scamp's dad's enemy because he betrayed him for his mom, and he can't forgive him for that, which I actually like this plot development. You know, he's mad at Tramp because he's decided to...
So I gave Tramp a choice. It's either me or her. Sleeping on carpets, free room and board, living the cushy pillow life.
Scamp does a little...
There's trouble. Hey. The Tramp used to scratch like that. You ain't related, are you?
Who, me?
No way.
Because if you were, you'd be kibbled.
Now we got some shit going on. Yeah, he had a conversation with Angel. She said she's been through like 5 families. And, you know, the reasons why none of them work out is that, you know, they be moving, they'll be having babies, they're getting sick. They can't take care of her anymore. You know, just the basics. Figures out she wants a family also, but can't tell Buster anything because he's crazy. Also, she's not Buster's girl.
I am not Buster's girl.
You know, a train comes by, they start running away. Dumb dog gets stuck in the tracks. She frees him. They fall. She's not dead. Can't find Scamp. Maybe he's dead. Next scene, the family's still looking. They find the wig that Scamp knocked from the old lady earlier. Nice touch there. This is literally 2 movies back to back where they did that shit. Hate that shit. And they better have better ideas, all right? They have a little date this scene, except with a song about how happy they want each other to be. I paused on this scene because I wanted to know what those initials were on the ground, and I can't for the life of me find out who they are. If you know, let me know. But yeah, this whole scene is just a parallel of the first movie with the spaghetti and their date with the fucking spaghetti. They even go to Tony's and they give them spaghetti, but they like fuck up the spaghetti and then they make out after. Just young love, you know?
Spaghetti.
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 I mean, who can forget when he rolls the meatball to her?
Oh yes, I want to talk about it. I didn't want to think about being compared to it. If I have to do a spaghetti scene, what can I do to it to make it fresh?
Characters to just go crazy.
They're puppies.
Totally hoe into the spaghetti.
The next scene they run into is family. They almost smell him. The bird distracts them and they go home.
Tramp is your father?
Uh-oh. Angel goes to peep on him. They miss him. She's mad at Scamp for leaving them. They want to have their lives like reversed. He says he just wants to be a junkyard dog and she just wants to run away with him. They just walk away. The next scene, we got that fourth celebration kicking off, pigs and all. They're having that classic picnic. Fucking Sarah, old lady from the first movie who was a bitch in that movie with the Siamese cats. Of course, a classic. So, you know, they're probably going to be a problem later, hopefully. So Buster sees the family, right? And he sees Tramp scratching himself. Then he looks over and sees Scamp doing the same shit. Then he makes the connection. And then he decides to do some evil shit for his final test.
See that family? This family, right here. Now, as your final test, I want you to infiltrate that picnic and liberate that chicken.
He does it anyway. He goes to steal the turkey. His dad eyes him down. And now they go and mess up the whole fucking celebration, chasing the dog with the turkey. He makes it out. Dad obviously followed. They talk about the street dog life and how finding love is better than living out on the streets, which I could agree with. Then the junkyard dog shows up. Buster gives him the old checking him out look.
He says you walked out on him.
After I met your mother, I guess Buster just got jealous.
You ditched me!
I fell in love!
Wait a second. I do genuinely think he is jealous. They give Scamp the option on who to choose. Even Angel, the girl, was an option. But bro really took the street life. He's just so naive. For a 20-year-old movie, this shit still happens today. You know what? And I think the dad handles it perfectly. You know, he accepts it and he says, you know what? When you've had enough, that door is always open. He walks away.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
I guess that was just impressive. Buster rips the collar off of Scamp. Now he's official. What's the first thing he does? He plays. Then Angel says, "Are you dumb?" They argue. He lets slip up that she wants to be a house dog. They gasp again. He gets her kicked out, and now she's sad. He goes to look for her. She spies on him. Buster has another evil idea brewing. Buster throws one of the dogs at the dog catcher guy to get him to catch Scamp. You know, he runs away, gets caught in some string. Buster abandons him. Oops. And no collar on him. Oof. Gets arrested. Realizes his dad was right. Then he sings on his way to jail. Family. Then it turns into a duet with the girl dog, just how the family matters. Just family, you know? The song finally ends. She just happens to run into Scamp driving away. She runs off for help. He's tossed. And now there's just a bunch of crazy dogs he's around. Even the big dog from the first trial earlier. Angel runs to the family. She gets his parents. Scamp's about to die from Big Dog. Also, why did they choose him as his cellmate with this dog? The size difference is insane. His dad blasts in just in the nick of time. They fuck each other up. Eventually locks the big dog in the cage. Scamp is out. And then probably the hardest shot in this movie. Scamp wakes up.
Dad?
What a dog.
That's fucking badass. Talk about America, bro. It's time to go. They take out the dog catcher one more time. They escape with Angel. On the way home, he goes to the junkyard to pick up his collar. A Buster is there, and he's amazed that he made it out. He says, I'm gonna go home with my family, ho. And he kicks some rocks.
Ah, hey, you missed, Scampalooza.
He didn't die. Everyone leaves him. I assume he's gonna die there. Next scene, they make it home. Baby says he loves the dog.
Yes, I love you!
But he needs a bath. The family accepts Angel into the fam. The dad says, we got too many goddamn animals, and they all decide to do little puppy dog faces, and now they got 10 dogs. Probably more coming, who knows? And then they pan out, you know, singing welcome. The end. And that's Lady in the Tramp 2 Scamps Adventure. I like this one. You know, I know a lot of these movies are mixed, and honestly seeing the directors of each one and their motives, they get help me understand what they're trying to do in these movies.
For me to personally have worked on a sequel to Lady and the Tramp is essentially a dream come true.
It's always inspirational to work on a classic, so we really wanted to maintain and capture the characterization.
The soundtrack of this movie was okay. I mean, listen, there hasn't really been, I think the last good one was The Lion King, but it was, the soundtrack was released through the Walt Disney Records. It was never released in stores for unknown reasons.
The prologues, also known as Welcome Home, Victorian,
the time, the place,
town.
the texture, the color.
Right, it's the preparation for a July 4th picnic.
Also, fun fact, the singing voices for Angel and Scamp are the same as Hercules and Meg and their movie, but not their voice actors. They're singing actors in those movies.
Running free, I never felt my heart.
It was called He's a Tramp.
Which I did touch on, I think a couple, like when I first started, like in the Beauty and the Beast era, when I started doing those. But yeah, so it's just their singing voices, not their talking part. So I don't know why they picked them. Again, it just doesn't make sense. If the singing person sounds like the talking person, why not just let the singing person do the talking parts too? It just doesn't make sense to me. But then, I mean, it kind of makes sense because maybe that person just can't talk well, but they can sing well. But like, honestly though, I don't have much left to say about this one.
The theme of our show is truly about family.
About the value of family.
Now, Lady and the Tramp has really been a fun picture to make. I remember another picture as being fun to make. That was Dumbo.
Thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I review the next Disney direct-to-DVD VHS sequel movie, Cinderella 2. Fucking dreams come true. Oh, I've never heard of this one. Cinderella 2 Dreams Come True. It was made between 1999 and 2001. It was released February 2002. And welcome to my 10th. Damn, I made it to double digits. I did not think we'd make it this far. 10th Disney direct-to-DVD VHS sequel movies released 52 years after the first one. I don't know. I guess they were feeling a little risky these past two movies. I don't know. It was produced at the Walt Disney Animation Studios, and it was animated in Japan. Ooh, somewhere new. And I won't lie, the animation on this one is different. I think it looks a little bit cleaner, so shout out to those guys. But in 2003, they announced that they would shut down the studio. At the time, employed 103 animators and artists. Closure was part of their shift from traditional hand-drawn to computer animated. I don't know, they reported that after reviewing our business plans and production requirements, we determined that no longer can support this additional production capacity. After it closed in 2004, 30 of the staff were supposed to be transferred to the US studios, but most of them ended up not and getting transferred to other random studios because they didn't know English. Overall, the movie cost about $5 million to make. It was their top-selling movie that year with $120 fucking million just in the DVD sales. I don't know the fucking VHS ones, but it received negative reviews. So you know, what are we surprised there? There seems to be a consistent pattern we're dealing with here. But also because it's been the 5 decades since the last movie, had to get the new cast since the first movie cast was dead, retired, I guess, or just unavailable. Like so. Particularly, what's the Cinderella? Irene Woods, the voice of Cinderella, was still alive because I guess she just couldn't produce the sweetness of her voice because she's too old and she would sound like an old lady. So they replaced her with Jennifer Hale, who originally at the time was already the voice of Cinderella on the House of Mouse, so I guess they just kind of rolled with it. Also, guess what? It's not really a movie. It's another canceled TV show consisting of 3 shorts woven into a movie again. It was part of a canceled series called Cinderella Stories. There's not really much information about it. There also wasn't much information about the movie on how, you know, everything and blah, blah, blah this. So we're just using first movie background stuff. Also, before I start, I got a new lava lamp. So fun fact, the original one that I've been using in all the videos, it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, right? So I had to get some new replacement bulbs for those, and it works sometimes, right? This second one that I got that you still have yet to see is the one I pointed out a couple videos ago that the light bulb doesn't work, so I had to get new light bulbs. Did you know that there's different light bulbs for lava lamps, that they all just don't use the same like 1 or 2 bulbs? No. So guess what? Guess how many fucking light bulbs I bought for this? 4 in here that are for a lava lamp that isn't even made anymore. We got these 2 big ones that I thought would work because they're the same light bulbs as the other one, but guess what? The fucking tip at the bottom is too goddamn big to fit in the stupid hole. I bought 6 more of these ones. You probably can't see these. 6 more of these ones for the original one, and one of them doesn't work. Guess what? I have 2 more bulbs incoming, and they better fucking work on that one. But I have this new one, but this one's kind of cooler because guess what? It came with a remote, and yeah, yeah, and guess what? Yeah, all right, other than that, that's it. So let's jump in. What a long intro. All right, open shot. We get a weird version of the Disney castle that I've never seen before. It has fireworks, and then the castle turns into the Sleeping Beauty castle, which is totally different color than the original movie. And we got Cinderella 2, Dreams Come True. All right, so we got Gus and Jock. They're excited as fuck to have Cinderella read them a story. They run into this new cat that isn't Lucifer, Pom Pom. They sneak by, they open the wall, they climb in. They make it to the fairy godmother who's like reading a book to the other mice, and I guess they missed the story, and they say read more, and she don't got any more. So they're like, well, I guess we'll make some more.
No, wait a minute. Who'd want to read a book made by mice? Cinderella would read it.
What a great idea. They don't know how to write a book. She helps a little bit by singing bibbity boppity, and they get to work. So I'm unsure if these are like true stories or just made up ones. They're saying it's true, so let's just assume that they're true. All right, so we start with the first of 3, and I'm getting PTSD already from the Belle's Magical World movie. So let's just trek through this canceled TV show. First story, it doesn't show a name on there, but it's called Aim to Please. All right, so this first one takes place after Cindy and I guess Prince Charming's honeymoon. Everyone is excited. They're back.
Cinderella's back! They're back!
They're back!
They're back!
I'm curious where they went. He tells the others that it's time for her to have a royal banquet. He puts this lady in charge.
Teach her everything she needs to know.
She won't know anything about planning a royal banquet.
I don't know anything about planning a royal banquet.
It's off to a pretty good start. Also, Prince Charming looks weird. Maybe it's just me. He says he'll be by her side the whole time.
I have to go? Now?
Apparently he can't stay for the banquet because he has like important matters of state to attend to.
It's her duty to plan the banquet and the king's duty to endure it.
She walks in the castle just confused. Mice and Dog come to welcome her. She's apparently just lost because she hasn't been in there before and you're married into it. The next day she's just wearing her maid outfit from the first movie for reasons. I don't know why. It's a little strange. And she's cooking, which I don't know if princesses cook.
A princess never prepares her own meals. That is not how things are done.
There are rules about breakfast?
They make her change because she shouldn't be wearing that. So another dress that she doesn't like to wear. Basically, this scene is just they are teaching her how to be a princess and everything that she can and can't do, which is basically everything that she can't do. She can't even open the damn curtain, and she's not even allowed to open the gate.
You must remember the rules. Commoners are never allowed in the palace. It simply isn't done.
Let's just say she's not liking this princess life. She has had enough. She walks out on him, cries a bit. The mice boys check on her.
Cinderella not happy. Mice not happy.
She has a revelation about how she wants to be a different princess. She changed back into her maid outfit again. I don't know why.
This hair. Ew.
Well, y'all, we've made it this far. We now have Cinderella saying, ew. She's gonna have to plan this banquet her way. Then she starts singing a pop song. She goes out into the town to invite the common folk. I'm sorry, this song's killing me. She lip sings so bad. Why is this in my movie? Next scene, she changed into another dress. The king is back. Everyone is dancing. This guy gets hit by a lady, gets shit on him. This kid ends up liking everything she did, so he's chill about all that.
Everybody dance!
He throws this lady that bitches all the time to this mustache guy, and they start dancing, and she ends up having a change of heart and now supports all of Cinderella's efforts. And y'all, that's it. That's the short. That's aimed to please. This was a fucking ass short. Now we're back to the present day. Most of them are finishing up writing this may be real or not story that I assume is real.
I don't like that magic stuff. Remember what happened last time?
Oh, now there's a story we should tell.
So it is true. So guess what's happening now? We got the second true story again, and it doesn't name itself also. It's called Tall Tale, and it's about the mice. So buckle down. So like they're trekking away, right? And they end up moving this plant that's in a giant patch of other plants, so you can't really see under them. And there's the cat that's not Lucifer, just so happens to see the plant blowing in the wind from the window, and it just needs to pounce on it, just that specific one. She doesn't see the mice shaking it. And listen, y'all, I have a cat, and she would never see a random flower that's just blowing in the wind and go and pounce on it. Maybe Pom Pom is just built different. So I go to pounce on it, they run away. Just a wasted effort. Ooh, they give the flowers to Cindy. The cat has to take a bath. Fucking Mary Mouse made Jacques a coat, so there's some love there. Basically, he ditches her for some like paper that he wants to bring to Cindy. Climbs over a shoe that he clearly could have walked around. Gets caught, runs away, wasted effort again. Then literally Cindy checks on him right after. She brings him alone to the fairgrounds for his help. Tells him to meet me at the stable with a bunch of horses that could just step on him. She can't find him, then dips, and then he gets tossed twice. So now he complains about being too small to do anything, makes a wish to be big, and then fucking poof, fairy godmother shows up, ends up sitting her ass on him. He makes a wish to be fucking human. She grants him that wish, and boy, you'll never guess what happens next. Another modern song. And boy, they make him look like a typical third-rate fucking nerd-ass, peasant-ass character. He's just strolling around while the song plays, just magically knows how to walk, talk, just function right off the bat. Also, the cat follows him because it thinks it sees like 10 mice stacked on top of each other. Eventually, he runs into Cinderella. Wait, he can't explain to her who he is because she kept talking over him and won't shut the fuck up.
I'm so sorry about the mess.
So overall, they invite him back to the castle to help him with their shit. Again, it doesn't explain who he is the entire ride back. They leave him alone. He wanders. The fucking cat puts some cheese out and he falls for it. And he gets scared of the cat, 10 times smaller than him. Runs into a mouse hole. He fails.
Oh, good. You found a vase.
He's just happy to help. He hears some chatter. He walks in to find this lady trying to kill his family. She's happy he saved her by walking in. Cindy walks in and says,
I think we just found the couple to lead the first dance.
Now he got to dance with this lady. Poor guy. The guy sees his friends asking where he is. He gives him a heart attack and they run away. And then out of the blue, Godmother, I guess she's watching, just shows up again and goes, you're not having second thoughts about being a human, are you?
No, guess not.
And the way she says it, it's like she knows, you know? Mustache guy barges in. Godmother disappears. Next shot, we're at the fair with a Ferris wheel. that still has yet to be invented for like another 10 years. So everyone is just enjoying themselves.
Oh, an elephant! Come on! I just love elephants!
He ends up having to dance with Big Lady. The cat is still on the prowl for him. He fucking jumps him from the tree. I also paused it on this shot because I found it funny. So he chucks it, falls in the water. I guess she falls in love with him more.
Ready for the next dance?
He runs to the Ferris wheel that still isn't invented yet. Cat just popped up next to him, meows. Then he falls on the elephant. It goes crazy, fucks up the fair. He wishes the G-mother was back, and she pops back up. She says, you know what would help with this elephant? A mouse, because elephants are scared of them. So,
Are you a man or a mouse?
I'm a mouse!
She bippity boppity jacks up, and wow.
I guess there are some things only a mouse can do.
Cat sees him and it's ready for the kill. A Big Lady picks her up and now everyone is together and happy. The girl kisses him twice. A godmother shoots some fireworks off, and that's Tall Tale. We have one left. I'm exhausted, but guess what? This probably is the best one. Now we're back to the present day. Not gonna lie, I zoned out on this scene. There was scissors, that paintbrushes that just kind of vandalized the mice and the place. Then it stops. And then we get on the topic of Anastasia, the ugly stepsis. So now the episode starts, and it's called An Uncommon Love. All right, it starts. We get a shot of the old ugly stepsis Anastasia looking sad. Then, oop, is that Lucifer? Ah! So I guess Lucifer, the step sibling's cat or whatever. And I guess Pom Pom is the Big Lady's cat. And so I guess Pom Pom lives in the castle and Lucifer lives in the stepmom's place. So I guess that makes sense now that I think about it. So I guess Lucifer sees like a ribbon dangling and he pounces on it, as cats do. The other ugly stepsis shows up. They fight. The mean mom comes in, yells at them, tells them they gotta find a man to marry, and they are off to do just that. So she gets straight into it. Next shot, the castle is white. Then Cindy shows up wearing her damn maid costume again. Even Jacques is like, why?
Why you dressed like that?
I'm going to the market in disguise so no one will recognize me.
Which is still no excuse. She brings them along. The next scene, the steps are walking around town. Anastasia smells some good goods and wanders into a bakery and just finds true love. Just like that. It's that simple, guys. Everything smells too good.
Would you like one?
Stepmom cock blocks him.
Everything in this shop is inferior.
Bro looks dumb.
He's got that look.
So Cindy knows what's up. She devises a plot to get them together again. She does this because she knows what it's like when she found true love. But again, she literally treats her like shit. Like, do we not remember the first movie at all and how she treated Cindy? Like, technically, she still hates you, but woe is me. Let's continue. They devise a plot to get them to the town square. Bird snatches the hat off of Anastasia. The mice steal the bro's baguettes.
Mice and my baguettes!
They run into Lucifer, of all places, just napping under some potatoes or something, and now they are together. The horse kicks her. Definitely some broken bones there. He asks if she's okay. She runs away. Everyone laughs at her ugliness. Cindy goes to check on her. She immediately insults her when she walks to her.
What are you doing here, dressed like that? You look like a laundry maid.
Which is literally what I'm saying. Why is she dressed like that? But also at this point, just leave her. She's literally being a hoe to you. She retaliates.
I'm not the one with egg on my face.
Humbled. She says she's beautiful, so it's easy for her, which I have no comment. She says if she wasn't so clumsy and plain, Cindy invites her to the castle to spruce her up. She says
she thinks he's beneath me.
And I think she's wrong.
Damn. And they're off. After a quick chase around the castle, Lucy gets fucking mesmerized by Pom Pom, but she doesn't love him that, I'm dead. And guess what parallel happens? See, the mice, they also try to help their nemesis, the cat. Like, what is happening? So they devise their plot for them to meet again. The first pair of mice steal her bow. The second pair fucking yoo-hoos. Lucifer, he does a dance and he chases bro. He holds out the bow.
Lucifer like pom-pom, yes? Lucifer promised to stop chasing my deal.
Easy as that. It seems that everyone is just really easy to please in this episode. Back at the castle, Cindy is sprucing Anastasia up. And guys, we have another pop modern song. And they get them both ready for their loves. And listen, y'all, I know this is like of the time, but this shit does not belong in a Disney movie here, especially for the time period, because the characters are the ones singing it. There's a fucking Rastafarian Lucifer, which is cute, but how did we get here from a classic movie? It's what's inside that counts. He does his professional meow. The meow.
Lucifer.
Cindy tells her to smile. She doesn't know how. Scares the cat. Tells her to meet her at the market tomorrow and to do things for herself instead of others. She fantasizes when she gets home. The stepmom gets a little sus. She runs off to the town next. They both end up getting flowers for themselves. She sees him talking to a woman that he's asking if she likes the flowers he's gonna get for her. Damn.
What happened?
She runs again, back at the castle. Lucifer is preparing to give a bouquet of fish to Pom Pom. She sniffs them, takes them, and just falls in love. The way to a cat's heart is fish. Glad they're happy. She sees the mice in the background, just happy. And she's like, let's kill him. And of course, Lucifer's like, yeah, fuck it, let's go. You know, get my bitch now. So a wasted effort again. Who could have seen this coming that they turned on her? Oh my God, oh, I couldn't have seen it coming. They pour some water on her. She slaps the fish on him. Nothing was accomplished here. Back at the town, the sad baker guy goes out to the fountain. There's a goat that just eats his flowers. He sees her crying just right around the corner.
Don't look at me.
He gives her the single flower that he still has. The stepmom cock blocks again. This time, she stands up for herself.
We are going to the ball together.
They basically just step their foot down, they walk away. Drizella, you guys remember her? She's not really relevant in this entire fucking movie. Is just confused as hell. Dance, transition, ball. She thanks her. All is well. I'm out of breath. We pan out, and that's an uncommon love. All right, let's finish this off, guys. Back at the present day, one final time, they round out and they finish the book to show Cindy the book they just made. They run through the whole house, causing a ruckus everywhere they go. They catch up, and oh my fucking God, that fucking outfit again. It's like that she just has this one fit and then just like 4 dresses, I guess. They give her the damn book as if she can read it together. They sit by the fireplace and she's like, oh, these are our stories. So like, they're like, are they true or not? And then they start reading the whole book from the start as if they literally didn't just finish writing the book. But okay, we pan out, castle shot, and that's Cinderella 2. Dreams come true. Hold up. What is this? What is this song? Well, y'all, this was a roller coaster. It's really hot in this room. This was a roller coaster, but I did like one of the shorts, and that was the last one with Anastasia that we just did. I don't know. I felt like this one actually had like a plot, and it was nice to explore one of the ugly stepsisters, you know? So a couple of things I want to note on about this movie. I don't know if the animators are just fucking doing weird shit, but in this sequel, the castle is like red or whatever, despite it being like white and blue in the original. Maybe they just painted it during their honeymoon. I don't fucking know. How do you mess that up? I don't know. In terms of like fucking direct-to-video sequels, the songs for this fucking ungodly film, I mean, the songs were ungodly. They were performed by, I feel like I shouldn't be saying her name, by Brooke Allison. While a full soundtrack was never released, all the songs, they were like included in the compilation of Disney's Princess Favorites, which was released shortly before the film. So yeah, again, like the movie did do well, you know, across that 120 threshold mark. They agreed. I mean, a lot of people just kind of agreed that it kind of looked like a piece together, remains of like a rejected TV show. But I really don't want to talk about this movie anymore, y'all. So I mean, thank you for joining me. Other than that, join me next time where I I review the next Disney direct to VHS and DVD sequel movies. Hunchback of Notre Dame 2. Oh, I'm not ready. The Hunchback of Notre Dame 2 is a 2002 direct-to-video sequel to the 1996 Disney animated film The Hunchback of Notre Dame. It was produced in the Walt Disney Animation Studios, of course, but also animated in Japan. Ooh, and released on March 19, 2002. And welcome to my 11th, oh my god, we're almost halfway there, direct Disney to videos movie sequel. All right, listen, y'all, although this movie was animated in Japan, its staff previously worked for this worked at TMS Entertainment, which stands for like the Tokyo Movie Shinsha, and they worked on shows probably most known for like they worked on the Batman animated series. They are not known for their flattering animation, so this movie is a little crude. I mean, if we're comparing it to like any of the last previous sequel ones I've done, it's a major step down. Like, this is TV animation quality. I don't know, y'all, just the animation's really bad on this, and I don't know. This is the last direct to video film to be produced in a hand-painted cell animation. For the most part, all the returning voice actors, you know, retain their roles. And I mean, it takes place in France, so shout out to that, I guess, in honor of the Olympic Games going on in Paris. You know, I guess decided to watch the worst Disney sequel set in Paris, so just in time. That's all I can find, believe it or not. I couldn't even find a bunch about this film. Like, here's the trailer in the back, you know. Let's just jump into this dumpster fire. All right, open shot, castles, some choppy birds, Notre Dame. Also, these birds just like perfectly go like into these two holes in Notre Dame, just perfectly synced up together. A little weird. So about 3 frames a second later, the Hunchback of Notre Dame 2. And take a guess, we start off with a song. We got Quasimodo decorating the town. He dances with a jester or something. A random couple kiss. Esmeralda kisses Phoebus. Is it Phoebus or Phoebus? Wait, they're dating now, right? I haven't watched the movie in a little bit, but I thought Quasi had a crush on her. Like, weren't they kind of like almost a thing in the first one? What's happening? How do we get here? The town sings about this festival that's coming to town. Even the gargoyles get into it.
They rise with fire in their eyes.
Also, there's like a few frames clipped in this movie where there's just like this black void behind this pillar that he's standing next to. I guess the animators were just too lazy to fill this in, I assume. Next scene, we get the gargoyles. One of them are talking about how he has to be passed around for love.
Too bad there's only one of me to go around, eh?
One is plenty, believe me.
Thanks. Hey.
She punches him. After that, we get this random kid with Quasi just having a blast. Esmeralda walks in and wait, I'm drawing the connection here. So this kid is the son of these two, which never mind about her and Quasi being together. I guess we can kiss that out of the water. She fantasizes about the bell right after.
Ah, Fidel, you are magnificent.
He confesses his love non-stop to her.
I love my husband, Phoebus.
Oh, really?
I love Esmeralda!
Just definitely kissed Quasimodo out of that relationship, out the window.
Yuck.
Yeah. Yuck.
The kid asks Quasi who he's gonna say for his name of the ceremony. Also, can I add that there's a love festival happening soon where everyone confesses their love to their love interest, which is weird. But Quasi doesn't have anyone to love. I wonder why. Fucking Esmeralda holds him, tells him you'll find love, which is like another stab in the heart. Because imagine the woman you love just holding you, telling you there's someone out there for you. Like, fuck. Totally, I can't relate. There's a circus that joins in the next shot, being loud. There's a freak show that's not going as planned. This circus freak can't find his assistant. The next scene, she's on a tightrope, hyping herself up. Even evil circus guy finds her.
Well, of course I was standing. I mean, I haven't always been sitting. That would be stupid, I guess.
She talks a lot. He breaks her umbrella, tells her to steal the Notre Dame bell, cause like they'll be rich. She hates when they steal. He says you'll be on the streets without me. So overall, she agrees. I wonder what's gonna happen with all that. In the next scene, we got Happy Quasi just ringing away, not a care in the world. Also, we kind of get a little view of the inside of the bell, and it's made of a bunch of like jewels, right? And my assumption is that if they ring this bell however many times, at least once a day, right? Wouldn't the bell like break the jewels over time? Food for thought. So the new girl walks in, just casually walks up the stairs. She asks for the bell ringer. Quasi is mad nervous. He doesn't know what to say. It's love at first sight. She sees him and goes,
Are you hiding from me?
no. Honestly, that's how I hide when I like someone. She laughs at his stupidity. And then just like they hit it off immediately, you know, sure, just talking nonsense. He's hiding from her, talking away. She wants to see him. She pulls the curtain down. Is just disgusted by him. Immediately runs away, which I laughed my ass off during this part. I don't know why, I can relate. He gets upset, starts wood carving a figure of her that looks like Tinkerbell. Bro just wants to find love, don't we all? He starts singing about love. That's literally all this song is about. He just sings about a miracle of love happening to him for just 2 minutes. The gargoyles look at him sad. They tell him to go to the festival.
Oh, but what am I gonna wear?
I got the perfect thing, kid!
Oh, well, all right then. They convince him. He goes off in the next scene just wearing some weird ass clothes. They try not to judge him. They walk around the town. The next scene, by the way, her name is Madeline. Madeline. She's talking to the jester boss going,
You didn't see him. I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
I don't know. This jester guy, bad guy, is just like fucking obsessed with himself. He calls his mirrors down.
I could kiss me, but I'd fall in love.
The next scene, we got bears juggling on clips. Jester guy puts on a show with an elephant. By the way, there's these guys robbing the whole town. Like, did I mention they're thieves? Elephant disappears. Everyone is shook. Kid can't get his attention because Quasi's mesmerized by girl. Bad guy forces her to talk to Quasi for the bell. Right after, the kid just starts singing. We're like 20 minutes in, 3 songs deep. This one's about whatever. It's just a duet with the two of them. About being friends, I guess. Madeline is spying on them the whole time. She seems flattered by his care for others, I guess. Holds her heart.
You have a way with kids.
Hi. He's dumbfounded. They start talking.
You mean hocus their pocus? Delusion their illusion?
Abracadabra?
He wants to show her Paris. She obviously agrees. You know, whatever gets the bills paid. The next scene, the town just starts freaking out because they had a bunch of shit stolen from them.
They'll throw us out!
Can you describe the bracelet?
So Phoebus is just kind of strolling, trying to figure out what happened. He walks by random pig, and I paused it on this scene because I was curious about what they put on him. So, It looks cute. The Phoebus puts his brain together. He realizes, wait, people shit start disappearing after the circus came into town. That's peculiar.
Coincidence? I don't think so. How many times have I ever been wrong?
The next scene, Quasi showing her around the town. There's some people that saw Quasi, you know, they got soft by his ugliness. He takes her up 1,000 staircases. It's just a tower. He makes her listen to the sounds of Paris. The gargoyles are watching him and they break into a song because they see him and love him and miss him and want him back, but he's gone and found love. But they're kind of happy about it. And then they switch up the mood of the song like halfway through. I'm just gonna have a hunchback. Kind of got a hunchback almost developing, so I guess it's pretty. Let's keep that going. She sticks her tongue out in the rain. What? The song gets interrupted by lightning. They run back to Notre Dame.
Put her there, mon frere.
For some reason, the gargoyles don't want her to see them. Not sure why. Maybe it would just scare her more. She starts complimenting the bell, which I don't know how she's supposed to steal this thing. It's literally 10 times her size. What's the plan here? They sit Oh, hey, my lava lamp started working. Look at that shit, like a real time. They sit by the fire. She flatters him. Just some tactics to make him like her more. She's just being evil, basically, but he keeps being nice, giving her the Tinkerbell carving. She has to go. She kisses his head. He's ultra shook. He collapses. Back in the town, the festival's kicking off. Esmeralda's there. He needs her help. She tells him that he has to tell Madeline that he likes her, even though they've only been out for a couple hours. Then Phoebus walks in and goes,
"That circus is responsible for a string of robberies."
What? Those people, oof. Quasi refuses to believe him. He says that she's different, but other guy says that she's using him.
Just for me.
Oh, of course she could. Yes, anyone could, but look at the facts.
Find some, and I will.
Oof. The next scene, she's tight roping again. The boss man walks in. He says she don't want to work with him anymore. He forces her to keep going with the plan. I guess she does like him. Phoebus goes to the circus bad guy, asks him about the robberies. He pulls out a bunch of portraits of himself. Also, this guy's bald. So wow. He says Madeline is the thief and she's the one that you want. So that's about all the investigation he needed, and he goes out to get her. Two lovebirds go for a walk. Evil guy sneaks in with some goons to steal the bell. The gargoyles watch him. And then he freaks out when he sees the inside of the bell.
Lovely. I'm rich. Rich!
They must be some pristine, like, never seen before jewels or something to not be damaged over those years. Next thing, he asks her to go to the festival. She can't. She tells him she can't do it. He says, tell me the truth. Back at the bell, the kid walks in. He uses magic, I guess, to steal it. Okay, then. Sure. No comment here. So I don't know what's happening now. Apparently everyone in town is now aware that it's gone. Quasi goes,
I wanted to tell you, I tried.
You used me.
They arrest her. Shit hit the fan. He walks up the stairs funny, and then cries. You know, he starts doing one of those little she loves me nots. Gargoyles gets his attention, says bad guy stole it. He runs out. The circus is also left. They're using the sewers to escape. The kid somehow snuck on their boat with the goat. That rhymed. The kid says he's the son of the Phoebus guard. So now bad guy has ideas. Back at the jail, Madeline tells him he's sneaking away in the sewers. Esmeralda says their son's life is at stake. I wrote it as the food stake, not the other word steak. But also, how does Esmeralda know that their son is with him? He never told him anything. They bring Madeline along with them in the sewers to find him. They run into the goat. He leads them to them, closes the gate, shows that he got the kid, does some threats, opens the gate. Also, while they're talking, the gate is already up, but you can still hear it opening in the background. So it must be a big gate.
Lovely.
She says to let her free because she can stop the bad guy. He doesn't know if he can trust her. Reasonable. But eventually lets her go because I guess he likes her. She takes him away. No one notices them leaving. They leave on the boat with the kid. So like, what a waste here. So after they escape, they have a rope, which I don't know which ass they pulled it from. Throw it across the water. She tight ropes on it. Does some tricks better than me, and gets the boy.
What are you doing here?
Just standing here looking pretty.
They capture him, arrest him. Don't touch his face.
No, not the face. What's the face?
Next scene, all is well. Quasi rings the bell. Everyone's happy. The gargoyle has a crush on the goat. So what the fuck?
I love Esmeralda!
The fucking horse falls in love with another horse. They start talking about miracles on top of the cathedral.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Also, the gargoyles are like talking like 2 feet away from them, and she acknowledges them, isn't shocked by them because it's like their first time meeting technically, and they're shocked by her anyways. They kiss. The kid rings the bell. Very strong kid. Thought only Quasi could do that. They love each other. They pan over to their wood carvings. The piano plays as we zoom in and then fade away. And that is Hunchback of Notre Dame 2, y'all. This is the worst one yet. And when I say this movie is just short of an hour, it's literally 59 minutes and 53 seconds, not including credits. So it's fucking short. So they couldn't even be bothered to hit that 1 hour mark, probably for the best. All right, guys, well, this movie was ass. I seriously don't know what else to say about it. Like, it was, you know, it was panned by critics and audiences, you know, going towards like the poor animation, the weak songs, the dull villain, you know, even comparing it to the other sequels, it's despised by the fandom and considered to be one of the worst. So we're doing pretty good, guys. But also, since there's really not much else to say about it, you know, there have been fans that spoken up online saying that this film has a sweet and touching story. So I figured, since I don't have anything else to say about the movie and I'd like to have a little bit more, let's read some reviews. But they're all positive reviews about the movie. So we can end it on a positive note on why people like this shit. So we got this person, Fuyana, I don't know how to say your name. She says, it managed to touch my heart in a way that a lot of other supposedly better movies didn't. Pause. So maybe it has one flaw or two, too many to make me call it a masterpiece, but Quasimodo and Madeline are Disney's most underrated couple, in my opinion. All right, Fuyana. Stephen Paul said, the greatest 1 hour and 8 minutes ever! Starring the voice of Jennifer Love Hewitt and as Quasimodo's girlfriend in Paris, France. And lastly, Unknown said, damsel alert, Quasimodo is bewitched by, why do I keep saying Quasimodo's name dumb? Quasimodo is bewitched by a beautiful young lady with a band of thieves. The young lady distracts him, leaving him an opportunity for the bells of Notre Dame to be stolen. She likes the bell. Dong dong. Bradley Raymond, director of the Tinkerbell, Pocahontas 2, that guy, you know, delivers Hunchback of Notre Dame 2. The storyline for this picture is just okay, but fun to watch unfold. The animation is mediocre for Disney, but some of the good voices returned. Open your mouth. Something will come out. My daughter received this for Christmas from her grandmother, so we watched the Blu-ray recently together. This was okay and fun to watch. She actually watched it 3 times, so she didn't mind it. I wouldn't say this is a great film, but it was fun to watch. So don't look away from the beast. Grade C. I'm gonna leave it at that, y'all. Thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS DVD movie sequel movie Tarzan and Jane. Oh boy. Tarzan Jane is a Disney direct-to-video film released July 23rd, 2002, a sequel to the 1999 animated feature Tarzan, and used 3 unaired episodes of the film's corresponding television series, The Legend of Tarzan. The film is set 1 year after the events of the original film. It was produced by the Walt Disney Television Animation and animated by these guys. I'm giving up slowly over these every week, guys. Welcome to my 12th. Oh my God, we made it halfway there. This journey, I'm thinking, but now I'm thinking about the other 12 I have to do. It makes me kind of want to cry. Disney direct to VHS and DVD sequel movie reviews. All right, y'all, this is gonna be a quick intro. Hopefully, I couldn't find much about this film because again, it's a damn TV show and that I gotta suffer in. I hate these things so much. This might be one of the worst ones, because this isn't even a movie. It's the last 3 episodes of the show's 2nd season to be aired, but those episodes take place much earlier in production, as in like the first season of the show was like 30 something episodes, right? But the 2nd season was 3 episodes, and those 3 episodes are this movie. These 3 episodes take place before the TV show. Don't ask me, guys, this shit don't make no goddamn sense. Why did they make this? Why is it considered a sequel movie? Probably to promote this goddamn TV show when there's literally a movie called Tarzan 2, which I will get to in the future. So fuck me, I don't want to do this. There's not a consistent story. None of the voice actors came back to reprise their roles, so it's extra bad. Honestly, I can't think of anything else to say, so let us jump in. All right, open shot, not the Disney castle, CG water, Tarzan and Jane. A weird start based on the Tarzan stories created by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Who is that? Oh, it's the creator. Okay, so we get Phil Collins, Two Worlds, One Fam, a classic. They added a female to the song, which I guess is supposed to represent Jane, so it's not the same song.
Two worlds, one family.
But you know what? It's still a classic. So we got Tar and Jane just swinging. They're just having a blast. She doesn't want to swing anymore for whatever reason. Tarzan, I guess, just learned full English in a year because he speaks just so well.
Run along and see those falls.
Well, if that's what you want.
She makes him swing away, fucking runs into Elephant and Turk, who is not played by Rosie O'Donnell, but someone named April Winchell. So she does her best impression of her. So can't get better than that. They ask her why she tried to get away from her. She says,
Turk! Oh, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
So she sits down for like a story time, tells them they've been married a year, talk about how he doesn't do well with her British circle, which reminded them of the time her British friends came to visit her. So now they decide to tell that story. And yep, buckle down for the first episode of this shit, narrated by Elephant. It doesn't say the name of this episode, but it's called Tarzan and the British Invasion. I don't know if that's a good... All right, so Jane is yelling on the vine. He catches her.
Yes, you act more like an ape every day.
Like an ape?
All of a sudden, just 3 British ladies just show up out of nowhere, start smacking the boy. He lifts one of them up, sticks his foot in another one's face. Some random guy drops their luggage off, says hi to the both of them.
Good day, Miss Porter. Tarzan.
She explains he was raised by the gorillas. One of them says to put him back in his cage.
Jane, perhaps you could put it back in its cage now. Cage?
Maybe she doesn't want him in the cage. Next scene, they're drinking like a tea with the dad. Talk about how they're safe. They're confused that they live in the jungle. They ask him about his family. He says, I never knew them. They were killed by leopard right there.
They were killed by Sabor, the leopard, in this room.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh, Tarzan!
So now he's out to get some food. Some cats come to attack them. They just kind of get scared away by Tarzan, just standing there, and then they run away. I wonder if they're going to be a problem later on. The Rosie impersonator goes,
Ha! Guess we showed them!
her frowns clown her for living in the jungle.
Though it is quite lovely, you do live in what is essentially
a tree. You live in a tree.
You know, they judge her. They say she's different and weird now. I don't really think she has a good rebuttal. Tarzan shows up with some fruits. Next scene, she wants him to wear his dad's suit. He refuses and he says,
I won't wear the suit.
Why not?
You're embarrassed by me.
Next scene, again, they go out for a picnic in the jungle where there's like wild animals. She leads them to some waterfalls, calls it paradise. Tarzan reminisces. The professor comes down to see him. They talk about how they can't fit into each other's world, how he should try to do some shit that she wants to do instead of being a monkey every day. Next scene, the damn panthers show up to attack. Yep, they're back. They climb a tree and it breaks, and that log goes sliding into some fast water currents that all of them managed to stay on. As it slammed into the water, the cats join in. Everyone has perfect balance, straight for some rapids. They hit a rock, and I shit you not, the log breaks in half, and the other cats just managed to climb back on the other half of the broken log. Wow. So now they're safe for now. They're also lost.
Introducing Mr. Fancy Pants!
They missed the picnic, sadly. He smells that the panthers were there, and he knows what's up. He's posted, and he says,
Jane and her friends are still alive, and we're going to find them.
Not sure how he can smell that. Back with the Brits, they're adjusting their clothes. The sidekicks have a funny line here.
Hello, we're with Tarzan. Panthers run at the mere sight of him.
That was yesterday. The day he's wearing pants.
I found that funny. They argue about not having a fun picnic. The Panthers show up, so does Tarzan with no pants this time. Fucking strangles one of them and drops some rocks on the other one. But that first one jumps out of the water. They fantasize about him as he fights it. The other Panther makes it out of the rock undamaged. They chase him down. One of them is knocked out. Jane comes to the rescue. Tarzan grabs it by the tail. He chucks him. I laughed out loud. Eventually they drop, I guess, another rock on them and they fall in the water, but still alive, but defeated. They swing away.
She's so lucky.
Fast forward, I guess they're leaving now. And they said they have an amazing time, which I don't believe. They wave to each other. This is running on for too long. And that's the fucking British invasion. All right, back to the present day. Elephants are telling the story. Turk is in the elephant's ass. They get on the topic of gifts, diamonds specifically, and Turk goes,
And do you remember the last time Tarzan tried to get you a diamond?
so now they decide to tell that story. I'm getting some real Cinderella 2 vibes from this shit. It doesn't say the name again of the episode. So it's called Tarzan and the Volcanic Diamond Mine. So we got some random guys pulling up in a boat. We get some generic, Australian/British bad boys. You can just tell they are.
Sit. We are volcanologists.
Is that a thing? Is that what they're called? The general store guy says there's one guy who can help him. I wonder who. Then Tarzan burst in, beating up a guy.
Try to hunt an animal in this jungle again, I will do far worse.
So my question is, was there always a general store in the jungle? Was it in the first movie? Is there a town nearby? Is this the only store in the jungle? Does he get much business? I just want some of these answered, movie. I also paused it on this shot because I found the way that he looks at bro just fascinating. So volcano guy goes, who's that savage? Store guy goes, that's your guide. So I paused it on this shot after to get a view of the surroundings, and yet it's just the store there. I don't know how much business he gets. They go after the man. They ask him to show him the volcano.
Look for diamonds.
What are diamonds?
He shows him that girls, like lovers, give them to them when they get married. And now Tar thinks he has to get Jane one, so he decides to help. Also, his language barrier, insane. He just learned English so well. It's really impressive.
We just need to use him.
Wonder if they're bad. So next scene, he's asking Jane about weddings.
What are weddings like back in England?
She goes a little overboard. Diamonds are brought up. Now he has to get her one. The next morning, he stumbles.
Good morning, I'm going out.
Right. Well, so it appears.
He goes to the bad guys. He says he wants 1 diamond for Jane. And they agree to help, but menacingly, poor elephant has to carry all their shit. One of them mentions that there's explosives in some of the crates, so he comments,
At least we'll get the ivory.
Evil. Also, listen to this transition, y'all.
Oh, my. Fascinating.
He's examining the plant. Then it eats him. Jane thinks he's acting sus and goes to look for him. They run into some crocs. Tarzan grabs them by each of his limbs, surfs on one of them, saves them. Jane finds out he's going to the volcano with some shady people. The general store guy hits on her. He says, hey, if he gets hurt, she can come cry on his shoulder. Which I can't blame the guy, considering he's just alone all day in this store. With no one. Bad guy says once we find the diamonds, we can turn on him. They use some bombs to blow a hole in the volcano. Jane and friends are still looking for him. They find 1 diamond, so they're close. Then they find 1,000,000 diamonds.
We are rich!
Women wear these rocks on their fingers.
And they call us uncivilized.
Tar is looking at the right diamonds to get Jane. They say,
you're not stealing my diamonds.
I am not a thief.
Jane kicks him. I don't know how they found them or the hole or path they followed, but she kicks him. He breaks the gun. They explode them inside the cave. They run away. Now they're stuck. Volcano's about to burst. You know, the typical stuff. Father has a very, very bright idea of, hey, if the lava's down there, shouldn't the exit be up there? So Tarzan breaks them out. The thieves run into the Kronks. They get stuck in a tree. They do some pretty impossible shit where they ride a rock as the lava erupts them out of the fucking volcano, which also none of them managed to get any lava on them whatsoever. Even Jane goes, "Is this possible?" Which, okay, I guess logic is just out the window here. So let's ignore the logic of this scene. And this scene, and this, and this. You know what? But hey, they made it out safely. Tarzan rescues bad guys from the tree. They drop the diamonds in the lava. Tragic. And now they're arrested. And I shit you not, y'all, that's Tarzan and the volcanic mine. And also, can I just add that it cuts back to the elephant finishing the story, even though Jane was the one who started it because the elephant couldn't remember it originally. So whatever. I guess he just realized, I guess he remembered halfway through her telling it. I don't fucking know.
Well, that's a very nice story.
Like what? Getting close to the final fucking shitty episode. And during this little transition, Daddy flies in 2 seconds later. He had a mishap.
You bet your sweet poopy it's yes.
They get on the topic of dancing.
You remember the last time he danced?
Oh, yes. That wasn't a happy occasion.
Now we're just on the 3rd episode about dancing, called Tarzan the Flying Ace. So we get a dog fight just to fucking kick it off. Just a dog fight. Which what is this set? Are we at war? A plane explodes. This British guy is after Jane. The next scene we're with Jane and Dad. And I paused it on this scene because I thought her face was derpy. It is. Dad's building a radio to communicate, I guess. The music starts playing. The lovebirds start dancing. Radio breaks.
That was very nice, Tarzan, but not quite a waltz.
What is that?
Well, it's
Also kamikazes them. Tar goes out to check it out. He finds them. Again, perfect English, talking to this British guy. Jane shows up, recognizes the guy. They get excited to see each other. Tarzan's kind of watching from the side. You know, he steps in, he hits her with the
Tarzan, Jane's husband.
He congratulates them. Tarzan doesn't trust him. Immediately insults him. He's just an old friend, she says. Father calls for help, and then they all go to the rescue. Also, the audio mixing on this part is atrocious. British guy bro just fucking pulls a fire extinguisher out of his ass, saves Dad instead of Tarzan, and of course he's a little bit jealous. Daddy recognizes him from back home, all grown up now. He keeps saying he's a bad guy. Also, wouldn't you be jealous too if you saw your wife, you know, walking with a guy like that? She even asked if he's snooping, and he says yes.
Are you snooping?
Yes.
So, red flag there. Turk convinces Tar, I feel like that's like a slur the way I say this. Turk convinces Tar to go to them.
Jealous? I mean, sure, Candler's dashing, cultured, and well-groomed. In other words, everything you're not.
I guess that logic made sense to them. They reminisce the next scene about the good times and they dance. Tarzan walks in on them. He drops the flowers. He runs away. She says, I think you got the wrong idea about us. So it might be for the best that he goes. Then he drops this like code thing. She goes, you're not a secret agent, are you? Then he hits her with a, no, more like a double agent. All right, hear me out. This explanation is a little confusing. She asks why did he give her that machine, and he says,
British intelligence was hot on my trail. So, as you were leaving the country, I slipped it to you for safekeeping.
So he turned into a spy for the Germans, I guess for money, and she's mad that I guess he betrayed England, which I still don't know why she's upset, because she's like living in the jungle, so why should she give a shit? You know, she hits him with a God Save the Queen. She steals the code thingy, falls, and now the chase is on. She fumbles her way through the jungle, gets caught anyways. The next scene, Tar saves that guy from the beginning of the short. Remember him? That guy fucking blew up. From the Panthers, basically he just tosses him around. Random guy picks up his gun. Tar kicks it. Tar says his friend is already here. He says, that's not my friend. He's a hoe. And then Tarzan says,
Are you sure you're not just jealous?
Jealous? Secret codes. He betrayed our country. He shot me out of the sky.
Robert Canada is a bad man.
He's a bad man. Next scene, bad guy flies away with Jane, but Tarzan has vines that can just go very high. So he manages to get one on the plane. You know, with Tarzan, you never know what these vines are capable of. They have very many different unique possibilities that many consider to be unnatural. So he kicks him off the pilot seat and he pulls out a machete. Cut back to the Rosie impersonator. She's looking for Daddy, and they get the radio to work, and it manages to radio into Jane, and they just have like a casual conversation while the other two are fighting on the wings of the plane. Perfect balance, might I add. She asks him how to fly a plane. Dad's beautiful response.
Now let's see. I believe you push forward on the yoke to tilt upward.
The guy was gonna fall off, but Tarzan saved him, which I don't know why he keeps saving the bad guys. He really needs to stop, because they keep trying to like go on their evil tirades right after every time. So that's what he does next. By the way, they're on the edge of a fucking waterfall being held on by a single vine. Remember, natural vines. He slides down that vine and runs away. They threaten to cut the rope if they follow him, but then it just breaks anyway, and Tarzan springs into action. He grabs the rope by his feet. Strong man. The bad guy hears Jane calling for help as he's running away. I guess he has regrets and he goes back to save her. And while he does this, a log just hits Tar and they fall to their death. All of them. Oh, just kidding. How is that even possible? How is that even possible? He makes him land the plane. They arrest him. I guess they're just friendly now. I don't know. She says goodbye and he goes,
Goodbye, Jane. Just until the next time.
I don't think there's gonna be a next time. She says, his primal instincts. At least he saved her, right? Next scene, it's their anniversary. They throw her a party randomly. He's wearing the Papa suit. This transition's a little strange because he whips out a diamond ring that he got from the mine, which I'm kind of glad they tied that back in together, you know? A song starts. It's not Phil Collins, so I don't really care about it. But we get a dance montage to close out the episode. They kiss, pan up, stars, and credits. And that's Tarzan and Jane. Oh my God. But it seems like they just didn't give a fuck about this one. So yeah, I hated this. Honestly, this is the part where I'd add more. Like, there really isn't much to this movie. Like, there's literally no trailers. I guess I could fucking throw up a trailer of the movie, right? There's literally nothing to talk about. So just like last week, we're just gonna whip out some fucking positive reviews about this lovely movie. So let us begin. All right, so Anonymous said, LOL, the funniest 1.25 hours ever, in memory of Walter Elias Disney, his nephew, and the artist behind The Family's Legacy, or any of his family. Anonymous 2 said, normally I have a low tolerance of pratfalls, but the good spirit of Tarzan and his friends lets me overlook the lava surfing. It's a good one. And lastly, Anonymous 3 said, no steamy sex scenes make this movie one to avoid. I'll leave you at that. Thank you for joining me, guys, and join me next time where I view the next direct to VHS and DVD sequel, Disney movie sequel 101 Dalmatians 2 Patch's London Adventure. I'm getting Lady the Tramp 2 vibes from this. 101 Dalmatians 2 Patches London Adventure is a direct-to-video adventure film, a sequel to the animated Disney film 101 Dalmatians. It was released January 21st, 2003. 41 years after the original. Again, I don't know why they have these large gaps between the releases. I mean, I know why, because money. But hey, at least this one isn't a stinker.
Hey guys, welcome to Disney. I just need to check your IDs.
But welcome to my 13th direct to VHS and DVD Disney sequel movie reviews, sequels. Now, this movie was produced, of course, by the Walt Disney Television Animation Company, animated in Japan, which I'm pretty sure this might be the last Japan one before they shut it down, because this was the last film to be released under the Disney Video Premieres label, which was then renamed to like the Disney Toon Studios. You might have heard of it in 2003, but there's actually quite a bit of shit I could find about this movie. I'm pretty sure it was a success.
The film wasn't just made here in Los Angeles, it was actually an international effort where we had animators in Canada and in Japan, and they all worked really, really hard to make the best movie possible.
None of the main cast came back. Wonder why.
Somebody want to let him out?
But I found a lot of behind the scenes stuff in this, and it's a crime not to show you the hilarity of it.
A pitch is when we put the storyboard up on the wall and we get everybody into a room and we sort of like act out the whole sequence.
Patch is terrified, but all the other puppies are like having a good time, like roller coaster.
Hey, pay attention. This is the good part.
This basically is another sequel movie where the main cast, you know, has a kid, 99 to be exact, and it centers around one lonely dog named Patch. Like, I guess he got patches or something. I don't know. I mean, keep it quick. I'll explain more at the end. That's basically a little rundown of the film. So let us begin. All right, open shot. Disney Castle. There's some oddly synced barking to the music. There's a dot, then there's a dancing dot. And 101 Dalmatians 2 Patches a London Adventure. So basically we get like the opening credits in the beginning, which I don't think any of the previous 12 did this. So I know a lot of classic Disney movies did this in general, but like, I guess it's nice change to see something different. And boy, when that first shot came up, I was a little happy because they kind of kept the same art style from the original movie. Those little like fucking little brush strokes, it's still kind of CG'd, but like for the most part, they tried to keep it true, which probably the best art style I've seen in any of these previous 12 so far.
Hi guys, I'm Dave and I'm an animator.
Yeah, that's great, Dave.
Hi, fellas. I'm Bill. I'll show you how the backgrounds are created.
Ooh, nice strokes.
But we got Pongo. We got the boy Pongo. He's narrating the story. He's talking to Roger. You know, he's saying Roger is like his pet or something. When Roger started singing the first song, I smiled because the Dot song is good, which maybe we have a good film music this time. I don't know. There's really not many songs, but for like the few that there are, this one is good. I don't know, but like him and his wife are singing about like Dalmatian plantations.
Dalmatian plantation, we're home.
Which I don't know if that sounds good, but we get the iconic dog looking at the TV, Mr. Patch, or I guess Little Patch. He's an outsider dog, you know, so he's different. No one shared. The chunky dog ate the last bit of kibble. They're watching a TV show.
Help, Thunderbolt, save me! Help, Thunderbolt, save me!
Time.
Help, Thunderbolt, save me! Help, Thunderbolt, save me!
Patch wants to be a hero, but he does like a pathetic bark. All the other dogs laugh at him. He wants to be a one-of-a-kind or something. It's time for bed. Patch catches a commercial about Thunderbolt being in London, but now he has to see him. So Dad says tomorrow is moving day, so Motherfucker can't see him. But next scene, look who's back. Corella the Devil she's struggling. You know, she's had some hard times. She can't even get a mitten from a store. Her car is, I guess, still busted or something. Shout out to like her radio starting meme, kicking the radio, playing her song. I didn't know her song was canon in the films. Like who sang it and why is it on the radio? Did I miss something from the last movie? So as she's like walking down the street, she catches a single black dot. Got her attention. She goes to stare at it and we get a new character. I introduced to y'all Martin Short as Lars or something like that.
I have found spotted perfection.
I'm just gonna refer to him, but probably as Martin Short. He is I guess the museum artist guy. I don't know why, but I get like I don't know if you guys know, like a John Lennon first meeting Yoko Ono vibes from this scene. And he showed her room full of spots. She freaks out. He basically falls in love with her. Someone understands his art or something. She asks him to make a piece for her to ease her pain, her pent-up pain of no dogs. He agrees. Next scene, dogs are asleep. Patch can't sleep. You know, he got dogs drooling on him. Can't blame him. He wanders and goes to sleep in the food bag for reasons. I guess it smells good or something. He overslept the next morning because they're moving. And so now he missed a truck because he overslept. So now he's alone in the house. The dog food truck just happened to drive by as he walked outside. So he decided just to fucking catch a ride on that instead of going to see his family. So plot development, I guess. So when they kind of make it to their moving area, I guess fucking Pongo, I guess, loses count of the dogs coming down. His wife kind of just goes 101.
Finally, no more counting.
What do you mean by that? Do you not have to count them anymore because like you're at a farm? I feel like you would have to now because now they're going to be running outside a lot. Not so good. I don't know. Next scene, Patch runs into Thunderbolt and his sidekick, Lightning. Lightning thinks some girl dogs are hitting on him, but no, only Thunderbolt.
Sorry, little buddy, but these ladies aren't interested in the sidekick.
They do a barking contest. Patch happens to just end up on the stage. Now he has to do his best bark. They laugh. He makes the front cover with thunder. I wonder who's gonna see that. There's some girl dogs that beg him to smile.
Well, all right, I guess just one more time. Couldn't hurt.
So in their trailer, Lightning comes in to break the news to Thunderbolt that he's gonna die in the next episode. Not like in real life, but like in the show. So clear that up. He's excited because he thinks that's cool, but then he realizes that means he's gonna be written out of the show and replaced later. So he kind of freaks out a little bit. He decides to go out and do some heroic shit that will probably hopefully keep him on the show. I don't know, dog thoughts. I don't know what's happening here. Patch just so happens to be walking outside the trailer as he leaves. He screams,
Hi, Thunderbolt!
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's his biggest fan. They kind of talk for a bit. I don't know. This movie gave me like early concepts for like the movie Bolt. Do you guys remember that movie? Because the dog is an actor, right? But this dog knows he's an actor and he can only focus on kind of telling the best script. And then there's like the outsider kind of parts, like a sidekick that kind of tries to help get their life back on track or find their way back home. Scenarios. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'll add on to it a little bit later. Anyways, he's impressed. He knows the show very well. There's a cat in the tree and he launches himself to save it and I think just kills it.
Need to thank me. The look on your face is thanks enough. What's the matter with you English people? Are you all having tea?
Then Patch says,
just like on the telly.
That's cute. Next scene, back to Corella and Martin Short, which was a great cast, by the way. He commissioned a piece for her and it's just not up to her standard. You know, he's madly in debt, like in love with her.
I shall not stop until the fires of your craving have been quenched.
You got Patch and Thunder doing some antics around the town, like messing up a wedding, you know, attacking a guy, washing his clothes, taking off the royal guard's hair. There's basically a montage here of Cruella and Martin and the dog just kind of fucking around. He just can't make the right amount of dogs to satisfy her. The dogs say, sheesh. The next scene, the show guys are freaking out because they can't find their star. Little Lightning slides a poster of him, and like the big boss is like, all right, he can be the star, I guess. And then you find out fucking Lightning was behind it the whole goddamn time. You know, he lied to Thunder so he can be in the spotlight. How dare he? How dare he? Back with the devil, she's looking for a dog to sacrifice for art, and she found out that the Dalmatians have moved away. Oh, that newspaper from earlier, how convenient. And what's on the front cover? Oh, she immediately recognizes Patch the second she pulls the paper out.
I know you. This is delicious.
So now she wants to kill him, but for art. Next scene, they walk around, catching up on their lives, just kind of bonding, you know, character development, charm, which this movie has a lot of. You know, fast forward, eventually the newspaper lands in front of Roger when he's at his farm, and he sees little old Patch still in London, and they freak out, immediately go out to get him, which makes me wonder, right? Like, there's 101 of them, right? And like, they've been at this farm, let's say, for a while, and you're telling me none of the other dogs noticed Patch was gone? Did he not have any friends, like, or even like a close one to where maybe they realized they couldn't find him? I just feel like it's impossible for Patch not to be friends with one of those 101 dogs. At least one close friend. I don't know, unless genuinely no one likes him and he really is just the outsider, which I will just give it the benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah, the important thing now is that we find him before Cruella de Vil does.
How do they know she's looking for him also? Like, I'm getting a lot of questions here. The next scene, we got the robbers from the first movie in jail. Remember those guys? They're getting bailed out by the devil. So glad that they're back. She makes one of them dress up as a lady to get the dog catcher's attention. Then they take his car. We find the dogs on the farm location. So they end up like driving to like the farm where the dogs are. By the way, the newspaper had the caller address from Patch of where they lived. That's how she knew, in case you were just like, how did she know where he lived? So they start playing like the fucking Thunderbolt theme song or like the Kibble theme song, some theme song for a show the dogs like. I don't know how they know they like that. They catch all the doggies because they start going towards it. The maid finds them, chases them down with a pan. She slaps them, rides a pigs, normal stuff here. Basically, they tie her up, they hang her in the well. A little fucked up. Next scene, they bring all the dogs in for Cruella and Friend as inspiration. You know, he finds them adorable. You know, he goes, shit, you want me to paint them? And honestly, Cruella says the most fucked up, evil, cruel shit here.
I don't want you to make art of the puppies. I want you to make art with the puppies. Use their coats as canvases. Create a masterpiece in a new medium.
She actually might be the most twisted villain yet. Martin Short says,
how could you do such a thing to the cute little puppies?
Poison them, drown them,
bash them in the head.
I may be eccentric, but I am not a sicko!
He's not a sicko. She ties him up. She can do it herself. There's a lady walking her dog down the street, and that dog happens to hear the Dalmatians barking for help. And then we get one of those like chain reaction scenes where the dog barks to each other, you know, until the word kind of gets across town to eventually to Patch and Thunder. So just kind of rip that from the first movie. They hear the news, the full news. Usually, you know, these things get lost in translation, you know, when it goes to like 100 different dogs barking. But I guess they got all the details, exact location, fucking timestamps, everything through the dog barks across town. Now they got to go save them. So eventually that news gets around, and I guess it also happened to get to Lightning. Thunder is going to save the doggies. So now he's stressing and he has to go find him.
Kidnapped?
And he does. Immediately, like the next scene, 3 of them spy on bad guys. They kind of jump in, start barking. They get captured immediately. So when they're kind of locked up, Lightning, he kind of confesses to Patch that he's that Thunderbolt's also kind of bad. I know he does some twisted shit, like he's a fraud stuff to Patch. He runs away to go take a spot on the TV show. They have a depressing conversation about him being an actor, and now everyone is sad. Like a little bit later, Patch is talking to one of his siblings, not sure which one it is, about the TV show, and one of them brings up episode 18. So Patch has like a revelation, and he goes,
Episode 18! Did you see?
So don't question what happened in episode 18.
That's the same disguise you used in episode 18.
The hooligans find out that they escape, so they hide from them. Corella finds out right after, so she's like, I'll go look for them instead. They escape by bouncing off out of the building, which is like a cute scene. All the dogs escape. Patch is, of course, the last one, and Oop, of course. So we get a fun little chase scene in the room, and he makes it out. Thunderbolt just kind of eyes down Martin Short, tied up, so maybe he frees him. I don't know. They escape on a bus. Of course, Patch is the one driving it. He's well seasoned in this stuff. He probably learned from the TV show, if I'm honest. I don't know, probably episode 69. He's pretty good for a dog, is what I'm trying to say. Well, Corella, of course, is right behind them. She even stands on the car. She's determined. She catches one of them. Then we get like a hard cut to the TV show being filmed with lightning, and the cars just crash into the set. Also, the way that they're speeding down the street, not really like hitting a single thing, I think is a work of art in itself. Eventually, we're face to face with Patch and Corella. He basically, the way he defeats her is he kind of looks at her as the villain of the TV show. He kind of gets the best of her. He kind of lassos her with like her scarf or something. They luckily end up flying back into the bus. They hit a curb or something. They end up to manage to stop the bus right it's about to crash. Work of miracles here. Also, Patch go to hold them off. And like again with like the bolt parallel stuff. He does that bark thing where like it doesn't work the first time, but then when he does it a second time, it's like a powerful bark. Because Thunder showed up, which again, I do think this movie was an inspiration for both. We get Martin Short driving away, which I guess that means that he did escape through Thunder. He does some acting like he's like dying while the dogs are escaping, you know, and then some fine good acting at that. Lightning cries at this performance, and then Thunder runs away. The bus rolls back to chase Corella and friends into the water. So boo-hoo. They do the bolt bark again. The dog police pull Lightning out of the water. They arrest him. Not sure how they knew he was bad. I guess the other dogs told those dogs. They arrest a very unhinged Corella. Parents show up. Now everyone is together. What a story. The other dogs just kind of riz up Patch, saying that he's just like Thunder. So the ego is through the roof here. They get their picture taken, and boy, oh boy, oh shit, that's 101 Dalmatians 2, Patch's London Adventure. I really like this one, y'all. We have a good movie. Oh my god. There's even like a post-credit scene, which is like the first of these sequel movies where it's like the TV show and all the Dalmatians are in it and chasing the robber down and the end again. I really like this movie, guys. I won like best director, best editing, best musical score.
Looping is something that we have to do sometimes when maybe a line didn't come out quite right, so we get the performer to come back in and re-record their line.
Jackie, that was fantastic.
Great, what a talent!
I specifically remember watching this one a lot when I was younger. It's very vivid, but I remember the art scene towards the beginning with all the dots. When it was released on DVD in like, I think 2008 or something, they included this like virtual game where you can kind of like unlock, I'm pretty sure, like bloopers for the film or something, which I'll throw some up here.
Out of you! Cat, it suck all the blood.
Oh, buck all the puck out of you!
Cut, once more.
Off. Now, pile on your cameras.
Cut! What's wrong, Thunderbolt?
Am I flipping my lid? How am I supposed to win an award if I'm flipping my lid?
Also, I got sidetracked and I was very curious if they ended up naming all 101 dogs in this movie, or just in general, if they all had names. And let me tell you about this research, y'all. Holy fuck. Yeah, they did. Look at these names. There's so many. They kind of like named them throughout like different eras and different like ways that they've kind of done, you know, spin-off media. So like we got fucking Sasa, Blackie, oof. I like that they kind of gave up towards the end of naming them and they kind of went with like Dimitri 1 through 3, which I kind of want to film about those dogs. I feel like they'd have a crazy ass story. But other than that, I think that's it, y'all. Thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS, DVD, VHS movie, sequel movie trilogy, Jungle Book 2. The Jungle Book 2 is a 2003 animated film produced by the Australian office at the Disney Toon Studios, as well as the Walt Disney, animation studio, released by the Walt Disney Pictures in Buena Vista. It's a sequel to the 1967 film The Jungle Book. It was released 36 years after the original. Welcome to my 14th, holy shit, Disney direct to VHS sequel, DVD sequel, movies, direct. None of the original voice actors came back again because they aren't here anymore. The film was originally produced as a direct-to-video film, but it released theatrically for a little bit, similar to the Peter Pan 2 sequel. Wait, I missed that one. I didn't do that one. I think I have to go back and do that one. Examples like Rescuers Down Under, which I'm not considering, Fantasia 2000. There was Peter Pan 2 and this movie. Peter Pan 2, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why I missed that one. I guess because I thought it released in theaters, which it did, but I'm doing this one, so that means I gotta do the Peter Pan one now. So that means I have to do 25 reviews. Fuck. The film is not based on the second Jungle Book, not to be confused. They do have several characters in common. The film received negative reviews directed towards the animation and the similarity and the plot line to the first film, but it was a success. It fucking made $135 million on a $20 million budget.
I think they're gonna like it because I think everyone loved Jungle Book so much. I think that everyone is gonna love this new Jungle Book because they're like, wow, now we get twice the fun, But
the behind the scenes for this movie are insane.
Here, let me lay it out for you. These people are crazy.
Other than that, I don't really think there's much to say until the ending. So let us begin. Also, I was looking through my videos. I have a bunch, but there's some that I found that I've reviewed before, but now I'm pissed. But I found the Jungle Book 2, fucking the VHS of it. Shout out to the VHS. I've had it for the longest time. I don't remember watching it when I was younger. All right, open shot. The Disney Castle. We get some people talking over it. There's some guy saying to tell his story. So here we are. The Jungle Book 2. So we get Mowgli, who's telling this first movie story recap shit. Also, while I was listening to Mowgli, I couldn't help but recognize his voice from somewhere. And then it hit me. That's the voice of Sora from Kingdom Hearts, Haley Joel Osment. So I was immediately happy.
Because you have to act out certain things, like falling out of a tree or something like that.
Anyway, there's like a kid that ruins the story.
But it's gonna be kind of hard to finish the story now.
So if you remember from the first movie, the way it ended was Mowgli seeing human girl, basically being mesmerized by her, following her to Man Village, which is where he stayed to end the original off. So there's like some tension here, I guess, which is why he stayed.
We give thanks for Shanti's beautiful brown eye. Mowgli would never have found his way into our lives.
They separate, it's time for bed. So like Mowgli still doesn't think he fits in. He calls his, I guess, adoptive parents sir and ma'am. I don't know, maybe he misses Baloo. So the little boy's name, like his fucking the step brother or some shit, Rajan, catapults himself into Mowgli. They go out to look for prey. They tell the parents they're gonna do some chores.
But you
can't take the jungle out of the boy. He runs into girl getting water, scares her, warning her about Shere Khan. They scare her into the water. She hates him. So then like a song starts and we get Haley Joel Osment singing about jungle, which I won't lie, he's not a bad singer. He actually kind of sounds like the original Mowgli, if I dare I say.
Without rhythm, and when it fills the air, animals everywhere.
The song kind of ends with Mowgli leading people to the jungle. A girl freaks out, screams, adoptive dad comes in, lectures him. It's normal stuff. Wannabe dad shows him the scar he got, I guess, from Shere Khan.
Oh, Shere Khan's one of the great villains.
He's sent to his bed with no dinner. He hates the girl now. She's bad. In his room, he's sad. He's thinking about Baloo. Then we get a pan to the jungle and we see the boy, Baloo, singing Bare Necessities, which is still a classic. Again, fun fact, I was listening to him. He's voiced by John Goodman. I knew immediately.
He seems to be an aging hipster who enjoys himself very much. He likes music and the outdoors.
Which is a perfect fit. He's missing Mowgli. He doesn't want to sing alone. They go off wherever. Then 2 seconds after they leave, a tiger shows up just thinking about Mowgli, how good he is.
Mowgli.
Bagheera, remember Bagheera? Oh, I love that little guy. So Bagheera follows him towards the man village. He really misses him. He falls in the water, calls for a plan B, which involves the elephants. So I'm happy they brought those guys back. They stop Baloo by blocking him off. He jumps in the water to sneak past him. He does. He runs into baby elephant, but the baby elephant misses Mowgli too. So he's like, oh, fuck, I'll let you pass. Next scene, we get these like Beatles ass birds watching over Shere Khan, making fun of him with his accent.
That's Shere Khan.
What we gonna do?
Don't start that again.
Ask me if I can whoop that tiger. Go on, ask me.
Can you whoop that tiger?
I Shere Khan.
Tiger Boy sneaks into the man village where everyone is sleeping except Haley Joel Osment. He hears noises. He goes to investigate, runs into none other than the Baloo, John Goodman. So there's like cute scenes here where they play catch up. Girl goes to give Mowgli some fruits and the tiger is waiting for Mowgli and she sees Baloo just kind of tossing him around and thinks he's dying and she screams.
Wild animal! Where? Come on, let's get out of here.
So, of course, when everyone comes out, they see the tiger, and they start fucking with him. Shere Khan ends up running away. But by the way, the girl's name is Shanti. Shanti? She follows Baloo and Mowgli in the jungle with the little boy not far behind. Tiger is happy they're in the jungle now. So the next scene, we get some catching up with the boys about how terrible work and chores are. And who do we see? None other than Kaa, the snake. That's how you say his name is, right? Is it Kaa? So basically at this point, it feels like this movie is just like one of those, hey, remember this character from the first movie? Well, here they are again. Just like every scene does this, it feels like so far. Also, by the way, the voice actor for the snake is none other than Jim Cummings, who's also the voice of Winnie the Pooh. This Jim Cummings guy, I swear to God, has been in like, I think he's in, it feels like he's in every single Disney animated movie, every single goddamn movie. What's special about him in this movie though, the original voice actor for Winnie the Pooh was also the voice actor for Kaa in the original Jungle Book. I think that's kind of neat that he kind of replaced him, and I think he does a pretty good job. But every time I hear Kaa's voice, I just think of Pooh. So back with the boys, they start singing Bare Necessities, and honestly, I smiled because this song is special to me. So fun fact, a little off topic, the original Jungle Book, when I was younger, when I watched it, I'm gonna say like 15 years ago. I loved it so much, it made me want to start collecting all the original movies on like DVD and shit, because you know, that shit was more popular than the VHSs. So I remember that song just being like, I used to watch Jungle Book religiously every day. I don't know why I never watched the second one. I'm kind of regretting it now, but this song was good, and they do a good rendition. Again, John Goodman and Osment are, I think, a good cast for these guys. The movie's pointless, but it's a good cast.
They say variety is the spice of life. And I'm the human spice rack.
So what attracted you to do a story like?
Because like they do the same stuff in the first movie for this song. Like it's just this, they just kind of recreate the first song animation for the most part. Again, we get the girl just lost in the jungle, running into some wild ass animals. She accidentally burns the snake, and now he wants her as a snack. Reasonable. He does his eye intimidation shtick again. Then this happens. Talk about perfect timing. He actually fucks the snake up, which I think it should be dead, but it's probably not. So now it's just the two of them lost in the jungle. So now we're back to the not dead snake again. He runs into Tiger Shere Khan. He slips up.
Stupid man cub. Man cub.
So after almost choking him to death, he tells him he's just at the swamps, pulls it out of his ass. The next morning, the fam is aware that all the kids are missing and are worried. They go out to look for them. Bagheera ends up getting trampled by elephants and sees the parents looking for them. Bagheera is mad at Baloo, again, go figure. While Baloo and Mowgli are living the life, Mowgli goes,
check this out.
He goes, who the fuck taught you that?
Shanti showed me.
Shanti?
No, I said, wanty. I wanty.
Baggy finds Balloon, says man in jungle. Mowgli ends up hiding, so Baggy goes to find him. Mowgli's like, wow, the village wants me back? Then Baloo goes,
Shanti? You definitely don't want her to find you.
Then Mowgli is like,
no.
Fuck
can't
yeah,
let anyone
they can't
find
find
us.
me. Which, okay, he says to roar at anyone that tries to take him from Baloo, and if he sees that girl, to just scream as loud as he can, which I wonder if that's gonna happen later. Next scene, we got Tiger Khan at the swamp looking for Boy.
That snake lied to me.
The Beatles bird just kind of swoop in with some more jokes at the ready.
Now, don't take it out on the water.
They just really like harassing him. There's this bird named Lucky, which, fun fact, voiced by Phil Collins of all people. It starts talking about the man cub and where he is, and the other birds are like, Lucky, shut your gob. He then proceeds to kill Lucky.
It's ironic that your name is Lucky.
Next scene, we're at the King Louie hideout. Remember that place from the first movie? He says King Louie has dipped from the place and he's chill with the monkeys now, so it's like a secret hideout.
I mean, everybody who's anybody. Nobody who's nobody don't know nothing about no place that everybody who's anybody knows about. You dig?
No, my head hurts.
Okay. Yeah, so apparently there was like some, the King Louie estate or some shit. There was like some fiasco that happened. I don't know the details, but there's a reason why they couldn't put King Louie in here. So I guess they just kind of kicked him out. Don't ask. A new song plays at the hideout. It's like a party scene. So like they like to dance a lot in this movie. I don't know. This song's just whatever. It's just all the jungle animals jiving. Let's skip this one. Baloo explains the man village to the other animals, how bad they are, especially the girl. We just really hate that girl. Mowgli runs away because he's hurt or something. He runs to the tree to look at the village. You know, he starts to sing that jungle rhythm song from the first one, but all sad this time. Next scene, Bad Girl and Kid are wandering. They hear him sing and then they just find him just like that.
Mowgli! Shanti? Oh!
Baloo finds them moments later and sees Evil Girl and gets his mean face ready. He fucks up the execution.
Roar!
She says,
that hurt.
You come anywhere near Ranjan and I'll really show you hurt.
I'm gonna pause it here. This just occurred to me, but how does she understand him? With Mowgli, it makes sense because he was raised in the jungle by him, you know? But she wasn't. I'm not gonna question it too much. It's just a thought. Let's continue. They're trying to explain themselves what the fuck is going on. Baloo lets slip that he told him to scare her, so she gets mad that he wanted to scare her away.
Oh, man, you weren't kidding about her. She's bad news.
No, she's not.
There's a lot going on here. Baloo realizes that he wanted the girl to find them, and Mowgli runs off to find her, which he does shortly after.
Do me?
Oh, time for the bad guy monologue. So he throws some dirt in his eyes, runs away. He hides the other kids. She runs after him anyway. Baby kid runs into Baloo. They go off together. It's a wild chase. Mowgli makes it to Monkey Temple, jumps some lava, which I didn't know there was a volcano in the jungle. He has him cornered to an extent. Next scene.
Faster! Faster!
Not another man cub.
I laughed at that. Shanti is next to make it to the Monkey Palace, followed by Baloo. They run into each other.
I was attacked by a snake,
and that's
but
why
I really don't care.
I'm here
I am to help Mowgli.
I'm glad we're finally on the same page here. They start beating on the gongs. The three of them are just confusing the hell out of this poor tiger. Oops again. He gives him the ultimatum of you or your girlfriend. Then Mowgli just fucking shows himself. He runs towards him. Baloo with the punt. And then this scene happens.
We can do it!
No comment here. And then this scene happens. So he didn't die, but now he gets to live the rest of his days listening to the Beatles birds. I don't think that's a bad way to go. All is well. The village is within reach, but Mowgli still isn't sure if he wants to go back, but she decides that she wants to go back. He runs to hug the bear. He tells him to go to the damn village. They do a sad wave to each other. Very sad, very sad. The dad forgives him just, right off the bat. He understands the jungle is part of who he is. So Baloo is gonna miss him.
Wait a minute. I'm having myself an idea.
He has an idea. Next morning, they go out to get some water, and wow, they sneak out to hang out with the animals again. Who would have thought? Bare necessity starts to play. They can see each other whenever the fuck they want to now. Fucking pan up shot at the end, and that's the Jungle fucking Book 2. The credit song is a remix of I Want to Be Like You, in case you missed that song, which is a good song. Not as good as the original, but... So yeah, this is what a useless movie. Like, it starts off, it just kind of goes full circle. It starts off him in the village, right? Because that's where he wanted to be, and then he goes off to the jungle, kind of some adventures, and then ultimately comes back to the village. So like nothing happened. I guess now he can see Baloo whenever he wants, but that's it. Overall, it wasn't a terrible movie. I like the voice actors. I like some of the songs, even though they were just songs from the first movie, but redone. Animation was good. Story fucking ass. In the 1990s, fun fact, the screenwriter duo Bob Hildenberg and Rob Muir submitted a Jungle Book 2 screenplay in which Baloo ventured to save his romantic interest from like a poacher. Disney ultimately went with a different direction in the sequel. So fun fact about the voice actors, John Goodman and Joel Osment, they were never together recording this movie. John recorded his voices in New Orleans, while Haley Joel Osment recorded his in Cali.
And the funny part about it is that I've only met John Goodman today for the first time. We never met during the actual recording process because he was recording in New Orleans, I think, and I was doing it here, and he was never in town.
You recorded this?
I started recording this when I was 10, and I finished it when I was 14. So it was a big voice change that I had to physically make sure my voice always sounded the same in every recording process.
Due to like a legal dispute, King Louie the monkey could not be included in this film for whatever reason. Some random facts, I guess. The decision was made to keep Shere Khan in shadow during the beginning of the film to reflect his wounded pride. I don't know. A few other things. The film wasn't originally intended to be released straight to video, but it was supposed to be in February of 2002. But in 2003, third installment to book was planned. It would have been about Baloo and Shere Khan being captured, sold off to a fucking Russian circus, and Mowgli, Shanti, Rajan, Bagheera deciding to save them both. And like also during that movie, Shere Khan would have like regretted his hatred towards humans. Basically, it would have made Shere Khan a good guy at the end of the movie. It was never materialized. I'm sure there's a few things more I'm missing, but that's it. I don't want to talk anymore. So thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS, DVD, Disney sequel movie, Peter Pan 2, which fun fact, again, like I said, this was released a few years before, but I skipped over it. So now we're going to go back and do it because it was released in theaters. It wasn't on my list, but this was on my list. So make sure no one can tell me that I missed it. Thank you. Here we go. Return to Neverland, also known as the Peter Pan in Return to Neverland, or Peter Pan Return to Neverland, and later retitled to Peter Pan 2 Return to Neverland, is a 2002 animated film sequel to the 1953 film Peter Pan. It was released 49 years after the original. None of the main cast returned to their roles because, well, I don't got to keep reminding you guys every week. Welcome to my 15th Disney Direct to VHS DVD movie sequel movie review. It was produced by the Walt Disney Television Animation in Sydney, Australia, and released by the Walt Disney Pictures fucking Buena Vista distribution shit. It made a total of $110 million on a budget of $20 million. That's just before the DVD sale and the VHS owns, I guess. Here we are with yet another movie where the main cast has had a child, and now that movie's about that child. I don't know how many of these we've been through so far. Also, I really couldn't find much behind the scenes for this movie for whatever reason. You would think that this is being one of their more popular IPs and they're releasing it in theaters first, that they would have one. But no, there fucking ain't shit. There's deleted scenes I found. Other than that, like I also lost my DVD copy to check if there was anything, but now I guess we'll never know. But other than that, I think I'm just gonna start. Also, I just realized that this hat is green and I'm using a green screen, so the effect really isn't there. So I guess we're gonna have to suffer together. Also, I look like a fucking idiot with this thing on. All right. Open shot, fucking Disney Castle. Yeah, never fails. But of course, this time Tink is in it because she's Then it pans out from a CG cloud over a Big Ben. And you know, some nostalgic music is playing as she's just flying with no rhyme or reason. This part is literally just pandering. Then she runs into Peter, who, believe it or not, is still not grown. There's a narrator fucking talking, saying how the story always ends the same. I'll always believe in you, Peter Pan. And then it's just the future. Automatically, she's married with a kid. Actually, 2 kids, actually. Poor Peter didn't even get a chance. Peter Pan and Return to Neverland. We get a song, a modern song of the second star to the right or left. There's war going on, by the way. And Wendy's husband is like drafted. Their daughter is sad. So now it's just war times. The narrator even is like, yeah, well, when this shit goes on, the kids tend to forget and make up shit like Peter Pan and Neverland. This got intense real quick. Sirens are going off. By the way, the kids' names are Jane and Danny. Also another Jane. I just did Tarzan and Jane like 2 weeks ago. Okay, so as Jane and Dog are trying to get home from the war, I don't even know why they left their home in the first place.
What is it, Nana 2? Oh no.
The bombs are dropping. Yeah, so apparently they're sending all the kids on a train because of the war, so I don't know when they'll be back. They're not taking Wendy's kids yet or something. I don't know why. The grown Wendy is with Danny, and he hates planes and bombs. But Wendy is like, that shit sounded like Captain Hook. What do you mean? And then he's not scared anymore.
Happy birthday, Daniel.
Yippee! Socks. 2 of them.
That's like, that should just be a meme right there. Little Danny wants to hear more stories about Peter Pan. He's even wearing the fucking hat like me. She proceeds to tell him a pretty generic story, fighting Hook on the ship and then Tink making it float. That's it. I don't know why Jane is obsessed with war so much. She just doesn't know how to be a kid anymore. War changes people. And then a guy knocks on their door and he's like, hey, I'm here for the kids, shipped out tomorrow morning. So I guess they're leaving too now. I don't know. I guess do them in little groups. Wendy breaks the news to Jane. She doesn't want to go. Sad times are upon us.
Hey, Faith! Trust pixie dust! Mother, those are just words from your story!
Story time's over. It's war. She insults the bro. Mom is pissed. She's no fun. Adult ass. Then she sings about not being a child anymore. Again, I hate this song. It just doesn't fit in movies like this.
There is no such thing as fate. And pixie dust.
Literally, like these fucking modern pop songs just don't fit. She cries at the end. Next scene. The fucking ship is over their house randomly. Hook's goons come to, I don't know, kidnap them.
Hello, Wendy.
So I guess he came for Wendy, but didn't realize she grew up yet. So I guess he just takes Jane. I wonder where they're going. Then this happens. I don't remember that happening in the first movie, but that second star to the right must be insane. Now that he has not Wendy, he can lure Peter to him, finally. And then we got a classic Smee. Never change. They hang her over the edge, and then Peter comes to save her.
Only in your dreams, Hook!
Yeah, I don't know this voice actor. This is apparently like his most famous role. I don't know. You could have gotten Haley Joel Osment to voice him, and it probably would have done a better job, but it's passable. I don't know, they end up doing their generic fight on the ship stick again, which, do you think after all these years of doing the same shit over and over again that they would get tired of it and, you know, hopefully, you know, figure out each other's tactics at this point? But no, it plays out the same every time. She falls in the water, Peter goes after her.
I did it. Can't believe it. I'm free of Peter Pan forever.
Oh my God, he's free of Peter now forever. They both die. Just kidding. Tinker makes the squid fly, then it drops it on Hook. And he got a good taste of him now, and he wants him all to himself. I don't know. It just let him slip, and darn. It was also at this point of the movie when it hit me that Croc, TikTok, whatever his name is not in this movie. And I did a little bit of a research, and I saw that maybe Octoboy swallowed the Croc, hear me out, in the first movie or something. And technically it's still inside the squid. So I'd like to believe that when old Hooky went inside the squid, that it saw him, and that's why he reacted as he did. Because it literally acts the same way. It's its eyes. I like to think that the squid's eyes, since it tick-tocks back and forth, that's the Croc. I don't know, y'all. Let's keep going. The two of them are together finally, and he realizes she's not Wendy. They fly away, and she says that she's her daughter. She's gonna love it here, he says. We got a montage of them flying over Neverland, scenic views. Mermaids are back. Remember them, because it's the first and last time you're gonna see them. They also kind of they made him not as interesting. But you know what? Tinkerbell still hates him, so we're doing pretty well. She drops her.
She's just jealous. All girls get like that around me.
Oh, really?
We run into the Lost Boys. They're still the same boys. They're still spitting in hands. She's a new mom now. She eventually breaks from all the fun. She says,
No, and no.
she's too old to be doing shit like this. She's acting like too much of a grown-up. Back with Hook Smee, he's getting a massage. He really wants him now. He hears a squid glugging around.
No sooner do I rid myself of that cursed crocodile, and now this.
Oh, there. Smee simply shoos it away, and it complies. So it's just simple as that. I don't know why Hook can't do that. Back with Pete, he watches Jane as she's trying to leave. Tink's okay with that. He goes to talk to her. She talks about how only she told her fam he isn't real. So it's a pretty sad scene. She sticks her hand goodbye. It's a pleasure meeting him. She starts sinking after she leaves. You know, Peter breaks the news the only way out is to fly. So next scene, he's showing her how. She can't do it.
I can't fly.
Well, of course you can't, but I can. I guess I'm just smarter than you.
She doubts it. Tink doesn't want to give her dust to fly. And Peter's like, well, if you don't, she can't leave us. Then immediately coats her in it, then sneezes on her and is pissed. Pete kicks her and she falls to her death. Just kidding. That apparently didn't kill her. Fucking 6 feet under. She's not a scratch on her. Hook is watching them from the trees. He takes her notebook from her and starts tossing it around with the boys. Big boy eats it, burps after. They didn't mean to make her mad.
And I especially don't believe in fairies.
She just doesn't believe. Good riddance. So we get a Santa Claus situation here where if you don't believe in Tink, she loses power and now she's struggling to fly. Jane is out all alone. Some would say lost. Boy. Reminiscing about her fam. So we're getting flashbacks to like the beginning of the movie from like 30 minutes ago. So all right. Back with Pete, Tink explains that if she doesn't make her believe, she's gonna die. So the rest of the movie we finally got a goal now. We get a Tink to Jane transition here, which I think is pretty nice. She runs into Hook. He begs her to kill him.
Please, go right ahead. Run me through. You'll be doing me a favor.
Which is wild. He strikes a deal with her saying, hey, he'll get her home if she tries to help him get the treasure. So I think that's a reasonable deal if you ask me. I don't know. She goes, is like, hey, I mean, if it's yours and not the other guys, then I guess sure, just don't harm my boy Peter. He gives her the contract to sign.
Mwah! Leave the light on, mommy. Your baby boy's coming home.
Apparently he's like her only way home as he kind of disappears into the bushes. Next scene, Peter Lost Boys are looking for her. I want to know the animator that did that, and I want to dap him up. They run into each other. He says he'll do anything for her. She's like, shit, let's go on a treasure hunt. The boys start singing. This song isn't really anything to write home about. It's about what the Lost Boys would do on their free time and how they only have free time. Random thought. How did all these kids get to Neverland? Like, do they all have families? How long have they been there? Does Hook and his crew also have a life out there? I want a movie explaining how everyone got here. Call it Finding Neverland. End of the song. She hops and skips into a cave, and wow, look at that. The treasure's just fucking right there. How convenient. Peter and gang find her.
I now proclaim you, Jane, a lost boy. I mean, a lost girl.
She's happy about that, apparently. Skunk Boy blows a whistle at the end and like a fucking dumbass, and he calls over the pirates so they come fuck with him. And then of course Hook has to drop the line.
And thank you, milady. I couldn't have done it without you.
Jane?
Which, why do movies do this a lot? Like, I can think of like 3 others I did so far in these reviews. Get better ideas. She's pissed because Hook broke the contract.
I promised I wouldn't harm a single hair. This is the one I won't harm. Here, you keep it.
I chuckled. Peter hates her now. Tink dramatically is dying now as Wendy looks for her. She opens the leaf, dead. Then the stupid music starts playing.
All the world is made of faith and trust.
I'm so sorry.
What a sad scene. I shit you not, her hand starts sparkling, and then Tink does too, like 2 seconds after. We didn't even get a chance to mourn her. She's just automatically back. I guess her crying made her believe. Just like a change of heart, Tink likes her now. All is well. It's time to find that boy. They're making him walk a plank with an anchor on him. Then they find him right after. They start laughing at him because I guess, I don't know, they're girls. Jane cuts the boys free. Tink goes into Hook's mouth. Skunk Boy slingshots a diamond in the water, and the crewmates go after it. And then this happens. It's a little bit of an anticlimactic fight here. Jane goes for the key. Hook almost gets her. She kind of just pushes his sword to the side and then jumps off. Of course, she flies. I don't know what you thought was going to happen. She flies, frees Peter. They kind of like each other now. So Hook has her in a chokehold. And then Pete just throws his knife and he just falls. 2 seconds later, Pete fucking drops him an anchor right into the fucking squid. He runs away. A good captain always goes down with the ship. He spits them out, then he sees the other crew as like fish. So who knows how long they'll be running. That's disgusting. Kids were dirty back then.
You can fly now. You can go home.
So she can go home now, and the Lost Boys are sad. She says she'll tell her brother Danny, remember him, all the fun stories she had with the Lost Boys. Peter decides to escort her back to her home. Then the scene just kind of jumps back to her home, just waking up, making you think it was all a dream, but it wasn't. She runs off to find her mom, Wendy, and she's like, he really is remarkable. She sits to tell Danny Boy some stories that she had already. And Wendy hears something outside. And honestly, y'all, this might be like the best scene in the whole movie. Probably what makes it worth it is when she reunites with Peter. There's just, I don't know, there's just something charming about it. It actually kind of gave me a little goosebump when I was watching it. Just the way he's like, Wendy? Then he's like, you changed? I don't know. This makes the movie worth it for me. He says goodbye and flies off. Jane looks down and sees her dad is back from war. I don't know how long he was gone. It seems like it was just a few days in movie perspective ways. So maybe it was a quick war. Pete and Tink fly off to the second star. As we pan up, we fade to black. And that's Peter Pan 2 Return to Neverland. We get a remix of Do you believe in magic for the credits? Again, it doesn't fit. I don't know. I didn't hate this. It just seems unnecessary, except for that last scene. If we just got it short with that last scene, honestly, it would have been worth it. Again, since there's not really much behind the scenes footage to kind of throw up interviews, anything like that, here's some facts about the movie. Wendy's original voice, Catherine Beaumont, I think, recorded all of older Wendy's voices for the movie, but was later recast. Nothing was ever restated. It's probably likely that she's too old to produce Wendy's tone of voice. Kind of similar to Eileen Woods, the voice of Cinderella, when I did that review, how she was too old to play Cinderella, so they replaced her. So I guess that's a similar experience. It's still kind of heartbreaking. I'm curious what she said about that. There's a deleted scene from the movie in like a pencil test. It's where Jane and Hook meet for the first time. It's like an extended 2-minute clip version of the scene that was edited for time.
You've got a lot of nerve, Buster.
You're not Wendy. Who are you?
Who am I? Who are you?
Young lady.
Another fun fact, the voice of Hook, his name's Corey Burton. He's been performing the voice of Captain Hook since he was like fucking 17 years old. Fun fact, he worked at Radio Shack, and then his like voice teacher, apparently someone named Don's Butler, don't know who that is, suggested that he audition at Disney. They really liked him, and well, shit, the rest is history. The Indian encampment, ooh, we're at the risky part. Princess Tiger Lily, not in this movie, not even the Indians, because of their, stereotypical characterizations in the original film, which, I mean, is understandable, but they could have added them and changed them. I don't know. It's just kind of weird because where are they now? Did they all die? Like, how did we get here? Despite the merchandise, including them, John and Michael, Wendy's fucking brothers, are not in this movie. They're, I guess they got older too and they moved away. I'm assuming they also got married. I don't know. She doesn't even mention them. Other than that, there's nothing else I could find. I don't want to talk anymore. Thank you for joining me. Join me next time, where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS DVD sequel movie, direct to video movie sequel Disney. Do you hear that pop in my arm? The Lion King 1.5. Oh boy, there's a third Lion King movie. The Lion King 1.5, released February 10th, is a 2004 direct-to-video animated musical comedy adventure film released by the Walt Disney Home Entertainment. The film is a prequel to the 1994 film The Lion King and focuses on Timon and Pumbaa before, during, and after the events of the original film.
Simba's protector, Pumbaa's friend. But how much do you really know about this heroic adventurer and fun seeker? Join us now as we take you behind the legend.
It's also based off the 1995 spin-off television and animated series Timon and Pumbaa. Welcome to my 16th Disney direct-to-DVD VHS sequel movie review sequel. The entire original cast from the first movie returned to do this. At least the ones that mattered. The film is set up as a frame story. More on that later. Regardless, more than 3 million copies of the VHS and DVD units were sold in the first 3 days when it came out, generating about like 55 million in those first 3 days. This is the first direct-to-video film released under the Disney Toon Studio label after the Disney Toon / Disney Video Premiere split from the Disney Television Animation, which was ultimately owned by the Walt Disney Feature Animation, but in January 2003, and then they renamed it to the Disney Toon Studio in June of that same year in 2003. I hope that made sense.
For the past 4 years, I've been given a wonderful opportunity to work here in Hollywood and Australia.
We have Australians and New Zealanders.
Quite a few Canadians.
A few of us from LA, not a lot of us from LA. There's only maybe 3 or 4 of us that are from LA as an American, so can't understand them all the time, but you know.
It's a lot of rude jokes. The boys found them very entertaining during the screening.
The film was animated by the Walt Disney Animation. Fucking hate this stupid word Disney Animations in the same sentence every fucking time. It was in Australia, in the Sydney, New South Wales, and Disney Toon Studio in the United States. Other than that, I think that's it. Let's jump in. All right, open shot. Disney Castle. We get some nature sounds in the back. Pictures presents. Nah, where have I seen this before? Except, wait, Timon? Well, it looks like we got Timon and Pumbaa watching the original Lion King. They're doing like a fourth wall break or something. It's a little wild. So they're arguing over the story of the movie and how it went.
Then why don't we tell them our story?
So we're getting a movie where they tell the same story, but from a different perspective. I don't know what genre of movies is called. I guess like a frame story, if that's like the name. I don't know. But The Lion King, 1.5. Someone had fun with the effects on this movie.
Pumbaa? How can a rock be proud?
I don't really know what happens next. Timon just kind of rewinds a far way back. Something about seated while camera is in motion.
Here we are.
So of course we're starting with the backstory of Timon. And of course a song starts, which is too catchy. Dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel. We get Timon's mom. Timon fucks something up.
And it really sets up Timon's world. This is what meerkats do.
His mom has a talk with him. He doesn't want to dig anymore, so he wants a new life. His mom shows him the savannah.
Everything the light touches belongs to someone else.
Funny, I thought you were going a whole different direction with this.
So they're just food for other animals. Apparently meerkats are grass intolerant. So Timon has a reputation for just fucking things up in his little family village. He eventually lets the whole tribe let him go to explore this new life. Just watch out for the hyenas.
He had a face like a hyena's. But looking back on Timon's early years.
So they send him off with the Uncle Max, right? And he asks them, hey, what do you do if you see a hyena?
Scream, Mommy!
That's right! He starts to scurry, a sniff and a flinch all over the rock. Then eventually that turns into a song, of course. This song's okay. He gets on like a little nimbus cloud to paradise, so that's neat.
Always been good at running away. Well, now I'm gonna run the show.
He runs into the hyenas, fucking free dinner and a show. They slap him into the tribe. Everyone's scrambling.
That's just how I like them. Scramble.
Timon gets pulled underground. I shit you not. I thought I had a bugged copy because then this happened.
The look for this fall. Of course,
hey, what's going on?
In every magazine.
Yes.
I dead ass like rose in my chair. I said, wait, what happened? Who recorded over this? Then I see the two fools.
Every magazine.
You're sitting on the remote.
Uncle Max makes it underground. He lost his ass though. Everyone hates Timon now, like a lot. Even Uncle. So Mom goes to check on him. He says his life is out there. She eventually lets him go. Very, very emotional stuff. She gives him a long hug.
And people wonder why I have issues.
He's free. I also paused it on this part because I thought it was a really good backdrop vista. So let's appreciate it. Look at that. Look at that. Green over there. He starts crying for his mom later. He just runs into Rafiki in a tree. That boy just always shows up randomly, huh? He tells him that he needs some like Hakuna Matata or something. He makes him look into the distance and he sees the rock.
It's kind of hard to think with all this music.
He's going to the big pointy rock. Later during that walk, he hears some roars. I wonder who that could be. He's running through the grass. That beast is right on his tail. And then boom. Oh my God, scream.
You know, first impressions are very important.
So they get along pretty good. Pumbaa tells him that no one likes him and that most people run away from him. And Timon likes the sound of that. So he starts inspecting him and he's hired as his new bodyguard.
I'm your pig.
So they're now like acquaintances. They introduce each other and then they are off to that big pointy rock. The scene fades and wow, we get the opening again. I guess we're back to the present now. So if you were curious, apparently Timon and Pumbaa only knew each other for like 30 minutes before the original movie starts. So fun fact there.
Protect me, a great big fat guy. You really think I look fat?
It's the circle of life. So they run into the animal standing below as Rafiki is holding up baby Simba, but Timon has to get his dream home in the distance. So they kind of just shuffle through the animals. They're all kind of mean mugging them back. Also, if you were curious, Pumbaa had to let out gas. And since it smelled so bad, it made all the animals kind of collapse. And that's the reason everyone starts bowing in the original Circle of Life movie song. So I'm glad I ruined that for you guys.
Very proud to be the very first Disney character who actually had gas.
He would be improvising, and he would just be talking, and then there would be quiet, and he would go, and then you would hear like a loud, very long, squeaky one.
Look, sire, how they kneel before the royal sun.
Also, as they're kind of like just walking away, I didn't realize how long Rafiki was holding Simba. Like he's just kind of frozen there as he's holding him. He makes it to his dream home. He says it's all his. Pumbaa goes, oh shit, well, I guess I'll be going now. And then Timon is like, well, there aren't any laws saying you have to go. And so they're roomies now. So Timon gets the big bed and the Pumbaa gets the small bed. Next morning, they wake up to the other animals singing "Just Can't Wait to Be King," and Timon says, great, we move next to the theater district. If you were curious, Timon hits one of the elephants at the bottom to tell them to keep it down, and that is what caused them all to fall down at the end of the song in the original film. Let's keep going. Next scene, they stumble into the hyena encampment or something. Maybe this could be a good home. Also, they ended up being in that scene also watching carnivores. The next scene, they stumble across a stampede running down and immediately start running away. They are now in a waterfall. Timon asks if it's possible to fall off the edge of the earth, and Pumbaa hits them with a...
Technically, no. The earth is round like a sphere, Timon, so it doesn't actually have an edge.
So L to all the flat earthers out there, because Pumbaa told me so. They fall again.
Mind if I pause it for a second?
Actually, no. Mind if I pause here for a second? The film reveals the story of how they first met each other, right? And became friends. However, in the Timon and Pumbaa TV show labeled Timon and Pumbaa, there's an episode called Once Upon a Timon. They have a different way of meeting in there.
That was close.
Yeah, the circle of life passed before my eyes. But I'd say we made a pretty good team, huh? Yeah, we sure did. Couldn't have done it without you.
Yep.
Which technically makes 1.5 serve as a reimagined version of that said episode. And on another note, earlier in the film, when Timon met Rafiki for the first time, in the original film, Timon does not recognize Rafiki in that movie. Yet this movie shows how he previously met and learned Hakuna Matata from Rafiki, and he's recognized him throughout his whole journey. So back to the intermission in the movie, Pumbaa goes for a potty break. Timon picks his nose and he wipes it on the chair.
Were you just picking your nose? No, I had an itch.
They make it out alive from the fall. Timon can't go on anymore. Pumbaa says he doesn't have a home, and they kind of just bond over that. And this is kind of the turning point of the movie where they go from acquaintances to best friends. It's very emotional here. Until Timon decides to pause the movie again and blow his nose because he's crying. The next morning, I paused it on this scene because this movie has a lot of beautiful vistas. Too bad it was wasted. So they're chilling in paradise for a bit. Timon is trying to remember the phrase Rafiki told him earlier, and they're just kind of dancing around the word until this happens.
How can you dance at a time like this? I'm dying here. Hakuna Matata.
Come again.
They interrupt the movie again just to throw up some karaoke lyrics, and we all know this song. So they interrupted again because he ate all the grub. A quick scene back with the mom and Rafiki. She freaks out because Rafiki taught her son Hakuna Matata.
You used a metaphor on Timon? He takes things literally.
So I guess now she's gonna go out to go look for him. Hopefully this doesn't contradict anything in the future. So back with the boys, Timon says he doesn't really know what led him to Simba that day. So I guess they just wanted to be good guys and save his life from the original movie. But you know, they save him laying dead. So we get a montage here of them kind of taking care of Simba, showing him where to pee, how to climb trees, while the song Jungle Boogie is playing in the background. Very fitting. He tosses him around. This goes on all night. They let him sleep with them because he has had a bad dream. Adorable. That's adorable. Again, very beautiful vistas. So the next scene, we get like a teenage Simba. I really hate his hair in this. They argue that Simba wins in every contest they do, except they haven't tried the snail slurping yet. This scene is very strange. They eat till they basically pass out. Simba takes the last one of his and he slurps it down. Timon throws his in the air and dies. I don't know what to say about this. I think I enjoyed it. Then the two burst into another song, which turns into this fucking ballad. Yeah, this like little chorus kind of thing came out of nowhere, but it shows Simba progressing in age. Now he's full grown to, I guess, the equivalent of the first movie. So they are relaxing in the hot tub, and Pumbaa is bushed for the night, and he heads out first.
Oh, bushed. Think I'll turn in for the night.
You know, when I think about it, it does make sense.
I'm out, right behind you.
Timon cuddles up with his paw. So the next morning, they run into Nala, and the boys are like, she's gonna steal Simba from us. So Timon and Pumbaa are gonna make sure they don't feel the love tonight. So the Peter Gunn by the Blues Brothers starts playing. Don't ask. They are on a mission to stop this love, which it does a back and forth of Peter Gunn playing and Can You Feel the Love with each of the characters, you know?
That's so romantic.
Which I got a little chuckle out of. Ultimately, they could not stop the love tonight. Another beautiful vista later, we run into them fighting and breaking up.
Do you know what this means?
He can't express his feelings and she has commitment issues?
Now they are regretting it because he left. So, like, Nala explains the story plot of the first one to them, and they're like,
the sheer indescribable horror.
Blah, blah, blah. Why is she toying?
So they kind of fight about who's gonna go rescue the boy. Timon refuses because he likes his little paradise, and Pumbaa is like, well, he's my best friend, so he leaves him. Timon is happy.
It's more like it. Elbow room.
Then Timon ponders the rest of the day, and Rafiki, of course, out of nowhere visits him in the middle of the night, ultimately convinces him to come to his senses by saying a sentence or two and hits him on the head, and now he's off to rescue Simba.
My work here is done.
Next scene, Pumbaa is running and Timon just runs past him and they do a quick little hug, just like that. They pause the movie again.
What was with the running? If you can call that running.
I was thinking the same thing. So they literally cut to the chase, and now we're at the hyena fight at the end of the movie. Also, did you know that Timon's mom and uncle came to find him during this scene? And also bet you weren't expecting that. Also, they witnessed the fight with Scar and Simba just casually kind of in the background. He also says he's gonna find a way to help him, and he tells his fam to dig lots and lots of tunnels. So oof, what do we have in store for this epic finale twist? He runs away and his mom goes,
Something's different about Timon.
You think?
He's wearing a dress!
They do some dances to distract the hyenas. They do a lot of stalling, actually, like a couple of minutes of stalling, all the while the fam is kind of digging in the tunnels below them. I'm gonna speed up the rest of this scene because there's a lot that happens at one time. So they stall long enough. Mom pops out, asks, "Now?" Uncle kicks it. They back up. It doesn't work. They walk back. Timon grows some balls, jumps in the pit. They try to bite him. He slams into the wood. They jump them. The ground falls. In a tunnel, Simba kicks Scar off the rock. Bet you weren't expecting that.
I'd say Scar is down and out.
Timon walks out without a scratch. She calls him Timmy, which is a missed opportunity for me to have said that the whole video. We're almost done, guys. Next scene, we're at the ending. It's raining. They hug Simba. He roars to finish the scene out. They watch him. By the way, Timon's family, they were there the whole time. He tells his mom it's time to go home to paradise. Dig a tunnel. Starts to play. Again, Timon is king or something of his little paradise land. We get a zoom out of the meerkats going a little crazy. So we got the boys now breaking the wall for the 50th time. Timon's mom and family walk in and they ask to watch the movie again, even though they just literally finished the movie 10 seconds ago, and they start rewinding it. And bro, I shit you not, every goddamn Disney character comes into the frame to watch this movie. 90% of them are like voice animated too. And my mind was a little blown watching the scene because I don't remember this at all. Here's all the characters. Then they press play from the beginning and Pumbaa goes, "I still don't do so well in crowds." And that's The Lion King 1.5. The same director as Hunchback 2 and Pocahontas 2. This movie is just satire.
When you make a Disney film, you have to live up to the tradition of excellence. Even with that kind of pressure, we weren't worried. Or should I just say, Hakuna Matata?
So many groovy things to see while
That was pretty good.
Yeah, we sure worked on that a long time. I wonder how we actually did it all.
I mean, I like this movie. It's not the best, but you know what? It's decent. If we're listening, I'm 16 movies deep in this shit. This is one of the gooder ones. That's not a word. The critics and audiences generally liked it. I'd say average people gave it, well, like a 6.5, so not too bad. That's probably what I'd give it. But boy, oh boy, now it's time for all the retcons. At least the ones that I found interesting. So aside from like that mentioned TV show Once Upon a Time where they first met each other. So like in the beginning where I mentioned where all the animals kind of bowed because Pumbaa passed gas. However, like in the original film, none of the animals passed out, like in the back. The film also shows Timon watching Simba and Nala fight, in which Simba kind of storms off at the end, making Timon rejoice over their separation of them not feeling the love. However, in the first film, when Nala asks Timon and Pumbaa if they've seen Simba, which happens after the fight with them, Timon replies that he thought Simba was with her.
Next step is to have lots of meetings. It wouldn't be a film if you weren't having meetings about meetings and then talking about the meetings after the meeting.
It was like a pre-meeting, then we have a pre-meeting. Then when the meeting finally happens, you're exhausted.
The international version of the movies, the sing-along part with Hakuna Matata, they are kind of like omitted from the songs, but there's still a ladybug bouncing on the screen for like the karaoke part of it. However, later in the dubs with like visual localization, whatever that's called, they added it back in with the ladybug bouncing on each word. This movie also marked, again, like the first appearance of a Disney Toons logo, studios print logo at the end of the credits.
It seems to me we have gone all the way through to the end of the show, and there is no sign of real greatness in Timon's life whatsoever.
I don't want to talk anymore. So other than that, that's it. Thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS DVD sequel movie review VHS. Why does my hand pop every time I do that? I'm getting old. Mulan 2. I don't know anything about this movie.
That's how we did it.
Oh yeah, it did a lot of work.
And all that work makes you hungry.
Sure does. Where do you want to go?
Don't know. Where do you want to go?
Oh, I don't know. Where do you want to go?
Not sure. How about you?
I'm not really sure. What about you?
Well, enough of that.
I don't know where
Mulan 2 is a 2004 animated direct-to-video Disney animated film as a sequel to the 1998 animated film Mulan. The entire cast from the first film returned. except for Eddie Murphy.
Everyone loves Pat Morita.
I do the voice of the Emperor.
It was produced by the Walt Disney Pictures and Disney Toons Studio and some help from the Japan studio. Shout out to them. Distributed by the Buena Vista Home Entertainment. Welcome to my 17th. Damn, I've been doing this for a minute. Disney direct to DVD, video, VHS, video direct sequel movie reviews. I'll be honest, I couldn't find much about this movie. Skimming through like the bonus features, we got maybe like a 3-minute clip of the voice actors in this, a DVD game, and like some deleted scenes. A lot of deleted scenes, more on those at the end. This movie also made no sense to me. It's gonna be a quick intro. Let me explain why. All right, open shot, Disney Castle, smoke.
Savior of China.
Mushu interrupts the narrator. By the way, of course, like I said earlier, it's not Eddie Murphy. It's an impersonator. Yeah, I got nothing to add to this, guys. Yeah, he didn't come back because at the time, Boy was working on a little movie, if you haven't heard, called Shrek 2. So I guess there was like a thing in his contract that didn't let him come back or like let him work on a different movie at the time. So he was on to bigger and better things, I'll tell you that. So they give the band a robe. He starts walking up some ghost stairs. I don't know what's happening here. Is this lore accurate?
I'm climbing a stairway to heaven.
He gets in a hot tub with bamboo or something. What the hell is happening? Pictures presents Mulan 2. We get this like superimposed JPEG of a yin and yang symbol, a little strange. Back with the Mulan fan, they start talking about like gambling and how bad it is. Then the dad secretly shows off his gambling hand. So what was the point of that? Next scene, we got the girl practicing her moves. All the kids are watching her. They want to be just like her. They want her to train him. She tries to explain to them some lessons about being opposites, similar to that yin and yang in pose earlier at the beginning. Then she starts singing.
Lesson number 1.
This song's okay. It's a little cute. It's like the kids singing their lessons while practicing their moves. I like the animation during this. Some of it. One of the kids falls in the water. Song ends, and that was lesson number 1. That was a great lesson number 1. I learned a lot. Look who shows up. Li Shang. Shout out to that boy. Miss that guy. Wow, what a great guy. He's general and all. He's really brave. You know, he tries to admit his love to her. The kids start kind of laughing.
Is there someplace private we can talk?
We can go to my house.
So they go like somewhere private, and man just fucking pops the question, even though he just said he doesn't know her very well. Like, didn't they also know each other? It has only been like a couple months since the last movie. Man's on a mission. We also don't get to see the proposal and how they did it, just like in the distance. So what the fuck? She said yes, by the way. So we get Mushu complaining the next scene, reminiscent about how they saved China in the good old days, even though it was just last month. So she calls him her most trusted friend. He wants to start planning her wedding. Her fiance kind of walks in. He says all of China is outside to congratulate the lovebirds. I don't know if that's all of China, but so Mushu runs off to tell the ghosts from the beginning that they're getting married. Everyone is getting notified. Now they want to help with the wedding.
Hey, this looks like a for real pink slip.
So they basically hit him with a fucking pink slip. He's gonna be out of a job when she gets married. I was a little confused at what they were getting at. But if Mulan marries Shang, Mushu will no longer be part of the family guardian. Instead, she would become part of Shang's family ancestors and guardians. And so that his version of their guardian would take off, which I don't know what it is. I don't think they said it at all. So, of course, fake Eddie Murphy freaks out. Then they mock him. He is devastated. What is he gonna do? Back on a positive note, they are planning the wedding. Then a guy in a horse comes slamming in the door. He's given a letter that they have to meet with the emperor right away. Both of them. The family comes in, gives them a yin and yang necklace for like good luck. Mushu overhears what's happening. Ultimately, this guy comes to the decision to attempt to break them up. The cricket friend says, no, that's a bad idea, so I don't know what the fuck is happening. So they are off. They smuggle themselves, the two fools smuggle themselves on Mulan's horse.
Cricky, what are you doing here?
All right, so you're probably confused. To sum this up with this emperor, he reveals that the Mongols are threatening China this time. So he wants to form an alliance with the kingdom of Qigong. I don't know, it looks a little bit like Qui-Gon. So he wants to form an alliance with this Qigong to help them. He fucking asked the couple to escort his three daughters to Qui-Gon, where they will be married to the three sons of that king. And if they can't do this mission in 3 fucking days, the Mongols ultimately will destroy China. I wonder how this is going to play out. So the fiance says he only needs 3 soldiers for this mission. They're back. Of course, they had to start singing right away. They started singing A Girl Worth Fighting For. It's like, I think it's a different version of it. It sounded a little different. It's a comedy song. You guys know this song, right? I like the hook. That's mostly about it. They get kicked out of the kitchen. They run into Mulan, and a few sentences of conversations later, they're on board to do the mission, and they're leaving tonight. It's nighttime now, and the 3 daughters are boarding the carriage, and one of them drops her shoe, and one of the short fool runs to give it back to her. And this happens. So I can see where this is gonna go. There's 3 fools, there's 3 daughters. China is probably gonna fall. Mulan goes in to check on them. She finds out they have no idea they are marrying.
We don't know. We've never met them.
Really? It's all right, Fa Mulan. It's our honor to serve the Emperor.
Nothing is so exciting. We're very happy. Really?
Mulan had the same face as me, so she kind of like starts complaining to her lover that arranged marriages are like weird. He's like, well, we serve the emperor or something like that. So back with the 3 daughters, they start talking, and like one of them says,
Did you see the way he looked at me? But you didn't even talk to him.
A true romantic can tell. The inside. He's gross.
He smells?
Deep down. Deep down.
One of the sisters goes, you're getting married in 3 days. Get your shit together. They stop to like, I guess, take care of the horses for a little bit. She goes to talk to the short king. I think his name is Yao. They get along well. China is definitely gonna fall. Then we see the others getting along, and then Li comes out of the shadows of a tree and introduces himself.
Come on, Your Highness. You don't want to let your guard down. Get it? Guard down?
R.I.P. China. One hidden Mickey later, we are back on the road. By the way, Mushu's been plotting this whole time to stop them loving each other, so now it's like time to let his plan loose. So he hooks his line to Shang's shirt. Damn, that didn't work. So we get a montage here of all his failed attempts. Which I don't know if these plans are thought out well on getting people to dislike each other, but the horse kills him here. The next scene, he survived. He said he can't do it, and then this happened.
Great spirits, take me now!
Then he should die from this. So now they're on a roll. What's gonna happen? They roll by the couple, just staring at them. The couple runs to go get them, and they eventually all end up falling off the cliff. Now they're all dead. Just kidding.
I saved the food.
And I saved you.
Ooh, China, I got some bad news. The couple get into an argument about maps and directions, normal stuff. Mushu considers this a W on his part. Their yin and yang necklaces tangle up and they make up, so I guess nothing happened there. Ling comes back in during the night to hit on her.
I found your fan. Normally, I would say I'm your biggest fan.
His execution is very bad.
She's starting to slowly kind of like him now. The Mongols, they're gearing up already. One of the girls started writing a letter to her dad saying, I can't do the mission. I'm following my heart. Then one of the sisters comes in and tries to stop her. And then they start singing. This is basically a 2v1 song. She wasn't gonna win this fight ever. So by the end of the song, they convert her to the girl side, girl power side. They want to be free like the other girls. I didn't like this song. Next scene, Mushu goes into Li Shang's room and just kind of whispers in his ear that she's bad. It didn't work. Then he does another plan.
A strategy.
Mulan?
The man, I fell for those broad shoulders. I didn't realize there wasn't much sitting on top of them. Garlic breath.
Wait, that boy can peel paint. Oops.
That plan worked, and now he's pissed. So he finds her outside, and boy, oh boy, these facial animations. Like, come on. Who animated this? I love it. That's one thing I wanted to add. They're very expressive in this movie. Like, some of the characters are too expressive. Then she asks why he's covering his mouth, and he goes,
For your mouth.
I wouldn't want to peel your paint.
which I don't know if she knows what that means, but we know. That was weird. Hold on, before we leave this scene, one more for good measure. So yeah, that's the one. So Mushu convinces her to break up with him. Three fools fight over who's gonna talk to the girls first. They all go out in the end. They end up running away like on a date, and Mushu tells Mulan, and she goes out to find them. So Li Shang finds that one of the notes that the daughter wrote, talking about earlier how she doesn't want to fucking do this shit anymore. So everything is just turning into disaster here. So he goes out to look for all of them. So next scene, we're at this little date spot. There's not much to like touch on here with them. They're just on a little carnival. They play some carnival style games and shit here. I mean, there's some honorable mentions. We see the short guy without his shirt on. The main girl snorts when she laughs.
I thought you didn't have a sense of humor.
Mulan finds them. They tell her that they love each other. And like, honestly, you'd think she'd be mad, but she's down. She's kind of like, fuck yeah. But then the loser guy shows up. Kind of kills the vibes here. He says you can't talk to each other anymore.
Dang, the problem isn't as bad as it seems.
The problem, Mulan, is you.
The boy is expressive. So she wonders if he even has a heart. They don't love each other anymore. They have a mission to complete. It's just gonna be a sad ride from here on out. Yo, but damn, Mushu be chilling big time though. Until he realizes that she doesn't really want to talk to him now because she's sad. And then she tells him he's the bestest, most trustful friend who was always looking out for her and literally is just having like the ultimate guilt now.
Oh, I can't stand it no more. I'm the one that got between you.
You mean you got between Shang and me so you could keep your job?
I'm sorry.
Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Do you want to be part of this review? Come in. She realizes all those problems weren't her. It was him. So she runs off to tell her ex-lover, boy, fiance. Then they get ambushed before she could. It's a pretty big fight here. The Mongols do be Mongoling. They eventually kidnap one of the princesses and... Now they're dangling for dear life, and then this happens. Well, holy shit, if this didn't kill him, I don't know what will.
Doing it, I was crying, and it's so dramatic.
No! No, Shang! Shang!
It's a depressing next scene. She eventually decides to step up to the role of him and to finish the mission, so his death isn't meaningless, I guess. The horse is walking by. Motherfucker. The next scene, Mulan makes it to the Emperor, the Qui-Gon Jinn guy, and says, hey, sorry, I lost the 3 daughters and for your boys. And then he freaks out. And then she's like, but LOL, one of your boys can have me instead.
I would be honored to wed a prince of Qigong.
I don't know about all of this. Ultimately, one of the Emperor's guys just kind of like whispers in his ear, and he tells him that she's like, she's like a princess and also like a warrior, and so I guess she's worth more in the long run. Does she own land? I'd probably not. So I guess he agrees to follow through. We see that the eldest son that she is going to marry,
Son Prince Jiki.
the fucking finger trap and all, the whole package. She's too old for him. So the next scene, Shang eventually finds out where they went, and he's off to stop that wedding. Hey, remember when I said China is gonna fall? Inevitable. So we get a sad scene here where Mushu and her say goodbye because she's never gonna see him again. Then the wedding's happening, and as they're about to like finalize it, a fucking star blade fucking right between them. Like, what the fuck? You could have yelled, "Stop the wedding, bro." You didn't need to resort to violence and almost end a life.
You're alive.
I couldn't let you get married without me.
What is happening? When is this war happening? So he tells the emperor that he loves Mulan and fuck the rules. Then they seize him. Then this happens. So ultimately, he decides to turn into a god form, go in the statue, which this man blows way more fire than I realized for his size. So ultimately, he just kind of just becomes a god, and he says, hey, Mulan and Shang are going to be married now, and the daughters can marry whoever they want, and they just obey, and happily ever after. What about the Mongols? Which, you know, when you think about it, didn't they invade China IRL? So maybe this movie is accurate. There's a little post scene here. Mushu is packing up. He's ready to go. And the ghosts show up again, telling him chores he has to do now when he's with them. And then this happens.
Shang, what are you doing?
He's combining the family temples.
And so I guess now that Mushu can stay now since their families are combined, which I don't know if that's how that works. Now Shang can see Mushu.
So this is the famous Mushu. Somehow I pictured you bigger.
Even Mulan asked,
I still don't get it. What does combining our temples do?
Gives me back my pedestal.
Oh, okay then. So we get a pan out shot of the Eddie Murphy impersonator just yapping away. And then it goes to black. And that's Mulan 2. I don't know what this end credit song is. I don't think it belongs in this movie, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. This movie made me a little upset. I feel like it had a lot of potential. I don't know, everything from like the backgrounds to like some of the crowd scenes. The fucking script, it felt very lightweight. There was also like a lack of a villain. If you want to call Mushu the villain, I guess he was. That doesn't really help build a substantial story, I think. But since there's not a lot about this movie, let's hop into the deleted scenes. These are just pencil drawings, but to be honest with you, there was like a lot of them. There's probably like at least like what, like 10, 12 minutes of deleted scenes in this movie, which to be honest with you, a lot of it would have been better if they kept them in there because they're actually kind of good. This movie had no action fighting either. It barely had any fighting. I don't know. I guess you can just count on Disney to remove their more ambitious moments of their films before they enter the final animation. There was even like a lengthy opening battle sequence that even in storyboard form puts all of what the eventually is in the film to shame.
This is a beautifully choreographed sequence, and it's choreographed by somebody who actually is an expert in martial arts.
We're in a room talking about how to make the story better, and we realize we have to let go of this scene. It was very hard.
Always wanted to fly. Woo!
If we somehow make it out of here alive, would you marry me?
Yes.
Long way around of getting princesses and the gang of 3 together. So we just cut to the chase.
You have been designated by birth to serve your country, so you will mask your emotions.
And you really want the truth?
It'd be a nice change. We just pretended to like them so we could escape.
So this guy named Barry Cook, the director of the first movie, was asked to write a treatment for the sequel. He turned in a one-page draft that featured Mulan and Shang about to be married, and the Emperor sells him on a mission up in the north. Sounds a little familiar, right? But the finale would have had featured Mulan and her allies, which included her ghost ancestors taking on Shang Yu and his ghost army. We didn't get that. Again, nothing else I could find. If I have some bonus clips, we'll throw them in there. But how about some quick fire reviews this time? All give you 2 quick fire ones. All right. Eric W said, I haven't watched it yet, gave me super AIDS. You should get that checked, Eric. Perry the Platypus said, didn't that movie have a war in it? That about sums it up. Other than that, there's really not much else I could find on this movie, so thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct-to-DVD, VHS sequel movie, Tarzan 2. Oh shit, we're coming back to this shit. My Vine. Tarzan 2 is also known as Tarzan 2 The Legend Begins, was released on VHS DVD June 14, 2005, animated direct-to-video sequel to the movie Tarzan. It is the third Disney Tarzan film after Tarzan and Jane, which I did a few weeks ago. Although it chronically takes place during the events of the original films set during Tarzan's childhood years before he met Jane. It was produced by the Walt Disney Pictures and the Disney Toon Studio in Australia, with animation outsourced to the Toon City Animation, where the fuck that is. None of the original voice actors returned, well, except for Tarzan's mom. So welcome to my 18th. I still have so many left to do. Oh my god. Disney direct-to-DVD sequel video film VHS review. So a trend that I've noticed that these sequels do a lot of is that they usually will have like the main cast, and then those casts will have a kid, and the movie's about that kid. But we got one where Tarzan is that kid. So now we get to follow this boy. Though for the longest time when I was younger, I always thought that Tarzan was his son. I don't know why. I was too dumb to comprehend. I also played the fuck out of the Game Boy game, which I actually got right over here. I couldn't find the DVD, but I got the Game Boy game. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, you missed it. We gotta collect the 45 banana. It's always made this little humming noise. Listen. That's always been a thing. But look, we got little baby Tarzan. Look at him. He jumps and everything. It's insane. That was like literally one of like the first games I've ever played growing up. I never got past like the second level. There's another film where the DVD kind of like really let me down. Like there wasn't like a lot of stuff. There was like a 5-minute feature called like Bringing the Legend to Life, which includes like the usual assortment of like movie clips talking about the inspiration for the film. Even in that though, there isn't even like a lot said about the making of it. So
So we had to find someone who not only sounded like Tarzan, but somebody who could really inhabit who Tarzan is.
The part I play in Tarzan 2 is Tarzan.
Well, there's more at the end where I will go over. But other than that, all right, let's begin. A Disney castle, but there's nature sounds in the back. So there's views of trees. Disney Pictures presents. There's an aggressive animal that slaps the trees. Tarzan 2. So we get a pan out of baby Tarzan's eyes. Apparently he witnessed whatever that was. Now he's running, hits a spider and freaks out. Same thing I would do. Then I shit you not, I wanted to see what this animal like looked like. So I found this perfect frame to pause it on. I don't know, it looks like a one-eyed Turk if you ask me. So he hops on baby Tantor. And then the monster reveals itself, and yep, it's just who I thought it was, Rosie O'Donnell, the impersonator. They regroup, start talking about the Zugor, which I don't really think they exist, whatever this monster creature is. But Tarzan says he was just practicing running for his life, which is understandable. The Rosie impersonator says, well, if the Zugor did exist, you'd be digested anyways, LOL. Then believe it or not, a song starts to play. None other than the man himself, Philly Collins.
It was critical that we got Phil back.
Yeah, they reused the Son of Man song, but it's a good song. So basically in the first movie where I think it was the Son of Man song when he was a child, this is basically just continuing off that, and we get to watch him do antics as a child from that song. I don't really know how they managed to fit it in there, but you know what, it works.
If you recall in the first film, there's this great song sequence, the Son of Man sequence, where we see Tarzan grow up. And we were kind of wondering, well, what happened, during that time period?
About halfway through the song, there's like a break in the music and a beat starts playing, and I found this part funny. He missed and hit a rock, starts sliding down. I don't think there's going to be a lot of plot development that goes on as to what is probably going to be a lot of slapstick and just kids doing kid things in this movie. So after the song, the mom gorillas get mad at Tarzan for making their kids act like monkeys and say they can't play with him anymore. Turk does some Kerchak impressions, keeping true to her contemporary of Rosie. He was behind her the whole time. He just kind of eyes her down, walks away. Do better is kind of what I got from that.
Every 20 people watching you try to make ape sounds.
The next scene, he's playing with his mom, and she has the audacity to ask him,
Tarzan, what's wrong?
like, did you see what happened 2 minutes ago?
I'm not a good ape. I can't outrun the Zugor.
Well, he is a human. He goes on a rant about how he isn't good enough to outrun the Zugor that really don't exist, and how everyone would be better without him around. Where have I heard that before? His mom takes him on a walk. She explains how trees fall during storms. Then we get a beautiful backdrop of some of these sequel movies. Some of these sequel movies have really good backdrops. Shout out to the Australians, bro. They really just be out here. She explains how this is the biggest tree in the jungle.
Some twisted, some straight.
That one looks fat.
And then they start judging all the tree branches. Overall, she needs him, so all is well. Next scene, they're playing Run from the Zugor. I don't know, the adults just kind of have given up caring. You know, later on, they're all just crossing the tree trunk over death, and I guess all the weight of them made it start to collapse. And of course, who's the last one left on it that needs help? Well, it's not Turk. Then this happens. Just a slap to the face. It looked fatal. He's fine. He lands on some rocks, but his mom, oh no. And then literally the next scene, 10 seconds later, we see him climbing out of the cliff and no one is there as he yells out for his mom. So something weird I noticed was so did no one want to save him? Did they think he fell in the water below and died? Did no one even bother to look off the cliff for a split second besides his mom? And if they did they not think they could climb down to get him? Because clearly he could climb up himself and he's not a monkey. I just found that strange. Anyway, Tarzan finds them 10 seconds later and he eavesdrops on them before he decides to reveal himself. And then his mom says she would have given her life to save him. And then he looks to his left and sees this.
She's probably better off without him. I think we all are.
So I guess just that one line provoked him to run away forever. And you guessed it, Phil Collins plays in the back. So this is a new song, I'm sure. It's called Leaving Home. That about sums up what the song's about. It's better if he disappears. This is a good song, you know. Love me some Philly C. So after it ends, he runs into a cheetah casually, which I don't know if this is the same one from the first movie, just younger. I don't know. It looks the same. Is it a cheetah or is it a leopard? I think it's a leopard, right? Because cheetahs can't run in the jungle. Now I'm confusing myself. The voice of Zugor is yelled from the hell below. Uh-oh, he must be real. So Tarzan goes to check it out. Smart kid. And then he faints. And then he runs into two gorillas that just happen to be siblings. Their names are Uto and Kago. Yes, another comedy duo in my Disney direct-to-DVD sequel copy of Tarzan 2. They think he's a bird. They're also beyond dumb. So, but very threatening for their size. They also have a mom voiced by Estelle Harris. You might recognize her from Seinfeld, Zach and Cody, a Toy Story. So damn, I recognized her voice right away. You can't. It's Muriel's voice, y'all.
Where's your family? That was better.
So she's a very aggressive mom. She reminds me of mine.
What is all this silliness about a baby bird,
I'm not a bird. I'm an ape.
They don't think he's an ape, so they don't know how he got there. They are hiding from a monster called the Zugor, which, and it's coming. So a quick run later, he runs into another ape that doesn't want to help him, and he sleeps outside for the night. The next morning, he spies on that random ape. He just kind of disrespectful. As he's followed him, we see that where the Zugor yell was coming from all along. I had the same face as Tarzan too when I found out. So this like Zugor guy yells to scare animals to get his food, and then they get chased by a rhino and they make it away. He doesn't want anything to do with the kid, so Tarzan proceeds to follow him around.
Me? Nah. Wait. Nah. How about this? Nah!
He threatens him by saying he'll tell the three big scary gorillas who the Zugor is if he doesn't let him tag along. A little bit of a blackmail. So yes, he lets him tag along. Gotta move this plot forward somehow. So back with the fake Rosie and Tantor. Tantor apparently heard Tarzan scream from fucking the Deaf Mountains or something like that. And so he tells Rosie, fake Rosie, and he's like, that's impossible.
I'm an elephant. I've got 20/20 hearing.
Which I found out for myself if they do, and they do, but I don't think that's what it's called. And then a Google AI gave me this thing up talking about how they don't have 20/20 hearing, but they have good hearing. So now I don't know who to trust anymore. So the two of them are off to find him. So back with Tarzan and Zugor, did you know George Carlin voiced Zugar? And then I found out he also voiced Fillmore in the Cars movie. He was also the narrator for the Thomas the Tank Engine with damn Ringo Starr.
Family! It's like me. He's got my touch verbally in places.
I didn't know this man had this range, and this man is an amazing comedian. This apparently was his first Disney movie, I think, was Tarzan 2. So shout out to him. Don't know why he did it. So Tarzan threatens him by saying he has to train him to be a good ape or he'll tell everyone who he is. So while he does this, wow, another Phil Collins song, Who Am I? It's kind of like a montage song of like their training, which eventually like Zugor ends up liking him towards the end of it. Wow, thank you, Phil Collins. Next, so back with Tarzan's mom, You'll Be in My Heart piano version plays in the back. There's three baby monkeys from earlier. They tell her that Tarzan is on an evil dark mountain and she believes them with no proof and she's off to find them. Back with Zugor, he explains how he became Zugor.
So when'd you figure out you were Zugor?
Got old, got slow, got left behind. Same old story. Boo-hoo, how sad for me.
I would do the same. So Turk and Tantor get scared by Zugor voice and they run away into the brother gorillas and like, damn, Turk got spunk.
Isn't.
No, it isn't.
They capture Turk. So the Muriel mom, out of the hubbub, she kidnaps Turk because she wants to know how to get past Zugor. I don't know why Turk would know, but sure. Also, Tantor was stuck in a rock this whole time and like they left him. So I don't know how he makes it out. So back with Tar, he made Zugor a bed just the same way his mom used to make it. So he's confused why he's being nice. But Tarzan didn't make one for himself. So instead he just sleeps on the floor. So, I mean, good deed. Back with Turk and the bros, he just kind of has Turk in a headlock. Then Turk asks why he's always got to do the hard work while the other guy's fucking, breaking a rock, and they end up fighting.
You gotta do some work too. So here, Mr. Lazy.
Insulted you.
He insulted me?
Yes.
You insulted me? Yes. Ooh.
And then Turk just walks away.
Hey, you got a banana. Good job.
Because he's so nice to him, he asks if he wants to be a Zugor. And honestly, it's a pretty emotional scene here. I think George Carlin did a good job. Back with Tantor, I won't lie, I didn't think we would come back to him the rest of the movie. But he gets pulled out by Turk. So I'm glad we closed that question of the film. They run away and just run into Tarzan just like that. They are off to hide. The bros and the moms, of course, are following them to the Zugor, but secretly. So they're just chilling in the water at the Zugor hideout, and then they just fucking show up.
There is no monster.
No monster? What do you mean, no monster?
Not even a jump scare or a plan. They just find the old man Carlin was keeping them trapped in that valley, and instead of killing him, they destroy the place. He runs away. We get another beautiful vista. Just wow, birds and all. While they're looking at the vista, they find out where Tarzan and fam live, and they're off to take over their home. So this ending is gonna be wild. Tarzan tries to make up with the Zugor and he fails, so he leaves them. So fast forward a little bit, they make it to the home and the mom gets pushed off with the kids. And then literally 2 seconds later, this happens. That's all it took. And then we get like the fucking big reveal of Zugor being like, you know what you are? You're not a Zugor, you're Tarzan. That's what he is. Now go after the monkeys. So he does just that. and starts doing antics with them. Tarzan's doing that. Zugor's having like a diss battle with the other monkey. This goes back and forth a few times until Zugor says this.
Beautiful eyes!
I don't know about this final battle, y'all. But Tarzan does do his iconic stance, but in kid form. Actually hits like right on the 1 hour mark in the movie too. So I guess that's something. But oh my God, mom is hanging on for dear life. What is Tarzan gonna do? He does a slow motion run to the vine. Never underestimate the power of these vines, y'all. I taught you this in the Tarzan and Jane review. Never. He saved her.
He thinks I have beautiful eyes.
The timeless mystery of love. Another beautiful vista later. So basically, everyone is happy now except the two bros because they got like a new stepdad now. So RIP them. So Phil Collins starts playing again. It's the Who Am I song again, but condensed. And he's swinging through his strong vines, lands on a tree. These sequels love ending with these like pan out shots where we have a final beautiful scenic drop to end it off, and that's Tarzan 2. Credits are not Phil Collins, but someone singing one of his songs. So maybe they wanted other voices singing in this movie. But also, after watching the credits, this movie, Lava Lamp started finally fucking working. But this movie ends with the Disney Toon Studio animation logo and animation form, which I didn't think I'd get a good quality of it. So now I can use it whenever I want. I mean, this movie was okay. It wasn't boring. I enjoyed it, but I was wondering throughout the whole movie how they are gonna get rid of Zugor, because like there's no mention of him in the original movie, and I was thinking maybe they're gonna like find a way to kill him off by maybe like the brother gorillas or something. But no, they just kind of run off to live the family life, you know, and that's chill. I wonder how they're doing. I figured maybe they'd be like in the Tarzan and Jane TV show, maybe as a cameo in some episodes, but probably not. And though this movie's not packed with fucking extras, there's a few components. There's a trivia track. It shows the facts about gorillas, elephants, and other animals seen in the film, as well as like some fucking information about locations. It's extremely basic.
Fortunate to have two world-renowned experts with us who have agreed to share their wisdom and expertise, Turk and Tantor.
And there's also some extremely basic notes that appear in the thing.
There's one thing I know, it's that gorillas love to eat, and their favorite food is fish.
First of all, we do not eat fish. We're vegetarians.
Gorillas are omnivores.
There's another thing called the Games and Activities tab in there. We got Gorilla Grumble, Tantor and Turk's Jungle Guide, completion with no concrete rewards. These games are so much fun. I don't know. There's like this misinformation from Tantor and Turk, which I think is amusing though. Lastly, some Spitfire reviews for y'all. Anonymous 1 said, this movie's all about that cash money. This Disney cartoon teaches children how to blackmail. Excellent voice talents. Anonymous 2 said, stop making squeakquels, Disney. Sad face. That's really it. There's nothing else I really wanted to kind of delve into deeper. Nothing else I bothered to look deeper into. Actually, my bad. Let me fix that. Thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney Direct to VHS DVD sequel, VHS DVD, DVD sequel movie, Lilo and Stitch 2. Stitch has a glitch. Oh, a classic. Lilo and Stitch 2. Stitch Has a Glitch is a Disney direct-to-video animated film produced by the Disney Toon Studio. It is the second sequel to the 2002 movie Lilo and Stitch. I just realized, y'all, that I am in a green outfit, but it was very tropical themed, and so I needed to stick to the theming, you know. We're just gonna have to suffer in this. So this is like chronically the second film in the Lilo and Stitch franchise. There's a shit ton of these Lilo and Stitch fucking sequel movies. You know, we got Stitch the movie, which came out after Lilo and Stitch, and then we got this movie, which takes place before Stitch the movie, and then we got Leroy and Stitch, which takes place after this second movie. So I think there's another movie. So just know there's going to be a lot of plot holes. So originally this movie was gonna be released in theaters, similar to what happened to The Return to Neverland, which I reviewed a few weeks ago. It was released to DVD and VHS instead, August 30th, 2005, due to like the poor reception of the Jungle Book 2 movie, which I also reviewed a few weeks ago because I didn't do so good in the theaters. Welcome to my 19th, oh holy shit, this has been going on for too long, a Disney direct to DVD VHS sequel movie reviews DVD. All the original voice actors return except for fucking Lilo, which is wild. According to like the Disney Animation Studios, she was busy working on the Lilo and Stitch the series TV show. That's another thing. Yeah, there's a whole TV series too for this shit. She was too busy working on that to be able to do the movie related to the TV show. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. She was replaced though by Dakota Fanning, which apparently is like the voice actor's like best friend. Are they still friends today? I guess it's also notable that this is like this was the shortest feature-length film, animated film of all time, but not anymore. The shorter, the better, I say. Other than that, we'll talk much more at the end. We'll explain all the continuity, weird plot holes at the end. Let us begin. All right, open shot. The Disney castle never fails, but in space, with space sounds, it glitches. I'm curious who that animator was that did that glitch. Now we're just in the sky, just flying. Walt Disney Pictures presents Lilo and Stitch 2. It doesn't show the subsequent title, but so if you were going into this blind, you wouldn't know who had the glitch. And then we get a crazy Stitch. He has just found Hawaii and wants to land there. I have so many questions already. Apparently no one knows who he is. Is this a dream? I also paused it on this shot because they kept the same art style as the first movie, right? But this one looks a little bit more washed out. I don't know if this was like an artistic decision or if someone spilled their coffee on the cells. We'll never know. And this motherfucking Stitch just starts shooting up the place. Casualties everywhere. I really hope this is a dream. The ice cream guy drops his ice cream again. And then he flies over to Lilo's crib.
Dick, why are you doing this?
And then kamikazes it. What is happening? Is this a dream? Yeah, I fooled you guys. It was a dream. I'm so evil. Poor Stitch had another nightmare. He cuddles up with his little turtle. It's adorable. Then Stitch starts doing his little therapy session with Lilo, reenacting his dream, which I wanted to point out that Stitch talks in English here, but I'm pretty sure like in the Lilo and Stitch TV show, he only speaks in his alien language, and those TV shows took place after this. So technically, I don't know how he forgot to speak. So she comes to the conclusion
that you're afraid of turning bad again. I think we need to test your goodness level.
So she starts throwing stuff out around the place and catches them, and he's good. No glitching here. Then she runs off and he starts glitching. They run downstairs. Is the layout of the house different too? I noticed Pleakley is wearing Tigger shoes.
I love the character so much, basically because it's me, and it's the only character I can do.
They take the hovercraft to hula class. That was a weird rhyme. Just don't let anyone see you. The Hawaiian roller coaster ride starts playing, which is like an A-tier song. I listen to it on my free time sometimes. They bust in as usual. Stitch starts taking pictures.
Doing that today.
So the May Day celebration is coming up, and Lilo doesn't have friends. So the teacher shows her that her mom won the celebration when she was her age. Now the kids are interested. And then after class, Ginger Myrtle, she just kind of starts insulting Lilo. And then Stitch takes pictures of them as they start fighting. A very good pet.
Oh, yeah.
Next time, flush the evidence.
Also, Pleakley is wearing like a Donald Duck shirt. He must be a really big fan of Disney.
You gotta go see because I like it and I'm the king of the world.
So while the hula teacher is kind of there, Jumba and Pleakley dress up as like the auntie and uncle.
Where is she?
What are you doing?
Don't worry, the cavalry has arrived.
To kind of like distract him. I don't really know what's happening here. David comes in. What a scene. Eventually, everyone leaves and she hopes she can be a good hula dancer.
All of a sudden, winning a hula contest is the most important thing in Lilo's life.
Next scene. So she reminisces about her mom, and Stitch gives her the confidence to win this. So they start dressing up in costumes after that.
I wonder if Elvis had these problems.
So Nani comes in their room.
You are gonna come downstairs, Emily. Fun, 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 fun.
Ant.
Is everyone having fun? Oh, yeah. Fun, 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 fun.
So during the film, Pleakley starts giving David the talk.
I know what your problem is. Your relationship has fizzled. Tired or tired of you?
When they're watching their... What movie is this? Is this them? So during the movie, Stitch, oh my god, he starts glitching. He destroys the place. Jumba looks at him and he's like...
Oh, no.
So he ends up going to his computer to figure out what's wrong with the dog. He comes to this conclusion that I'm talking about how Stitch, when he was made by him, he wasn't fully charged. And then like the space fucking cops come in and they arrest him for illegal genetic experimentation. And they unplug Stitch from his charging port. So this is like why he's glitching now. Also, may I add that at the rate that this bar is going down, he's got like 30 seconds left before he's fully shut down. So I'm gonna need an explanation for that film. Next scene, Lilo comes to comfort Stitch, tells him an Elvis story to make him feel better. Technically, he should be shut down by now. I don't know. Elvis is the answer. So now we're dressed for the military, and our King Elvis has visited these places on the island. And so now they have to visit those places on the island to get the inspiration for their hula dance to do. Makes sense to me. Rubbernecking by Elvis starts playing as they go around the island. He gets an Elvis haircut, you know, he starts glitching. He ends up shaving the barber's mustache. You know, he destroys the cop's coffee. Then they go to the
Exact bench where Elvis sat in blue Hawaii.
Oh yeah, that's him.
So they have been to all the places, I guess, and still nothing. It starts raining and they lose the map in the rain, gets run over. They run into these guys singing, and listening to them sing, they find the inspiration through that song, which isn't an Elvis song.
It's about the Hawaiian goddess Hi'iaka.
Hey, that's right, Lilo.
You know what? They got their inspiration. So thank you, Elvis. So back with Pleakley and Jamba, Stitch's health bar is going down again, but it's higher up than it was before originally. So some more explanation there, please. Pleakley goes into the house to get some stuff to help with the machine, but sneakily, Nani comes in.
Oh no, it's you! I mean, hi Nani, having a good day?
What are you doing with the toaster?
Oh, this?
Also, I just want to point out in the thing, the toaster has a cord when it's plugged in the counter, but he does it when he's holding it. What are you guys doing here? She eventually has to run to work and bumps into David again.
Hi, David. Gotta run. If you're hungry, we've got toast.
This poor guy. Pleakley gives him the talk again.
David.
He's gonna have to help him out. So he dresses as a woman to make Nani jealous, but he's indeed an alien, and she sees right through it and comes to them.
Okay. Hey, David, I'm off at 5. Wanna go get some dinner?
Pleakley's advice to David is to make Nani jealous. And of course, the most attractive woman around is Pleakley, which makes Nani the opposite of jealous, which is not very jealous. So back with Stitch and Lilo, they're practicing for like the hula competition. Then it's the day of the competition.
Myrtle laughs at me, and I get mad and pound her.
The movie is like so sad, and then like so funny.
So let's hope that Stitch doesn't glitch. So she starts her presentation and Stitch starts glitching. Lilo apparently can't tell that he's glitching even though his eyes are green. Then he starts destroying the place, and then this scene happens. I also want to know the animator that did that, and I want to ask him if he was okay that day. He stops glitching now, and they're banned from the hula whatever. His goodness levels, they're really just still dropping, and he decides, you know what, he has to start doing good deeds around town, like walking old ladies, you know, across the street, giving the barber some hair from the ground, lotioning up the locals on the beach, all while I Need Your Love Tonight plays by Elvis in the background. I like that. The next scene, Stitch and her start fighting. David knocks on the door.
Oh, David, I'm glad you're here.
David?
Politically is clearly behind this. She closes the door after that, probably for the best. She breaks them apart, makes them go to their rooms. They eventually, you know, talk it out in the room, and he says he's like good again, shows her the paper and all. She decides to give him just one more chance. I wonder if he's gonna glitch again. He puts a mask on after she leaves. The ultimate glitch. He destroys the stuff.
I know what's wrong with you. You're bad. And you'll always be bad.
Poor guy. Back with the aliens, the machine explodes. He can't build a new one.
I can't build a new fusion chamber. I didn't build first one. I ordered it from catalog.
Pleakley is like, convinces him that he can recreate it because he made Stitch, and I guess that's the motivation he needs, so to try again. Lilo and Nani make up the next scene while looking up at the stars. Beautiful view. Stitch contemplates life a bit the next morning. A little less conversation by Elvis starts playing. Good song, I guess. And it's competition day, and we're getting ready, and then... The confidence is wild here. Elvis is really carrying this movie. I need to put an Elvis vinyl at this point. Give me 1 second. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. I mean, we've lost the lava lamp, but you know what? It wasn't even hot enough to start working anyway. So, because I forgot to turn it on a few hours ago. So, you know what? We got a pretty face to look at. So Ginger Myrtle is first up, and it's a whatever performance that she does. Then Lilo is next up, and Stitch comes to say sorry, and he fucking glitches again, and he scratches her. So he runs away because he's like, can't control himself. The teacher brings her to the stage and she no longer has the scratch on her. I want to know the other animator that didn't watch that scene previous to this before he started animating this. So do you think he realized after he finished and he was like, fuck, maybe they won't notice. There's no scar. That's some shit I would do. So halfway through her performance, she stops.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Then she goes to look for Stitch with her whole family. He just hijacks the ship, you know, hiding in the bushes, and he flies away. So they chase him in a car. Let's hope they catch up. Meanwhile, with Stitch...
Thanks for using the Uninhabited Planet Index, your guide to the galaxy's most isolated and lonely location.
The future sounds like it's going to be awesome. So he starts glitching in the ship and crashes. Lilo takes the hover car, hiding in the front of her car. Hover car flies over to Stitch. He's dying.
No, Lilo. Too dangerous.
So she carries him to the machine thing, and I'm so pissed at what happens next because all these motherfuckers, all of them, climb this entire fucking mountain just by walking it. Like, how? Lilo had to use a ship to fly up there, and y'all catch up 3 minutes later. I want to know the writer who wrote that. So Stitch dies, and it's actually a really emotional scene here. Jamba shuts the machine down, carries him out. A little tear was shed when she was like kind of holding him in her arms. She's giving him the flower and the old Ohana talk. He's really dead. See, look. Oh my God. How? It must be the same writer from before. So he's back to full health bars again. Even Beakley is like...
How is it possible?
It's not. I think the writers just kind of gave up at this point.
Because they want the old lovable Stitch, but he's getting worse and less energetic and bad, and it looks sad, but don't worry, there may be a happy ending, but I'm not going to tell you, you got to see the movie.
All is well as we pan up from them. The next scene, Lilo puts on a hula show with the fam to kind of end things off, similar to kind of the first movie. They put the show on, though, for no one. It's an empty audience at night, so I guess I was the one watching. It was okay. We pan up to the stars, fade to black, and that's Lilo and Stitch 2. Stitch has a glitch. A rock version of Hawaiian Roller Coaster Ride plays by the band Jump 5. Y'all remember them? I don't. During the credits, though, I did run into this in-between animation part in the credits, and now I'm gonna blame these guys for all the issues I had in this movie. I'm sorry, Michael Ward. I don't know what an in-between animator is. That just seems like they just pick up the leftovers, so it's their fault, I assume. This movie was adorable as fuck, I won't lie. Unnecessary? Yes. You know, the film received mixed reviews to no one's surprise. There's a short on the DVD. It's called The Origin of Stitch. It's like an animated short film, like 4 minutes long. It serves as like a bridge between Stitch has a glitch and Stitch the movie, as well as the Lilo and Stitch the series. Not too greatly animated. They must have been bored or something. Yeah, so in it, Stitch discovers Jamba's secret computer and it reveals what creatures Jamba had used to create Stitch or something. Stitch is scared to find out what a monster he is, so only for Jamba to come and explain how he found love when he met Lilo. I don't know what they were thinking.
Not 626. Mega Stitch.
So Disney's Lilo and Stitch Island Favorites is the soundtrack for the movie. The soundtrack is partly an updated repackaging of another album also titled Disney Lilo and Stitch Island Favorites, released in 2002. It reuses some of the same songs that appeared on that album. The DVD also has a music video for the Hawaiian roller coaster ride by Jump 5, in case you didn't really know who they were. Still don't. Shout out to those guys though. Wonder where they're at now. It's also got 2 games on a DVD: Jamba's Experiment Profiler and Where's Peakley. They're very similar to Where's Waldo kind of ripoffs. Guys, I could go into detail about, saying how you need to watch Leroy and Stitch, Stitch the movie, the TV show, my ass, all that. But this fucking, listen guys, this is 600, this is like fucking Pokemon with these goddamn things, all right? I don't need to go through all this shit. This Lilo and Stitch lore is so fucking deep. It hurts my brain. Maybe a year, whoever knows if I ever go back to this fucking series. We know we got a live action soon. Other than that, I really can't anymore. So thank you for joining me. Join me next time where we cover the next Disney direct to DVD VHS sequel movie DVD review, Kronks New Groove. Oh, fucking hell yeah. Kronks New Groove is a direct-to-video animated film release by the Walt Disney Animated Company in December 13, 2005. It was produced at the Disney Toon Studio. The film is a sequel to like the 2000 Disney film Emperor's New Groove. All of the voice actors actually came back, and I mean all of them.
Hello and welcome to Cooking with Kronk. I'm your host, Patrick Warburton, and I play Kronk. Now,
well, Patrick, we are going to show you how to cook up a movie.
Picture. Which is like the first time in these sequel movies, to my knowledge, where all of them actually did come back. Holy shit. But anyways, welcome to my 20th. Holy shit, I have like 5 left, I think. I'm almost done with these direct-to-video sequels. It's been a fucking journey. I've been doing this shit for 20 weeks straight. So this is another movie where it's like a few stories broken up to form one story. It's not a TV show. Positive about this is that since it's broken up into stories, they do a better job at piecing them together, at least better than the Beauty and the Beast one and the Tarzan and Jane ones. But regardless, we'll go through all of this stuff towards the end. But yeah, if you remember, we got the David Spade in the first movie, all about him. This movie, of course, has all about Kronk, Patrick Warburton. You may know him from Family Guy, from Soaring Around the World, or Soaring Over California is my extent. Also, I forgot to turn on my lava lamp a couple hours ago, so we're doing with the same shit again. So you know what? At least it changes colors, so that's a positive. All right, open shot. The Disney Castle, mysterious music in the back. Oh, it's a different start than usual. Long ago, deep in the jungle, weird font. Again? Oh boy. Explosion. Is that cheese? What is that?
That's me. Kronk. Right, there I am.
So we get the same kind of parallel intro as the first movie, but with our boy Patrick. Yep, that is cheese, because the first movie had cheese jokes too. So he goes on about how his life was normal before today, and yeah, he just kind of recaps what happens before. So he's just at rock bottom right now. So it's time to hear his story. The Emperor's New Groove 2. Wait. Kronks New Groove. So we have a chef on our hands. I'm glad the first movie is still fresh in my mind. I watched that the night before this. So remember that scene in the first movie where he cooked for like 5 minutes? That's now his hobby and his job. So aroma goes around town and a song starts. I'm also just gonna point this out as a continuity issue right off the back. So you can look at this pizza box that he has here, he's holding, and now look at it when he sets it on the table. Did you think I wouldn't notice? So as he's delivering things to people around the village that's not pizza or even what he made in general, the lady singing the song just kind of sums up what happened in the first movie. You should be true to your groove. I don't know why, but every time I think about losing the groove, I think about losing my mojo. If you know that reference, then shout out. The movie pauses. Oh, he's back. So Kuzco, David Spade, he pauses the movie similar to The Lion King 1.5, just to tell us that he is in the movie and that he's a changed man while showing
a 50-foot me. Oh, I love that.
He's here to watch the movie with us, guys, and he's also producing this one too. So just a heads up, I guess. You never know when he might just fucking butt in.
As a producer on Kronk, I really wanted to clear away any obstacles. Hopefully I, as a producer, can take care of all the problems that, frankly, nobody wants to deal with. That's my job.
Of course, our boy, John Goodman. John Goodman just out here. He was in The Jungle Book 2. He played Baloo. He fucking played Sully. Pancha and fam come to the same restaurant as the first movie. Kronk just works there now.
And at Delivery Boy. Delivery Boy logo used by permission. It may not be reproduced without the express written consent of Delivery Boy local 8675309.
Right after that, he gets some mail. It's called the llama telegram. It's apparently very serious. His angel and his devil appear. Get used to that. They're going to pop up a lot. They don't say much, and then they just disappear. So Kronk's daddy-o is coming to visit, and he's very strict, and he knows he'll be sad in his life decisions so far. So we get a flashback to baby Kronk. Nothing that he does is good enough for Papa, and he especially doesn't want him as a chef. God forbid that. I'm kind of glad that they carried his like food passion into this. So he decided to tell his boss, old lady, that his story about his nightmare.
So technically, I guess that would be a daymare.
So he visits his favorite retirement home to deliver food to. They are a little wild.
Now that's a lunch I can sink my teeth into.
All of this happens while Yzma is just kind of spying on him, just spying, then retreats and gives us a good little laugh. Interesting detail though is that the telescope has cat ears on it. So like, she should still be a cat, right? Because that's how the first one ended. So she should still be a cat. So Kronk follows a coin that leads him into the dumps, into a cat chamber. Oh, Yzma is a human again. Okay, but she has a cat tail. So like, wouldn't it have been better if she stayed as a cat this film? Like, think of all the cat jokes you could do, and we wouldn't have to be subjected to her ugliness.
I have a proposition for you.
So he wants nothing to do with her. She says she's changed and helps others now, especially the old folks. But Kronk, of course, he's gullible as always, and he agrees to help her. He pulls the lever. Wonderful. And we're in the small world ride right now.
Wait for it.
Does she also build these slides too? Because if so, she's like in the wrong business. Also paused it on this shot because I thought the background looked very abysmal, like very gross. She gives him a proposition that he needs to sell a youth potion, but he doesn't wanna because he doesn't wanna sell to the old people. But she counters it with I guess you won't get your house on that hill and your papa is gonna be disappointed. She sings a song about exactly what I just said. Visually, it looks nice.
Now sell, sell, sell!
So now we're selling. An old geezer takes their shot, nothing happens, but they feel younger. And that's all that matters. Then the song ends.
I put slime in a bottle, call it a youth potion, and they can't get enough. I'll be rich.
So that is why we are here. David Spade pauses the movie again just to tell us that she's scamming the old geezers.
Her potion's a fake. She's selling snake oil, people. Wake up.
And then Kuzco pulls a me and pauses the movie on a shot that he notices as well.
Bet you didn't see this.
I don't know, that's all he wanted to add, and then he just like, let's resume the movie. He's just like me, for real. Also, before we continue, can I just say that Yzma's giving them, I don't know what this is, sewer goop, fucking nuclear fucking fusion, fucking sewer water. I don't know what that is, but they drink a lot of it and they should be dead. So Kronk finally has enough money for his dream home on a hill, and then the old man...
Kronk, I heard you were looking for a house on a hill.
You heard right. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
It's a cartoon, guys. So he's like a businessman now. I don't know how or what he does. He even has his own secretaries.
Yes, Tina.
Marge.
Right. Wait. What?
There's naked old man Rudy comes back in. He's lost everything and he just wants more youth potions. And then he gives him a youth potion, Gollum reference.
My precious! Francis wants to keep it.
Angel and Devil come in to help Kronk realize that the potion doesn't do anything to the old geezers, and they show him a reflection of the old man Rudy, and he realizes that he hasn't changed, but also, like, how long have they been on this potion to where they haven't been looking at each other and not realizing that they haven't changed or anything? Oh well, but it's time to tell the others anyways.
I almost forgot. They're about to elect Yzma Emperor.
I never knew that was an elective office.
Me either. So they crash the fucking election. They tell Yzma that they're still old, and so they chase her down and they ride skateboards to follow her. Maybe the potion did work, so she's about to jump.
Okay. Why don't we all just take a step back? Not you, Yzma.
I don't know why I laughed there. So she drinks the potion to turn herself into a bunny, then gets taken by a hawk or something. So I think she's dead.
That's hot.
Angel and Devil come back in to convince him to sell the house back to the old people, and he does. But now the secretaries are out of a job.
Oh, don't worry about us. We've already been contacted by a team of headhunters.
I don't know what that was. Then, oh my God, we're back to the beginning of the movie. Hey, did you forget 3 stories here? Get with the program. So he says to the old lady that he was telling the story to in the beginning that doing good cost him his dream home and his girl. So guess what the second story is? So Kronk's a camp counselor now. He has a lot of ranges. Junior Chipmunk Challenge is going to begin soon, but there's a competition, a different camp right next to them. The aquatic games are going to be starting now, and we meet the competition and their counselor.
Now, give me the doll. Yes, I'll have to have a word with her.
I wonder if she's going to be the love interest here. So the next scene, of course, Kronk runs into her.
Feet like a pair of landlocked tugboats. Knees like brass doorknobs. Elbows so rough they could take the grain right off a 2x4.
Everyone does dream different. Immediately they hit it off just like that. Now they're in love. They introduce each other.
I'm Kronk.
I'm Birdwell.
You're Birdwell? You're a girl.
Then the kids splash them.
She's all
wet. And now they hate each other because competition. So a good start so far. So like the aquatic competition goes to Birdwell because Kronk ruined it for them, I guess. Better luck next time. So now it's the next time and they won the foot race. Then they lost the build a bridge with a rope contest, but they won the archery contest, but they lost the swinging one, but they won the canoe one, but they lost the build a sandcastle one. Then the movie just kind of gives up here and it's all tied up.
It all comes down to one event.
the Chipmunk Cheer-Off.
Tipo, if you remember him, Pancha, John Goodman's son from the first movie, he has a good and bad moment, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah, they just love bringing up the good and bad a bunch. So Kronk goes to spy on her and sees her beating on some dough. The good and bad show up again just because. They confront her and they argue about eggs and raisins. She starts crying, picking up the raisins. They make up and flirt again.
My eggs, your raisins. We could bake beautiful bread together.
Then Let's Groove Tonight by Earth, Wind, and Fire starts playing, and they dance while baking. I don't know, this part just gave me the Shake Your Groove thing and the extremely goofy movie vibes with the disco scene of Those Lovebirds. I do love Let's Groove Tonight. I can't play any of it, but they dance. There's even a Tarzan reference. They are just having the best night of their lives.
This is good. You want to make it better.
But the way the robot is done is like a lot of, kind of overlapping actions.
The way the arms come up is great.
And he asks her to take off her hat to see the real her. That's the real her. I don't know, there's like a lot of weird sexual tension here with them, with like oven mitts and baking. So they give each other nicknames. We got Cronky Poo and Birdie Poo. You get it? And then he falls off, but he's fine. He writes to Papa saying that he found true love. He's ready to send that off. Cusco pauses the movie again. Remember him. He pauses this emotional story to cry and to remind us that he's still here. And then he tells us to go back to the movie. So thank you. So back in the movie, they tell the kiddos that the feud is over and that they are weirded out because they are like finishing each other's sentences. So it's a little creepy.
But nice creepy.
So now it's time for the cheer off competition, but it's going to be a fun competition this time. But where is Tipo? He's concocting a itching powder to ruin the fun. Let's see where this goes. So back with Cronky Poo and Birdie Poo, he does a fake like proposal and he gives her some like Birdie Poo mittens. She accepts it. Is this a marriage? I don't know. Leave a heart smoke cloud or a fart cloud that she kind of stares at. So I mean, I guess that's something. All right. Let's get through this cheer off, y'all. They do some jumps. It's all nice and well, but Tipo put the itching powder into the chalk and accidentally leaves the bag behind with his name on it. I wonder if that's gonna come up later. During their performance, the itching powder is taking effect and Tipo told Kronk what he did and he fails to catch her as she falls. After the competition, Birdie Poo sees the bag and it has Tipo's name on it. Oh my God. Good and bad show up again, telling him how to handle the situation. Eventually they convince Kronk to just take the blame for him, says that he told him to do it, which, I mean, he didn't tell him to do it, but he kind of told him to do it. Anything for that win.
Wait.
So she hands him back the mittens. Wedding is off. Can't even call her Birdie Poo anymore.
Don't call me ever.
It's a sad scene as we transition back into the present in the kitchen. Look at that, an actual good transition in these films.
All I have to remember her by are these. I've got nothing.
I really like that joke, guys. Might be my favorite joke in the movie. So yeah, we're done with the flashbacks for now. Now we're just waiting for Papa to show up. His boss tells him to get back to work and he's stressing about his father. Then she says his father is here and he panics again.
Where am I gonna find a wife and kids and house on a hill?
Hey, Kronk, I gotta get the wife and kids back to our house on the hill.
How convenient. So Kronk convinces Pancha and his family to be his family. And then he does all that as Papa shows up. So they really got much of a split-second decision to make this up. So they have to roll with it. He's a Florida man, by the way.
My father is a surgeon. I'm an actor. He saves lives. I goof around.
Poppy comes in, he sees Kronk's wife and kids, shows him the house that he lives at. He's impressed as he constantly insults him, but he's a proud papa. He almost gets the thumbs up, but then John Goodman shows up trying to be his wife, but they convince him to be the granny. So once he finds out he's the granny, Papa is now falls in love with John Goodman. But the real question is, how is Kronk gonna cook for them? He's a chef. So while all of this is happening, Tipo, he's running into town. He runs into Old Man Rudy, asks Old Man Rudy for help.
The cavalry's coming!
Let's see where that goes. Also, what is Tipo doing? It kind of doesn't really explain what else he does the rest until the end. So he's also running to like do something else, which we'll find out in a second. All right, so let's speed things up a little bit. So Kronk needs to cook for basically the whole restaurant at this point, but secretly, while Papa gets to know Granny Goodman a little bit better. So he does one of those back and forth to the kitchen gags, kitchen gags, table, kitchen gags, table. Old Man Rudy eventually shows up faster than expected, dressed as another wife for Cronky Poo. The man is busy. The dad eventually bursts in the kitchen fed up with what the fuck is happening.
She's Mrs. Kronk, and she's Mrs. Kronk.
No, Poppy, I can explain.
Literally, I shit you not. Everyone in the damn town shows up claiming that they are Mrs. Kronk. All the old people from the first short, the kids, Tina and Marge, the secretaries, fucking Cusco Spade.
Baby! Like how I weaseled myself in the movie? Nice.
Cusco?
Why would... So, why wasn't Cusco in this movie if he was in this movie? Like, I feel like he could have been part of the movie, but like, he's just, what was the point of him here? The pot has boiled and it exploded, and now we're finally back to the beginning of the movie. The cheese explosion. The movie has a cohesive plot. I'm actually amazed. He comes up the stairs to confess everything to his papa, and I mean everything.
And these aren't my kids. Not even the ones who really are kids.
All he wanted was a thumbs up from his papa. Before dad can rip into him, his friends show up. They tell papa that he sold the house to the old people. He gave up his ex-girlfriend Birdie Pooh to protect his friends. Kronk was even amazed that the old lady was even listening to his stories. I was. So, you know, he has his friends and he has everything that he needs. I guess this is what convinced papa to hit him with a...
Proud of you, son. Anyway, we just wanted to get the big thumbs up, and we'd do just about anything to get it.
Anything?
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, I guess that's all it took for Papa. He'd change a heart just like that before he was gonna fucking destroy him for being a cook. But you remember Tipo? He finally comes back with who? He brought a friend.
Hello, Cronky Poo.
Miss Birdie Pooh.
Wow. It's just a happy ending all around. It can't get better than this. A song starts to play to end it off. Be true to your groove. It ends as we pan out to Bunny Yzma. Do you remember her? As the birds eat her. She is dead. Roll credits, and that's the Emperor's New Kronks New Groove 2. Shake Your Groove thing by B5 plays in the background. Do you remember them? I do. I wonder where they're at now. I'm not gonna lie, the song actually fits the credits here, unlike 90% of the other ones that I've done. It ends with the Disney Toon Studio animation that I just love. All right, listen, I didn't hate this movie, but it wasn't great. Look, I'll give it this. When I'm comparing these movies strictly in just the sequel movies of the 20 I've done so far, it has a plot, made sense to an extent in a cartoon form.
Advice for anybody who wants to get into the animation business.
Well, you have to be able to draw very well.
It was unnecessary, yes. It's a similar structure to the original, yes. That references itself a lot, yes, but it's a pass on mine. It's a pass on mine as like a good bad movie. You know, many film critics have stated that the film has great voice talents, but weak storylines and not much groove.
When I write, I do the voices as I type the dialogue, so you kind of have to hear it out loud. It's me, you idiot. Oh, yeah, that's...
The DVD, of course, has some behind-the-scenes stuff. There's one called How to Cook a Movie, which is kind of what I've been clipping in and out throughout this whole video so far. I found it very funny and well-made. Surprisingly, there's like no deleted scenes here that I could find compared to like the over 12 minutes from the first movie deleted scenes. There's also 2 DVD games called Kronks Brain Game, which does have Patrick's voice actor in there playing him, but there's some rando playing Cusco that's not David Spade.
Now, as you can see, he's got 3 things left to do on his list, and he's got to get them done before Daddy arrives.
I don't know what this game is. It's like 90% looking through these like fucking like goggle holes. So whatever. Another game called Pyramid Scheme on the DVD, which is literally just a trivia game, get points. So who cares about that one? Also, don't forget to register your DVD. Other than that, y'all, there's not much else. This is just one of those movies that came and went. It did sell really well, but who talks about it anymore? I do. So thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct to VHS DVD movie, Bambi 2. Oh, this one's gonna be a doozy.
And voila, you have a movie.
Wow.
Bambi, keep running. Don't let him get to you. Bambi 2, also known as Bambi and the Great Prince of the Forest, is a 2006 animated film produced by the Disney Toon Studios in Sydney, Australia. They're back. So it's a sequel to the 1942 movie Bambi. It was released 64 years after the original film, which I'm pretty sure makes this like the longest in-between sequel to a movie in like history. So congrats on that.
The original Bambi is the inspiration for our film.
Welcome to my 21st, we're in the home stretch now, guys, Disney direct to DVD, VHS, DVD sequel movie review. Since it's been over 6 decades, believe it or not, The original cast did not return because, well, they're dead.
It was very intimidating in the beginning to start working on that. And the only way I could see doing it is to be as true as we possibly could to it.
But you know what? We do have at least Patrick Stewart as Bambi's dad. And believe it or not, he was alive when the original came out, so I guess there's that. It does retain the same art style as the original film, and I think it looks pretty good. It's regarded as some of the best Disney direct-to-video sequel animation characters and voice acting. It did sell over 2.6 million DVDs. I do have the D of one of those 2.6 in the first week of its sales in the States. And I'm gonna tell you what, this is a DVD. This is one of those films that's kind of structured similar to the Tarzan 2 sequel that I did a couple of weeks ago, where the story technically takes place in the middle of the movie when he's still a child. It takes place right after his mom died, so just be prepared for that. But I do have some bad news. This is the final VHS release for the public by the Walt Disney Home Entertainment. So if we can just get a moment of silence for that. Also a moment of silence because this is the final Disney Toon film to be traditionally animated before they kind of just went full on CG. Moment of silence. Other than that, I think that's it for the intro. I'll save the rest of the stuff for the end of the film. So let us begin. All right, open shot. Disney Castle. But this time it has this weird tint to it. Are we in the clouds? No, it's winter, see? Snow falls over this beautiful backdrop of Bambi yelling for his mom. Yep, we open up. First thing you see is right after Bambi's mom died. They did reuse the same voice from the first movie, like the voice of the narrator, the dad. I don't really know.
Your mother can't be with you anymore.
Instead of using Patrick Stewart, who is now playing Bambi's dad, which I think he's a good cast for him.
I can't define it because I'm not an artist. I can't draw anything.
I just thought that was an interesting detail. But Bambi's father has found him right after the film. He's telling him she's out of here, you know? What an opening. Immediately, there's just like this opening dialogue from Mr. Owl from the first movie. I don't know. I watched the first movie the other day, and there's barely any dialogue. And this movie, it just has dialogue out the wazoo. I mean, like, just this conversation alone is, I feel like, is just more than the whole movie combined. Regardless, Father Sir Patrick Stewart tells Mr. Owl to look for a new mother to raise Bambi, but since it's winter, he can't really do much, so Father Stewart agrees to take care of him until springtime. So just be ready for that. Walt Disney Pictures presents Bambi 2. This fucking snow's taking me out. Immediately, the very first song just took me out of it. So This Is Life. It's an original song for this film. I don't know, just someone singing very modernly over to a sequel 64 years apart is just so jarring to me, because like the first movie did have some singing songs, like, you know, let's sing a gay little spring song, but I don't know how to explain it, but it just fits better in those films. I don't know if it's just the old-timey sound of it, but it's just like, just listen to this.
After the rain, the sun will reappear. There is light.
Maybe I'm tripping. Regardless, though, the animation is still pretty. I'll give them that. So after the song ends, we get old Bambi waking up, running into his father. Also, did you know that the voice actor for Bambi is the same one as Nemo? Fucking Nemo?
Alexander Gould is an amazingly talented young man who also did the voice of Nemo for Finding Nemo.
And I don't have to have people going, when they see me on the streets, going, Alexander, I want your autograph. Give me your autograph. You know?
Anyways, Patrick Stewart lectures him, telling him how to be a good prince, you know, looks for some food for him. He's disgusted, but he eats it anyways.
But Bambi, a prince does not woo-hoo.
Which that line is now going to live rent-free in my mind. He's showing him how to walk, how to talk. The water is cold. They get to the top of this hill or mountain or something, and the camera does this like zoom in and out thing for like emphasis.
Whoa.
I don't know, nitpick, but I hated that. I guess it just felt very modern. So they overlook the other deers, and Bambi's looking at him. He just wants to play with him and starts rambling about his mom, and his dad goes,
I think it's best to leave the past in the past.
He's not a very fun dad. So as they're just kind of walking away, Bambi gets slowed down in the snow, shakes it off to find Thumper just holding on to him. One, how? And two, the odds of him just randomly hiding in the snow and Bambi walking over him. Just, I don't know, how long has Thumper been in that snow? Well, we soon have come to find out that he's actually hiding from his sisters and his mom, who's just kind of just right behind him, thumping away.
A family that plays together stays together.
So Patrick Stewart calls for Bambi.
But you can't go. You can't leave me with the girls. Come on. I've seen Bambi 1.
So as they are leaving, Sir Stewart tells Bambi, hey, you know what? How about you go with your friend Thumper to go see the groundhog while he goes and does some side quest or something. He'll meet him later. He rejoins old Thumpy, and they just run into my favorite character from the first movie, fucking Flower the skunk, who still has one of my favorite lines in all of Bambi.
He's a little... Oh, that's all right. He can call me a flower if he wants to. I don't mind.
He's sleeping and he just wants to sleep, but they drag his ass out to see the groundhog. So right after they are with the owl, I don't know, it's like a little show here we got waiting for watching the groundhog to emerge from his slumber hole. But he's shy because he doesn't want to see his shadow. So isn't he supposed to be wise? Kids are having a laugh. Bambi turns his head, looks at his lover from the first movie, Feline, which I think that's a good name. Then Thumper, of course, cock blocks them a little bit. Then Groundhog Boy emerges from his hole, shadow and all. He's saying some crazy shit like how the shadow determines how long winter will last. I don't know, animals are dumb. So, but a cloud flies over them and now there's no shadow. So spring's here, just like that. So then everyone leaves. Then this random deer just kind of comes out of nowhere. Feline hits them with a...
Who are you?
So this is Rano.
And these are the boys. Stab and jab.
It's a little bit about Rano. This is the same deer from the first movie that fights Bambi to the death at the end of that film. Even though it's not really confirmed that he died, but he did fall into some water at the end of that scene. So let's just assume that he died. So because he didn't have any dialogue in the first movie, we don't really know his intentions on why he wants to fight him. So I guess this movie explains that. And well, let's just say that Mr. Ronnie also had a crush on Feline. Let's see this origin story. Anyway, back to the movie. So they leave him anyways. He says, don't go that way because man is there. Then he goes on a dialogue about how he took out one of the men with the antlers that he don't exist on him. That's unbelievable.
You call me a liar? No.
Then he hits him back with a...
Bambi? Isn't that a girl's name?
Roasted. I don't know. Ronnie is just kind of mean. He's just bad for no reason because plot.
Don't forget the gigantic forehead, you know, to add that baby formula.
So he threatens Bambi with some friendly competition, but look, his mom calls him.
Don't bother me when I'm trying to make new friends.
He's just really mean for no reason. A little bit of a scene here. So after everyone kind of departs, they kind of go to their mothers, except Bambi because she's dead. So just a little stab there for poor old Bambi, just hammer that in. So basically Bambi just kind of sits in his little cave waiting for his dad, Patrick Stewart, to show up to, I don't know. So he has a dream during that wait where he ate a butterfly and then he runs into his mom in the distance. This dream is strangely important. And then he runs into his mom in the distance. Just heavenly, really beautiful scene here too. Too bad it's the last hand-drawn one. So she confronts him, tells him that she's always been there, even when he can't see her. Then he wakes up and he still hears her calling out for him. So he follows this voice through the forest and then he runs into dogs, wolves. Also, before we continue, this is the same spot from the first movie where the infamous scene took place with his mom dying. So then, like, as these dogs are coming to him, he's kind of staring at them like a deer in a headlights. that was unintentional. Conveniently, Sir Patrick Stewart Fawn comes in, beats the hell out of them, and they run away while a gunshot similar to the original rings in the background. Uh-oh. So he kind of explains to Bambi after they get away that the voice he was hearing is one of man's tricks to lure deers, which I don't know. So I don't know much about hunters, but do they have like a whistle that sounds like deers? Is that what Bambi was hearing? I assume so. It's not explained, but he could have died. So thank God. Now it's sad time again. His mom is never coming back. Winter is slowly coming to an end, which means it's almost time to find a new home for our boy. So the next scene, the sister rabbits are looking for Thumpy and Flower that are hiding in a log. They run into Bambi. He's sad because he's not brave like the great Prince Stuart. So they're gonna teach him how. So Flower has found his inner strength. I don't know, this goes on for a little bit as they walk around, just kind of gurring at random animals and the fauna. Some great training here, if you ask me. Some great visuals too, which, if you ask me. This goes on until they run into Mr. Porcupine, who just kind of scares them away. Then Papa shows up. This is a great opportunity to show off the training that he's done to his father against this porcupine. So he's struggling to get past Mr. Porcupine. Thumper brings Daddy over. He jumps and gets his ass poked. Regardless, Dad didn't even see what happened anyways.
I'm not gonna lie to ya, it ain't pretty.
So as they're kind of picking the thorns out of Bambi's ass, Ronnie is just right next to them, just kind of trying to impress Feline. She hears Bambi, I guess, yelling in the distance because his ass is in pain. Goes to check on him. Ronnie, of course, follows, just kind of insults him some more. And Bambi, of course, will this time stand up for himself.
No, quit it! Leave her alone!
Yeah, look at him go. Uh-oh, a chase is on. So as he's running, chasing him, Bambi jumps over this, like, I don't know, 5-foot gap. It looks like a 5-foot gap. I'm sure it's probably like 40. That Ronnie can't jump.
You big baby. Whoa.
Turns out Prince Stuart was actually impressed that Bambi has made that jump.
I didn't make a jump like that until I had antlers.
He's never said anything nice to him before. So this caught him off guard. But Ronnie thinks he's fucking better than Bambi, so he attempts to make the jump, lands in the mud. So it's time to go home. So the next morning, as Bambi is
Jump further than this yesterday.
with Thumper, Mr. Owl comes to tell Daddy-O that he's found many compatible mother deers. So after that takes place, Bambi goes over to ask his dad a bunch of questions because parents just love those. So he starts asking questions.
What are you doing?
Observing.
Off to a great start here. So he's teaching him things here about how he can feel things in his hooves and the forest, and a lot of feelings are just kind of going on here.
Forest.
Bambi!
Feel the felt it.
And then after that we get song 2. It's called Another Sight of Spring, which also doesn't fit the movie, but it fits a bit better than the first one, but we're being very lenient here. This song kind of made me sleep a little bit. Not much happens. It's just some father-son bonding time together. They are very happy. I'm sorry, I'm nitpicking at this point. It's just that knowing that this movie takes place in the middle of the first one and seeing all this kind of like energetic contrast in writing, and then knowing that the rest of the original movie is supposed to take place after this is just very jarring to me, to say the least. After the song ends, it's time for bed. So Bambi, of course, is asking questions until Sir Stuart says,
"That's enough questions for today."
So the next morning, they kind of bond some more. Mr. Owl ruins the fun. He introduces a new mom named Mina. So apparently Mina here has also grown up with Bambi's mom. During this conversation, Bambi finds out that he has to move away from Patrick Stewart. And then, of course, he throws a tantrum. Later that night, he's saying goodbye to his friends. Thumper gives him some words of wisdom.
Just be scarier than whatever's scaring you.
Father comes in to take him away. So he goes with Mama Mina. He runs back to hug Sir Stuart. If you ask me, I think it's pretty emotional here with the music. So the next scene, he's walking with Mama Mina. Then when they're walking, I just kind of found this scene here just really pretty. So shout out to the Australians here, putting in the work.
They're beautiful. The backgrounds are my favorite.
And they're painted by hand. Believe me, there's somebody that sat there and they painted it stroke for stroke.
Shame Toon Disney would close a few years later because of John Lasseter. Anyways, as they're walking, Ronnie shows up just to bully him.
It's gotta be hard to have a father that's so ashamed of you.
So a fight begins between the two of them. It's very similar to the fight they had in the first movie where they're kind of grown with the way the lighting is on them. It's a very parallel kind of fight. While they're fighting, Mama Mina gets caught on a man trap. And we hear the dogs kind of barking in the distance. Uh-oh, this can't be good. Tells them all to run away. Of course, Bambi's dumbass just stares like a deer in the headlights again. And then he comes to his senses eventually and he starts to run away. But as he's running away, Mama Mina starts yelling like, keep running, Bambi, don't look back. Basically the same words that his mom told him in the first movie before she got shot. And so as he's doing that, he stops, right? And he turns around, he's like, you know what? I can't let this happen again, which, you know what, is a really good growth moment if you ask me. I think that's very, very good. That's probably the best part of the movie. So he decides to turn around to go distract the dogs. Sir Stuart just comes out of nowhere to free Mama Mina. And then he goes after Bambi. So Thumper and Flower see what's happening and they kind of want to put on their brave face to help.
Make the bravest face you ever made in your whole life. Grrr!
So Bambi uses the porcupine from earlier to stab another dog in its ass. Now there's two left.
You trespassing hooligans? Yes, I'm doing the voice of the porcupine.
Again, another beautiful backdrop later during the chase. So they climb a rock. One of them slips and he falls. He gone. Now there's just one left. So this next scene, I'm just going to let it play out for itself. A hero. He runs back to his dad. He's dead. Sir Stuart sheds some tears on him. And then Bambi says, Dad. What, are you not surprised? What were you expecting? These sequel movies all play out the same. This shit happened 2 weeks ago when I covered Stitch 2. Same shit. So the next scene, we're kind of wrapping up. The kids are telling stories about what just happened. Bambi walks in, you know, he's got some antlers growing in. Twitter paid it. He runs back to his daddy-o and just, wow, look at this shot. They don't really make them like they used to. So this is the place where Sir Stuart met Bambi's mother when they were young. A song, of course, plays to end it off. It's that stupid There Is Life song from the beginning. But as we pan up above them and a butterfly transition to a log and then a fade to another butterfly on a vine and then a fade to black. And that's Bambi 2. The credits, again, don't fit. It's called Through Your Eyes. It's just generic singing. There's a second credit song after this one ends that I also didn't like. Because imagine, I don't know, I just thought about this. Imagine watching this movie chronologically, right? Starting with the first movie and then stopping during the scene after his mom died and he meets his dad. And then finishing this movie and then going back to finish the first movie. I don't know who does that, but I feel like that's how it's meant to be watched. It ends with the Disney Toon Studio animation logo. Never fails to impress me. I mean, overall, I like this movie. I feel like there's a deeper message hidden behind it. Again, I don't know why they felt the necessity to make a movie 64 years after the original. You know, because for the most part, the movie did receive positive reviews. You know, it was better received than most of the other sequels. It's not bad. I think the animation's great. The voice actors, for the most part, were good. Of course, Sir Patrick was the best, the king.
It's very gratifying in one's 60s to find oneself part of this extraordinary legend.
Bambi's voice actor was nice. Shout out to Nemo.
Now I can tell my kids, like, I'm Bambi. I was Bambi. I mean, not the original Bambi, but I was Bambi.
So it's a pass on my part. You know, it's a pass. The DVD has some behind the scenes called The Legacy Continues, which is what I've been clipping in and out this whole video. It has some DVD games, you know, like Thumpy's Hurry and Scurry, which is just kind of hide and seek. He's looking for his sisters, which is a very small detail I noticed, is that in the original Bambi, Thumper had 5 sisters, but in the sequel, he has 4 sisters. Don't ask. Which kind of made me think, It's not explained, so I'm just gonna assume that one of these siblings got eaten in between the movies. There's also this thing called the Disney Sketchpad, which is just learning how to draw Thumper. You're not learning how to draw flowers, so I'm not interested in it. And another thing called Bambi's Trivia Tracks, which, believe it or not, it's just trivia that plays while the movie's going on, which honestly I should have watched it too, because I feel like I would have gotten some more information, but you know what? I don't have the time for that. The soundtrack, of course, was released by the Walt Disney Records in the US on February 7, 2006. It's produced by this guy named Matt Walker. The CD includes 9 songs from the film, as well as 3 tracks from the original film. Don't forget to register your DVD. Anyways, that's it. Thank you for joining me. I don't want to talk anymore, so join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct-to-DVD, not VHS, DVD, VHS, not VHS, sequel movie review, Brother Bear 2. I don't know shit about this movie. I got nothing for this opening. Brother Bear 2 is a direct-to-video sequel released August 29, 2006. It is a sequel to the 2003 film Brother Bear. The cast for the movie makes no sense to me. Only 4 of the original actors came back to reprise their roles. Not Joaquin Phoenix, who played Kenai in the first film. He was replaced by Patrick Dempsey. All I could find with Phoenix was he couldn't reprise his role due to scheduling conflicts, whatever that means. The movie relates to a version of the story of Macbeth by Shakespeare. I don't know. Welcome to my 22nd, only 3 left, y'all. Disney direct-to-DVD, not VHS, a DVD sequel movie review. I mean, this was technically, for real this time, the last Disney Toon Studio film to be released on VHS, so moment of silence for real this time. So like, this is the movie I probably was least excited to do out of all of these. Mostly because I think the original movie was boring when I was a child. Granted, I haven't watched it in like all those years, but I did rewatch it to prepare for this one. And all I gotta say is, it's not bad. I really like the beginning of the movie, and I really like the ending of the movie, but the middle just kind of lost me. But overall, I didn't mind it. And then I watched the sequel, and now I hate it again. So let's begin. All right, open shot, the Disney castle. What a surprise. There's birds flying over it. Then, oh my God, look at this first shot. One thing I'll give this film is, gosh dang, look at the animations here. We got mammoths, the Walt Disney Pictures presents Brother Bear 2. So we start off with a song that isn't Phil Collins. That's right. The first film soundtrack was, of course, Philly. I actually didn't know he did that film until I rewatched it, but they got rid of him for the second one. I don't know why. I guess they needed him for Tarzan 2 or something.
Now that inspiration can come from many, many places. With this project, the inspiration came from sitting in that office, watching pencil drawings.
But nonetheless, we have a song here that somewhat fits, so that's kind of good. It's very generic sounding.
Melissa came in and wrote an amazing song for the opening of the film called Welcome to This Day, to remind us of what had happened in Brother Bear 1.
We have Coda and we have Kenai, and they're just playing around, talking to the funny moose from the first film. Remember those Canadian boys? They run into Tug the Bear, who totally don't remember this guy from the first film. He's asking him where they are going.
Gonna get dibs.
Whatever that means. They ask Tug if he wants to join them on their endeavors.
Well, I'd love to, little Coda, but can't keep the girls waiting. You can't run from love.
Oh, he's a player. So they are off. They're trying to be the best bears ever. Then they go to bed. So as they are sleeping, Kenai has a dream about a girl he was friends with as a kid. Wonder if she's going to be important later. Her name is Nita. After like a quick rescue mission to save her from the water, they bond by this fire. They do some cave drawings, you know, the typical stuff. They look at some nice auroras over some beautiful backdrops. Her dad or someone calls her to leave, so he just kind of leaves him on a boat, never to be seen again. He wakes up saying her name. Coda clowns him for asking who Nina is. She's just a girl. Now we go back to the village. We see Nita doing girl girl things, getting ready for something. The voice of her aunts, one of them was really familiar to me, and I had to look it up. And one of these aunts are played by the same voice actress who did Chica in The Emperor's New Groove, Kronks New Groove, that I reviewed like 2 weeks ago. And I was just like, damn, Disney just loves repurposing their actors for many things. But anyways, her dad comes in to tell her that her mother would have been proud of her, some generic stuff, and he loves her. And so then he like escorts her out of this strange wedding ceremony, arranged marriage, weird, and uh-oh, that's not Kenai. Then we get like lightning, and then just the whole place comes down. Someone's angered the gods. I guess they just weren't meant to be. I don't know what's happening here, but this wedding is off for now. So after that, we get Wanda Sykes. Do you guys know who she is? As the shaman Inoko, which that's a name. Also, who is this lady? Where's the lady from the first film? She's the wisest person there. She could speak to the spirits or something. This is all normal stuff, by the way. She asks the spirits, and they say she can't marry that rando. So she shows her a necklace she got from Kenai, well, when they were younger, and well, you can see where this is going.
And undo what's been done? No more conversation? There is one way.
So she has to eat an ox. Wait, no, that's not right.
What? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's the equinox!
She tells her she has to go to like these waterfalls to burn this necklace, but has to go with Kenai. There's lots of weird complications here, so which lady does some spells?
Afraid it's in there.
And then she grants her the ability to speak to bears, so that should help with the situation. Back with the boys, they dig in the snow, they hear someone nearby, and Kenai just goes... He runs into Nita. I guess she has never seen him before, I guess as a bear. He's confused why she can understand him and such. So like my question is, do they live in the same camp? And does Kenai just never come to visit? I mean, since she wasn't even in the first movie, I don't know. She asked him to come burn the necklace with her in the spot so she can get married. But he's like, no way, I gave you that shit. Also, what the fuck, you getting married? Like, imagine your childhood crush coming up to you and asking you to help them destroy something you gave to them to marry another man. I'm on the bear side. Regardless, she threatens him with, well, they'll turn you back into a man if you don't comply to this. So I guess he has no choice now. It works every time, and they're off. We got a whole movie ahead of us, y'all. On the way, the comic relief Canadian mooses are talking about working out.
Yeah, we gotta go work out. Yeah, gotta keep these muscles real buffy. Come on.
Which is news to me that moose work out. They ask Kenai for help hitting on the girl mooses. Then Nita shows up.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Scary, isn't she?
He's like, hold up, I gotta help the bros out with their girl problems. Then they devise a plan that ends in them getting scared from the bear anyway, so they are pretty weak. The plan failed. All right, next. So she loses the bag with the amulet in there in the water and gets PTSD from drowning when she was younger, so she can't go get it. And so it's lost forever in the waterfall. And then it goes off the waterfall, and then this happens.
Let's see what we got here. We got it.
It's mine!
I mean, you gotta add the padding somewhere, guys. Also, the raccoon's played by Jim Cummings. Fun fact, they find a way to sneak him in and everything. Now it's after that raccoon. So a quick scene before, though, they argue about getting the amulet, and she just needs to marry, like really hammer this home for the guy. She sleeps, and the next morning they find the hidden trees hideout of the raccoons, and she climbs that shit herself. Of course, Mr. Raccoon Jim Cummings doesn't want to give that shit back to her, and so he lets out his whole raccoon thief army to stop them by throwing pine cones at them. They could wait it out, but it is a pine forest.
It's a pine, forest!
Oh, right. This could take a while.
Nita sneaks around the tree and gets the amulet from the baby raccoon. It's time to go. So after some quick slaps, she climbs a tree to like the top. Are they trying to kill her or just take the amulet? Anyway, she just jumps off the tree, gets caught by bear. All is well. Let's laugh it off. They run into the comic relief moose playing in the mud that looks just like shit.
I got news for you, little brother. That wasn't mud.
JK, I guess that's shit then. They devised a plan to help the goofballs get the girls again. They use Coda as bait to make it look like they are good with kids. And you know, it works.
Would you ladies be interested in grazing on some twigs?
We love twigs.
Smooth. These guys are just fucking hornballs for that moose pussy, that moosey. All right, let's continue the mission. She explains she has a rational fear of water because, you know, PTSD, and is scared to cross the river. So after Coda teases her with some fish, then we move on to another song, Yay. It's another travel montage while this plays.
Just an obvious choice that it had to be a male-female duet.
So many things I've been missing.
And you know, it's whatever. It just feels like home. I don't know, these two, you know, soon to be lovebirds, they're just strengthening this bond with each other. All the while, poor little Coda Bear is watching all this happen, and he's realizing that he's not focusing on me anymore. I don't know, this part of the movie kind of gave me like Mulan 2 vibes, where, you know, her and Li Shang went on their adventure to get the three brides to marry, and they ended up falling in love with each other the whole time. Mushu was trying to break it up. Same vibes. Also, what the fuck is this? She's apparently just over her fear, just like that. Could even open her eyes underwater. What is this strange animation? There's just a lot of weird questions here. Poor Coda. He's not loved anymore. The moose come to check on him. They vent.
My own brother gave me the heave-ho, eh? All for a babe. Actually, two really, really hot babes.
They bond over their companions just abandoning them. It's a very sad scene. Next, the two soon-to-be lovebirds are talking to each other. She asks him if he ever, you know, wanted to change back into a human because low-key she can't fuck a bear. At least, well, understandable. And Coda overhears this.
I knew it. You're going back with her.
Coda, wait.
He runs away. She finds him in an ice cave that's fallen apart. He don't want to go back with her. Then, uh-oh, it's collapsing. I don't know why or how,
but it's collapsing.
Long story short, they make it out. Just kidding, then a fucking avalanche. What is happening? They slide down, they got some snow on them. I don't know how long they've been in that snow because they get dug out untouched by Big Brother Bear. They should be dead. I don't know how he knew where they were. We're just not gonna dwell on this that much longer, guys. Coda explains his issues. He says that he won't leave the poor little cub. Some more sad shit as we pan out into the next scene. The Moose Boys, we gotta love them. They're looking at the Aurora.
This show's giving me the munchies, eh?
I didn't know he was like that. The sad moose bro is crying, and the girls think, I guess that's kind of hot, and they go over to cuddle with him.
I like your hooves, and I'm a hoof man. Why didn't I think of that?
We got a happy ending here with our boy. That's good. So back with the bros and girl, finally make it to the place that escapes my mind. By the way, this journey was supposed to be a 3-day trip. I don't know if it was a 3-day trip. It seemed like a day and a half. Regardless, they make it. And I guess this is the spirit gods doing this, but once they make it, the whole place just defrosts itself. No questions asked. All right, let's get through this shit. So they set up shop, just immediately burn that shit into the sky. Now she can't understand Bear anymore, and this part is kind of sad. A song plays here. She says goodbye, and it's called It Will Be Me. And I'm not gonna lie, the way they started it kind of threw me off.
If you hear a voice.
I don't know who's in charge of putting songs in these sequel movies, but it needs to stop.
It was really one of the most moving moments in my life.
And she went home and wrote a song within a month. We had our song finished. We never touched it again.
I also paused it on this scene because, like, damn, look at the scenery. The Australians really just do be putting in their best here. Shout out. The song ends with her going back into the village and Coda telling Big Bro that her dad loves her. He's like, nah, I'm over that. I don't know why Coda had a change of heart here. But they separate. He goes to look at the Aurora and he talks to his mama, and I'm sure something's gonna happen out of this later. The next morning, the Moose Boys love him. They wake up Kenai, say, hey, little bro just went to the village to go get the girl back. But uh-oh, he has to get him because the village will kill the bear. Put a pin in this because I'm gonna add to this BS in just a second. So she's getting ready for the wedding. She tells Daddy-O she can't marry that guy. Then a scream is heard outside because Baby Bear Coda is here. They chase him up a tree. Then Brother Bear shows up to rescue him. And everyone goes to get their spears. Okay, I'm pausing here. What the fuck? One, first off, it was a baby bear. What's it gonna do? And two, I'm sorry. Do they not know who that bear is? Like in the last movie, it ended with them being together with the bears and everyone loving each other and shit, and now they want to kill him? I don't know. Benefit of the doubt. Did they forget what he looks like? Why is no one listening to her tell them to stop? Is this a different village? Where's Wanda Sykes? A war is happening. They end up catching Coda, and the moose show up to help. What happens next? A fight with Big Bro and Man happens. Then he throws, by the way, we don't know who this man is. Where's his brother? What is it? Where are we? I don't know, this random man, I guess the man of the village, he throws some fire at his face. He kicks him off. Nita runs down to check on him. Another sad scene. He's dying. Oh no, not another one about to die in these sequel movies. What are we gonna do? As she says she loves him too. And then, oh my God, an Aurora, just like the first film. The spirits, she can understand them again. But oop. Now everybody can understand the animals, even her father. He shows up just out of the blue to tell her to choose what her heart desires. Guess what she chooses? She chooses to get turned into a bear. Yep, what is this Shrek shit? Why did she choose this? Love is really powerful. Let's finish the film. So now the whole village apparently just loves bears now, because apparently the ending of the first film, they must have just been secretly hiding it. A song starts as they parade around the village. This song's about great spirits. It sounds the same as the other songs in the film. Welcome magic as we get a shot over the village and then the fam, and then just a scenic shot over the mountains into a cave that magically turns into bears. That's Brother Bear 2. Oh, what a film. It ends with the Disney Toons logo. Need I say more? I have a lot of questions. Like, why wasn't his real life brother at their wedding? Where are half the characters from the first movie? Who are these new ones that are barely in the movie? Why are we here? The soundtrack for Brother Bear 2 was released in August 2006. It's only available on digital. I don't know why I didn't release a physical. A little strange.
As soon as I found out that, well, first of all, that I was going to be on the movie, and then Melissa was as well, I went back and pretty much bought all of her CDs and studied them. I have to say, this whole movie has just been a dream. You could just tell that it was going to be a special project.
But there are some deleted scenes that are not included on the DVD bonus features. I don't know why. Also, if I can find them, I'll manage to throw them up here, but I'll explain what each of those 3 deleted scenes are. The first one is the full complete childhood scene, flashback, where in the beginning where it has Nita and Kenai. It was just originally a longer scene. Second one was Kenai's, do I ever say his name right this whole movie? Kenai's nightmare, where it had a flashback to Sitka, is that how you say Sitka from the first movie, that old man? It has a flashback to his death in that first movie. With this scene removed, the film doesn't even include a reference to Kenai's village or family, so this is a different village. There's also an alternate ending where Kenai did decide to become a human again in order to be with Nita, but ultimately it was scrapped because for the fear that it would undermine the message and the ending of the first one, but it was already undermined in this one. The movie received mixed reviews from the critics, of course, with an average of 5.6 out of 10, but this is the second direct-to-video sequel to have a higher rating than its predecessor, with the first film being an extremely goofy movie. Which, what are we doing here, guys? I don't know. This movie had a bunch of weird cliches. I don't know what's up with that. It does have a DVD game called Trample or A, which if you couldn't guess, it's a game with the comic Canadian moose. It's just trivia. You collect moose coins and, well, I don't know what you do with them because it never explains it.
As long as you told them that we need to collect enough moose chips to trade in so we can get the best seats for the Northern Light show, eh? You know, like to impress our dates.
Oh, why'd you have to go and tell them that, eh?
Don't forget to register your DVD. You gotta remember this, guys. Nonetheless, the film was pointless. It didn't need to be made 3 years after the first one. At least we're not getting into Bambi 2 territories here, but other than that, the movie's not for me. I prefer the human elements more in the first movie, and this just did not have that. I don't even think we saw Kanai as a human at all in this film. But yeah, this movie is not one of my fortes, so I really don't have much else to add to it. But thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct-to-DVD, DVD, not VHS, sequel movie review, The Fox and the Hound 2. I haven't seen this one, but if it destroys the original film, I'm gonna be mad. We'll be friends forever, won't we? Yeah. Forever. Hey, yo, there's a fucking fair coming to town. Let's go. Fuck your friends. I got my bloodhounds here. We're gonna be a country artist. Yo, fuck you, Todd. The Fox and the Hound 2 is a 2006 direct-to-video sequel to the 1981 Disney animated feature film Fox and the Hound, and released December 12th of that same year, 25 years after the original. It was produced, of course, by the Disney Toon Studio with help from some place called Hot Donut Productions. Whatever the fuck that is.
And it comes naturally. They're a band. They're musicians.
Welcome to my 23rd. Whoo! We've only got 2 left. Disney direct to DVD, RIP, VHS sequel movie reviews. Firstly, it is a midquel, not a sequel. I think we're like at number 6 of these so far that we've done that just take place halfway in the movie. It takes place before the hunting trip, about half an hour in the original movie. Also, none of the cast returned for this film for maybe obvious reasons. Don't have to hammer this home for you guys every week. This movie shits all over the original film, by the way. While I adored the first one, I think like the main negative I'd give the first movie is I think you can probably cut out like 20 minutes of it. No one would notice. Also, they named the fox Todd. Like, what the fuck kind of name is Todd for a fox? And on top of that, it's spelled with 1 D, not 2. Anyway, the sequel made me really mad. So, we'll explain more at the end. So let us begin. All right, open shot. The Disney fucking castle. Who would have thunk it? Fate to Walt Disney Pictures presents barn. So we got Copper. Shout out to Copper. Sniffing. Todd's running. They're teaming up to find this monster. The first line in this movie is a groan. And that groan is gonna basically just set the whole tone of this movie. They shake on going to the monster together, which, by the way, the monster's a cricket. The Fox and the Hound 2. Slow the fuck down, Todd. We start off with a song during this chase, a very country-esque film. I don't know, I'm not a big country guy, so probably not gonna love these songs. This first song's about them being friends for life. The cricket got away. He's a terrible hound that just can't catch anything. You know, they see some trucks just kind of passing by. Oh, look, a fair's coming to town, which I don't remember what other sequel film had a fair coming into town. Maybe there was 2. It escapes my mind. Regardless, one of the trailers has some doggies singing inside of it. I wonder if they're going to be important later. Old man calls for Copper. It's time for his hunting lesson. By the way, I paused it on this scene because damn, why are they wasting all the animators on this dog shit script? It's heartbreaking. So we have old lady, old man. Again, love this old granny. By the way, she's so sweet. Their names respectively are Widow Tweed and Chief. So respectively, that's repulsive. So old lady and old man will have to do. By the way, they still hate each other in this because we haven't gotten their like friendship or love at the end of the first movie yet. So Copper makes it back. He's training to be the best hunting dog ever. But of course, will fail his first lesson. He just kind of ends up sniffing himself towards Todd. So Chief and other dog, his name escapes my mind, find the boys, and not gonna lie, they still hate Todd. The threat here is not really threatening. So like in the first film, whenever they see Todd, it's like scary. Oh shit, he's gonna shoot me. But when it happens here, it's just kind of like,
uh-oh, gotta go.
Which, what happened? Why is this a fun chase? They chase him into the barn. They do the whole spill in the milk bucket gag, similar in the first one. It ends with old man Chief just kind of getting tossed into the mud with the pig. She throws a pie at him.
Pie to go along with it.
What the dickens are you?
Copper's a bad dog. You know, he ties him up again. He hits him with the, he just has to grow up, that poor guy. Todd convinces him, by the way, with 1D, hey, let's go to the fair to cheer you up. Now they're at the fair, which is a nice fair for the time. They see there's some fireworks that happen at night and they just can't wait for that. Pause. They can read also.
How? See, smack at sundown. Shake on it.
They do this gag where every time Todd shakes, he just kind of gets fluffy. This is the second time I've noticed this, so let's keep score if this keeps happening. They hear harmonizing nearby, and they run into the dogs from that trailer earlier. The first thing we hear is a dog named Dixie, who, by the way, is played by Reba, and much like Turk from played by Rosie in Tarzan. Not a big fan.
The story itself is set in the country. Country music had to be the music for the movie. The heart and soul of country music is in Nashville, Tennessee, and that's where I get all my materials.
It's funny because they also make her character in this movie kind of a dick.
Arlen, we got a show to do. You can't just walk away.
So this dog show is about to start and they need a replacement. Some dog named Granny Rose is now doing her part. Performance starts and Todd and 1D Copper are just mesmerized, especially Copper. They sing a song about being in harmony. It's just more country. Copper decides to join. They bring his ass up on stage and they sing with him. Elvis reference.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know, they get a standing ovation mostly for Copper. They say, you got talent, kid. Come back in a couple years. He didn't even get paid. Dixie overhears them. She confronts them after just being unlikable. She's kind of like,
That wet behind the ears puppy could ever take my place in a band.
I didn't say that.
They argue. She ends up quitting. Good riddance. Other dogs freak out though. By the way, there's a talent scout coming, so I guess they're trying to impress him. And there's also like this small scene. There's a couple of small scenes that I don't really know what the point of them are, with this like Girl Scout and this talent scout, which again, the human elements in this film just feel out of place when we're comparing it to the original. Like, I just want to see the fox and the hound. Who are these side characters that don't play into anything? So main dog here, Cash is his name, who's played by Patrick Swayze. For some reason, just goes over to Dixie's trailer to let her know that he was just joshing. But of course, she doesn't accept the apology.
Now listen,
Now you got me riled.
You know, they ride the carousel while Copper throws up on it. There's really just a bunch of filler in this film, huh? So Cash, the dog, comes to get Copper and asks him to join the band. It looks like those few years for him to come back later meant nothing. He says, well, hey, can my friend Todd with 1D join the band too? And he's like, well, can the fox sing? So they make him part of the entourage instead. He's basically just their water boy. I can already see where this is going. They end up firing Reba Dixie because she's a bitch. She still has feelings for him though. So she has an idea to get rid of Copper. Let us see where this goes.
And explore Reba's character, Dixie, a little further.
While introducing his bandmates, they ask him if he's a stray.
Of course he's a stray. You don't see a collar on him, do you?
Well, that's true enough. I don't see one.
This film is just setting up all the disasters waiting to happen. Also, old lady, old man owners are just at the fair too, just because. So back with the, I guess there was nothing else to do back in the day. So back with the band, they were just doing more play than rehearsal. Miss Dixie stops Copper to give him some tips, like, you know, eat some peanut butter before the show. By the way, this lick scene goes on for far too long, and they do it twice. So like Todd, with spelled 1D, runs to get his owner's cow to spray milk in his mouth to fix the peanut butter fiasco. What the fuck, now he's cured. Reba Dixie gets caught, you know, doing the peanut butter scandal of 2006. Now she's through.
Rid of me ain't gonna be so easy, Cash.
That looked easy.
Also, I've been skipping over them, but kind of throughout these little carnival scenes, there's like the Girl Scout and the Talent Scout are just having these small, like 15-second scenes throughout this, not really adding anything to the film. Why are they here in my copy of The Fox and the Hound 2 or DVD? A song starts. I keep forgetting to turn on the lava lamp's on. I just keep forgetting to turn it on early. I apologize. A song starts shortly after this. Some Dirty Dancing Swayze singing here. Probably my favorite song so far. It's about teaching him how to be a hound dog, but he's gonna miss the fireworks with Todd.
We can't let nobody hold us back. We're hound dudes, remember?
It kind of takes place backstage and in the music world, and I do know a little bit about it now. Not all of it. I'm still learning, you know, because I'm still doing it and getting my feet wet.
After their fun time, they make it back to Todd, who's just kind of slaving away, cleaning a bowl. He's mad at him. Who cares about Cash? He calls him a dumb dog. He's not around anymore.
Well, I'm around now. Let's do something.
Then Swayze comes to get him to practice more. This friendship is going down the hill. Dixie and this cat named Zelda see that Todd is in trouble and they try to relate to him, which turns into a song. Fuck me. We have a Reba song here. I'm gonna skip this one. Nothing important happens. It's just about being lonely at the top. Fill in the pieces. Also, when the song ends, it's kind of like a harsh transition back to them just kind of talking. Caught me off guard. Okay, fast forward a bit because I really dislike this film. So we see Chief and Widow Lady looking for their pets now because it's night and they haven't returned home from the fair. And I won't lie, this scene is probably the most relatable to the first one so far, and it's only like 30 seconds long. They say they'll keep an eye out for each other's pets, which I don't know, I felt something here for the first time in this film. It's a little sad.
If I see a sign of your puppy, I'll give you a holler.
I say hi to hair of that fox of yours. Well,
next morning, Todd and Dixie make it to Copper's house.
Nice spread. Could use a woman's touch.
Dixie basically has a plan to get Chief to follow them to get Copper back home, but like, can't they just like go and tell Patrick Swayze dog that he's not a stray and just solve this problem right away? Why are they going through all the trouble of getting the owner? So Todd wakes up the boy dog that I still forget the name of, and that resulted in waking up the old man. So now both of them are chasing Todd with 1D down. So this just contradicts the scene that I just praised like 2 minutes ago. So what was the point of that scene where he was like, hey, I'll bring Todd home if I see him? Like, what the fuck? Now he's trying to kill him. Anyways, let's just forget about that previous scene. Then we get literally another Girl Scout and talent guy scene again. Literally no point to it. They make it back to the fair. They run into the guy playing darts. They hit a cow in the ass with the dart. Now the cows are causing a ruckus through the whole fair. They end up making the CG Ferris wheel, by the way, spin off the tracks. There should be some casualties here if you ask me, but there isn't. Girl Scout and I don't know, at this point, Doug Dimmadome are just casually walking past this hellscape. Now they're just trying to make it to the talent show where the dogs are about to sing. Again, no worries about what's happening outside. And then this scene happens.
Todd! Copper! That's my dog! You ain't straight.
Why go through the trouble of all of that? Also, the CG wheel is still going strong outside. It slams right into the building. Now everyone's leaving. Doug Dimmadome starts crying after this and he drives away. So again, what was the point of all of this? Why was this here? They fire Copper after this. He's taking the fuck out of show business. The band disparts from each other because Cash Swayze is a dick.
Why is it always rain when things go wrong?
Todd with 1D tries to apologize to Copper, goes back to his owner. A whole lot of nothing happens in this film. A song starts after this. It's a sad one. Something about following each other. Very country, very generic, very boring. Next.
I know that forever I'll always my days.
Dixie goes to Copper's house to tell him it's all her fault, not Copper's. She does the apologizing that she needed to do. Leaves. The cricket from earlier is also sad. I don't know why. Then Copper comes to make up with Todd. He says he's been a fucking cabbage head. And they're just friends again, guys. Todd brings out the talent scout's hat to sniff it again so they can find him again, which, okay, we're bringing him back now. Todd brings over the other dogs and they just run into Scout at the diner. Another beautiful backdrop later. They regroup the whole squad together because that's how it's meant to be, and they aren't mad at each other anymore, and they start singing. So much singing. The original didn't have singing. So much singing. Help. They have the talent scout listen in, and well, you guessed it, he loves them. Really loved him. Fry his bacon. He finally found his axe, so they got their record deal or whatever. I'm sorry. I thought this movie was about the Fox and the Hound, not the singing country choir dog band.
Dixie was at a bar. Dixie was commiserating about her circumstances over a bowl of kibble.
The two friends reunite back to their old ways. What a wonderful movie plot that didn't need to exist. And I shit you not, another song plays after this. It just doesn't end. We get a cut to the widow and chief just hanging out with the animals, which, hold on, this shouldn't be happening because they're still supposed to hate each other. This scene shouldn't be happening until the end of the first movie. Why are we friendly now? This retcons the fucking original. I'm so mad. I hate these songs. Also, Todd shakes and gets fluffy again. So that's 3 times. Glad you were keeping score. I counted, and the credits are actually rolling over this, which this is the first time in these sequel movies where this has happened. There's just no fade to black. We're just like, the movie's still going, guys. So they're just running around being a nuisance to the area. Also, Cricket Army. What is this song playing over this? A lot happens in 30 seconds here. An old lady is chasing old man with a broom. So do we hate each other again? I don't know. We pan up of a view of the farm and we fade to black. And my God, that's the Fox and the Hound 2, which isn't even about the Fox and the Hound.
No I Will is the song I am singing, and it's played over the end credits.
I hated this movie. Of course, ends with the Disney Tunes animation, Chef's Kiss. So this film makes no sense continuity-wise. There's no way the events from the original could even let this movie exist. The first had only 3 encounters between Todd and Copper before the conflict towards the end of the movie with the old man and the dog happened. Also, the second movie takes place at a fair, and yet the original makes no mention of a fair. Like, what the fuck? Disney did work with a lot of many popular country artists of the time and the country music television cable network to promote this film.
And so we went down there 4 years ago, pitched to various songwriters, Marcus Hummon, Will Robinson, Gordon Kennedy, and gave them specific scenes that we wanted to write, have them write for.
Yeah, this is the best cover they could do for the album. I mean, they really wanted you to know that it was country.
Never once asked anybody for their autograph, but I got these guys' autograph.
Oh, so Big Mama, Dinky, Boomer, and Squeaks, fucking sentence I never thought I'd say in my life, are not in this film, despite how they were around during Todd when he was a kid in the first movie. I don't know, the DVD has like no bonus features. It's just another behind the music kind of thing, which is just what I needed. Similar to last week's Brother Bear 2 with that music. I don't know. It's kind of boring, but dear God, if we don't get a lot of Reba content from it.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, there's a point in the film, I think, when Lyle's saying, all right, everybody, let's go kill him, you know, I mean, and so, and I know as a comic that I've sat backstage and peeked out.
There is a DVD game called Mix Mutt master. It's literally just you mixing songs and it's beyond boring.
The instruments and dog?
Another game called Disney DVD Game World : Demo Disney Dogs Edition. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's just like a Monopoly trivia with the Disney dogs. Why is this a demo? Where is the full game? There's also a whole ass Goofy short on here for some reason. And as always, don't forget to register your DVD. Please remember. Honestly, I think that's it. Like, I just can't with this. I just don't want to do this. So thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct-to-video DVD, VHS, RIP sequel movie, Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time, the crown jewel, basically. Woo! Bippity boppity, boppity boo, bippity boppity, turning. Zoo, Bip Bop. Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time was released on February 6, 2007. It was produced in the Disney Toon Studio, and of course, this would be their last film before they closed down the studio. The equipment was auctioned off once again once this movie was released, which is funny because Cinderella 2, which was mostly made in Japan, that studio closed shortly after that movie released. So I guess we're just coming back full circle.
And to remain true to the original film and at the same time offer some new twists and surprises for audiences today.
Anyway, welcome to my 24th. Oh man, I only have one left. Then I'm out of my misery. Disney direct to DVD, RIP, VHS sequel movie reviews. Of course, most of the voice actors from the second movie came back to reprise their roles here because, well, but let me tell y'all, this film blew me away. At least as much as a second sequel to a Cinderella movie can do. It's actually a sequel and not a BS 3-episode TV show smashed into a movie. I couldn't really find many behind the scenes because the DVD don't really got them, so enjoy whatever the hell is behind me right now. While this film is like crazy fun, it does have a lot of plot holes, but we'll explain more of that, everything at the end. So let us begin. Let's go. Open shot Disney castle. Hold on. There's the modern castle here. It looks like we've made it this far for their transition into modern Disney, so lovely. Walt Disney Pictures presents Castle. We have a narrator, Cindy herself, narrating her own story.
That girl?
Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time. Would you believe me if I say we start with a song?
A princess and a wife, all because I fit a shoe.
So we got Prince Charming joins in, calling her a perfect wife, putting on her perfect shoes. Everything is just perfect here. We transition to the ugly sisses just cleaning, singing about how much they hate their lives. Well, I guess the ending of the last movie didn't matter because I guess now they're doing all the chores. So we get the Anastasia shot. She continues the song as she sees the happy lovebirds just riding away and wishing she had someone to love, which, pause, still remember when I did Cindy 2, and it was mostly about Anastasia and her finding love with that baker guy in town. Yeah, what happened to him? Just wanted to point that out. Did they break up? Did he die? I guess we'll never know. The fairy godmom finishes the song with the mice. She does this spell to turn Cindy into her dress, and Anastasia was following them.
So that's how Cinderella did it. Magic.
So the title is starting to make sense here. So when the song ends, for some reason, the godmother throws her wand out of excitement and it just lands right in front of her. Very convenient, no comment here. So she takes it and shows evil stepmom and the evil stepsis. They're just like, it's a stick. She must be dumb.
A stick. Ooh, let's beat her with it.
They don't think that the magic works. And then out of nowhere, fairy godmom just shows up, tries to take it from her, and ends up turning Lucifer into a duck. I guess a hybrid. Then turns fairy godmom into a statue. Uh-oh. Well, it's free game now. Stepmom's got it.
No more laundry. Power, riches, revenge. Oh.
So she does her spell right into the air. I guess bippity boppity is the only phrase you can say when you're using the wand. So she, of course, wishes that all of Cinderella's happiness never happened. No shoes, no prince, no happily ever after, blah, 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 just misery. So we technically just went back in time to the first movie when the Grand Duke came looking for the mysterious girl to try on the shoes. Of course, the shoes don't fit, but with a little bippity boppity.
It fits. It fits.
Shout out to the foot. We are in for a treat this time, guys.
And some might say it's all because of a shoe.
All because of a shoe.
All because of a shoe.
I mean, will the other shoe fit? Who knows? So I guess Cindy overheard all this. She comes down to say, wait, it was me who danced with the bro. She also has the other slipper, but then the evil stepmom was like, nuh-uh, breaks it. Oops. We're getting like real villainy here, guys. So her sadness makes her sing a song. She sings about the good old times when her life was perfect, as in last night. Gus and Ja, they say, hey, well, you just gotta dance with him and all will be solved. Big brain here. I paused it on this shot because, damn, the animators were cooking here. Shout out Australia, also RIP Australia. But RIP Disney Tunes. What a valiant effort they have done for us. So like by the end of the song, we're at the castle that's not hers anymore. She sneaks in with a cheese wheel and we run into Prudence from the second movie. I didn't think I remember her name. But also the second movie, hold up again. So are we not reconnecting this to the second movie, or are we? Because that's where she was introduced. But I guess Anastasia didn't really like the baker after all. Or I guess technically now that hasn't happened yet because we're back in time. I don't know. I still want to know what happened with the guy. Anyway, she's back. She's still patrolling. Cindy says she's the royal mouse catcher and she's like, there's no mice here.
Been a single solitary.
Tarzan reference. Man, these sequels do have a lot of Tarzan references, though. So back with the prince and the dad, they are sparring. A lot of character development here for the prince. Like, he has a lot of lines in these, like, 2 minutes of scenes when he is introduced. More than, like, the other two movies combined. They're talking about the mysterious girl and love, and we actually get to see what the prince mom looks like. She's ginger. The horns go off. The princess has been found. Charming is excited as hell. She walks in the room.
Your Highness.
Hello. Am I in the right room?
The way I couldn't hold my excitement of laughter was a lot for me here. Perfect writing. He was expecting someone else. His excuse is maybe more than one girl can fit the slipper, which is what I'm saying. But like canonically in the first movie, he was like, there's only one girl that has a shoe size. But then again, I think maybe he was just dumb. But evil stepmom puts that spell on him, makes him forget all about Cindy. Well, now we love each other.
Is you?
Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Bro marries her on the spot. She overhears her fake family and Lucifer, literally my favorite character. RIP his love interest from the second movie, wonder what happened to her. The prince walks past her. She chases Bugnet. Also pause, because now, wow, we are cooking. She drops the net. They stare at each other. His eyes turn green. There's potential there, but he says he's married the ugly sis. Heartbreak. Prudence cock blocks them, says, hey, get the mice, dummy. Locks her in the, I don't even know where this is. So the mouse boys run down to tell what the fuck is happening to Cinderella. So of course they did their due diligence, a real rundown of what they told Cinderella. Wand was stolen by bad lady, magic on prince, magic on foot, godmother dead technically, etc.
Boys, we have to get that wand.
An interesting challenge that we had was figuring out how to incorporate the mice into the story. Of course, in the film, you're able to have human-sized Cinderella and the little mice, but on stage, you're not going to be able to see the mice.
I paused it on this shot of Lucifer just because I really love the Lucy content. The uglies fight each other, call each other's pigs, spit in their faces. By the way, Lucifer's on Anastasia's side.
Are we in the right room?
So fast forward a tiny bit. It's time to practice their dance for the wedding. She doesn't dance much.
I'll never forget when I first touched your hand.
All right, so another little conundrum, confusion in this movie is the hand scenarios here, okay? Apparently, touching hands makes the connection of knowing if it's real love or not. I don't know what this means, but she fucks up the entire dance, and he still loves her, and that's all that matters. Also, just want to point this out, a little funny scene here where the king says after the dance he wanted to speak to Anastasia alone, and he just kind of walks backwards with his tiny little head bouncing. I just found that funny. Mr. Prince Charming explains how when he felt her hand, he felt nothing. So back with the king and Ginger, he tells her she's like a horrid dancer, but she reminds him of his wife. And you know, let's pause here for a second because I have a little theory here, it's a relevant theory. But my theory is that looking at the prince or the king's wife is that she looks an awfully lot like Anastasia, not because of the hair, but like what if he was put under a spell to marry his wife back in the day when he was younger, and this is just a repeat of that? I don't know, it could be a cool theory, a film theory. He gives her a shell. It's the queen. It was his wife's most prized possession. He continues off when she held her hand and he knew it was her. So this hand theory is like another thing that I won't get into, but she runs off talking about how of course I do in song form, which, not gonna lie, the little scenes with Anastasia and the king they're kind of wholesome. So we're finally back to Cindy. She sees the ugly stepsis, Drizella. I haven't even said her name yet. Yeah, she's useless in all of these movies. She's messing with the wand. Like, she really is the ugliest one. So like they lock the wand in a case, and so the mice sneak in to get the key to open the case to get the wand. But on the way, they put my boy Lucifer's tail on fire. How can they do this to my boy? But of course, he's causing a ruckus around the room. They put him out, so thank God. Cindy dresses as the housekeeping. The mice use the key to get the wand, but shit.
Isn't that right, Cinderella?
I didn't know you worked here.
Bro, the comedy in this movie is gold. They run out on foot, the guards and all. They turn my boy Lucifer into a Jack in the Box. Lucifer, no. And then they turn him into an ant, and boy howdy, can he still fight. And then they turn him into a big cat. So the next scene, the mice toss Cindy the wand. She's about to do the spell, and then
Lift the spell. Let him remember.
So Mr. Charming is still confused as hell. She tries to grab his hand and oh, he felt just a little bit of something. They take her away. He just hopes she'll be safe. So this next scene had me cracking up the whole like 10 seconds it was on screen. But Mr. Charming goes to talk to his father. But like there's a mirror in the room. And, well, let's just continue the conversation. After that, the mice get his attention and they tell him to follow him. Bro's like, yo, shit, first it was the birds, now the mice. Now he knows something's up. Gus Jock explained to the prince the only way they know how, through song. This scene, also iconic if you ask me. So they recreate the entire encounter with Cindy and tell him he's on a spell. They're very good actors. The song ends.
Magic.
Everything's explained now. So this Cinderella is the one that he has to find. So he runs off to tell his papa that he has to go find Cinderella on the night of his wedding because the mice told him so.
But the talking mice say she's the wrong girl.
Bro might be under a little something. Dad is rightfully confused. He forbids him to take another step down these stairs. And guys, when I tell you the greatest part in this film, no, an animation history is this part.
I forbid you to take another step down these stairs!
Okay.
Let's play that one more time, but in slow motion. I really want to know the animator that did this. So he rides out of there. Father couldn't trust him, but he's still more worried about the talking mice.
Send the troops after him at once, Your Majesty.
No. Let him go. Let him go.
I guess a change of heart. So back with Cindy, she's boarding the ship that's taking her, I don't really know where. It's a pretty cinematic and sad, so she sings during it. Something about the songs in this movie here, they're very short, like 30 seconds, the majority of them, it feels like, and they just kind of add the perfect amount of do more of this. Regardless, the boat's starting to sail off, and Prince Charming follows it, and he does get some airtime. Bro just really loves flying. The birds must have gotten to him. But this magnificent jump got him on the ship. He walks up to her, just standing there. They touch hands. He remembers everything. Is the spell gone or not? I don't know. Probably not. But touching hands did make the clouds go away, so magic. This movie just keeps getting better. My man kneels down, pops the question right away. Will you marry me, Cinderella?
Yes. Actually, it's Cinderella.
This might be world record for Disney princess marriages. They make it back. They tell him there's bad people up there. Shit's getting real, you know, like music and all. The evil people use magic to disappear. Don't know where. But like, since they couldn't find them, they're like, well, oh, fuck it. I guess we'll just continue on with the wedding anyways, the same night. So what the fuck? So as Cindy is getting dressed for a wedding, stepmom and Lucifer, they walk in. Then she brings out, this is a little, you think the movie was done, but there's there's a twist in time, as they say. She brings out Anastasia, got turned into a doppelganger of Cindy, which this is just fucked up. Not by like a story standard, but like Anastasia must really think she's ugly to have to go with this. She just wants what she has, and then the evil mom bippities her out there into a pumpkin. This is a very weird sight, y'all. But then it turns into a carriage. She sends Lucifer to make sure they don't come back alive. Another fucked up part of this movie is she turns Lucifer into a man, which no, I don't like it. I don't like it. Turn him back, please.
Lucifer?
So after some failed attempts to stop the carriage, Cindy just does this.
Bad kitty.
Fucking bad kitty. She jumps on the horse, misses death. Now it's time to get back to that wedding. They really made her like a badass in this film. So as they're pulling up, also great shot, just wow. This is what I like to see. So a crazy turn of events here. Cinderella busts in. Anastasia's realizing she can't say I do. She says I don't. So a crazy stepmom, bippity boppities all over the place, turning everyone into animals. We do got to keep it rated G here, guys. And she's about to turn Cinderella into a frog. And our star of the show, Mr. Prince Charming himself, ricochets the bolt into them, and oof. Must be a really powerful sword. And then just to rub it in Anastasia's face more, she tells him this is her true love, and she just kind of mopes away, which again, what happened to the baker guy in the second film? It seems like they had a connection there. So she bippity boppities herself back to her normal self. Then Cindy brings the godmother back, which you fucking remember her. She's still around. We get the recreated iconic dress shot turning how I fell into her. And she asks if they want to return to their normal lives.
Me to return you to your former lives.
Former lives?
Oh, never mind.
Does this mean the whole first movie doesn't happen anymore? Because this is wild. What would Walt think? The guy makes them married before he passes out. Because what the fuck is all this? But they kiss, and we get a shot of the castle with the fireworks, classic, and they all fall in love happily ever after. Again, fade to black, and by golly, that's Cinderella 3. A twist in time. Man, I like this one a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I think I found my favorite out of the 24 I've done so far. There's only one left. The credits have some pictures in them. There's some cute shots in there. Hold on. Would you look at that? Is that the baker? What is he doing here? We need explanations, movie. What is he doing here? So there's a little mid-credit scene in this, believe it or not. It's with the evil stepsis, Drizella, and evil mom, and they get turned into maids from their frog things. I guess they're maids now in the castle. I don't really know. But then and then the real credits start. So a lot of questions here. Of course, it ends with the Disney Toons logo RIP. This might be the last time we see this, guys. I don't know if it's going to be in the final film I do next week. So we'll see. I guess I'm not the only one, because this film, believe it or not, got some pretty mostly positive to mixed reviews, which is like a 71, which might be the highest one I've seen out of these sequel movies. Of course, the DVD does have some games. There's the Bippity Boppity game, which you got to get the wand and use it on around things. So they're just kind of giving everyone a wand at this point. There's some questions mixed in with it. Another game called Cinderella's Ballroom DVD-ROM, which I don't know what this is because it says to insert it into a computer, which I sure as hell ain't doing that. A music video called I Still Believe. It's the credit song sung by Hayden Panettiere, I think is how you say your name. So fun there. Yeah, the only behind the scenes here is this thing called the backstage at the Disney Cruise Line Twice Charmed.
It's grand. It's live. And there's only one place you can see it. Twice Charmed, an original twist on the Cinderella story, is a Broadway-style musical created especially for Disney Cruise Line.
Which is like the Disney Cruise Line musical of this film. It's just the behind the scenes of that, which has nothing to do with the making of this movie, which I don't know why they didn't have a behind the scenes of this. You would think with their last movie they'd want to, you know, go all out. So I guess we'll just throw up some fucking Disney Cruise Line Cinderella footage.
A new character in Twice Charmed that you don't see in Cinderella 3, and this is Franco de Fortunato, Lady Tremaine's wicked fairy godfather.
I don't know if this film was inspired by that musical or vice versa, but it must have.
For some plot holes and inconsistencies.
Bruno the Bloodhound from the first two films, remember him, is not in this film despite, you know, he played a major role in getting the key to Cinderella. And this film, of course, if you haven't guessed already, contradicts the second film as the Tremaines, which I don't think I've ever said their fucking last name in all these movies. The Tremaines fallen into poverty at the start of the film, and at the end Anastasia becomes kind to Cinderella, and the bad lady and ugly sis are punished by having to work as maids. But there's a short in the second movie called An Uncommon Romance. Uh-oh, that sounds familiar. As the Tremaines are back to wealth and they're not maids. So wouldn't have reversing time unpetrified the fairy godmother? Yet it did not. We also have no idea what happened to Lucifer at the end of the movie. He just kind of fell in that pit. Never saw him again. Hopefully my boy's okay. Other than that, holy shit. There's not much else to add, or at least I don't want to add anymore. Thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the 25th Disney Direct to DVD, no VHS sequel movie review, The Little Mermaid, Ariels Beginnings, the final review of this series, a prequel for the finale.
Every week, a spectacular cast, an army of technicians all come together and put on this show.
But daddy, I love him. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Have my lightning bolts pop. I said die. Zap, 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 zap. The Little Mermaid, Ariels Beginning is a prequel to the 1989 film The Little Mermaid. It is a direct-to-video film released in 2008 by the Walt Disney Studios Home Entertainment. It was produced, surprisingly, by the Disney Toon Studio. And I know I kept saying that it was closing down last week for good, but what I meant to say is the sequel part of that division is shut down for good. They just happened to be working on this one at the time, and they just kind of like had to release it because it was almost done. This does not include the Tinkerbell or the Planes movie spin-offs, just direct to sequel mainline Disney movies, because John Lasseter said so okay. They put that man in charge in 2007, and he slapped everyone and said no. So the main studio overall did close in 2018 due to further cutbacks with the animation studios. Welcome to my 25th and final Disney direct DVD, VHS, DVD, VHS sequel movie reviews. Well, we finally made it, y'all. 25 weeks straight, half my year gone. Why did I do this?
Hi, I'm Peggy Holmes, and I'm the director of The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Beginning. And I had never directed an animated movie before, and really don't even know how to draw, but it was a blast. It was really fantastic.
Basically, most of the second film cast came back to reprise their roles here. Y'all get the memo why, right? The DVD became the top-selling DVD for the week. So yeah, origin story for Ariel as our final movie prequel. This one wasn't as good as I was hoping it would be, but damn, the animation is beautiful in this one. But I'll explain everything at the end. So anyways, let's finally begin our final movie in this journey. All right, open shot for the last time. The modern Disney castle. Nothing to see here. No opening scene. We're just jumping right into the title card here. The Walt Disney Pictures presents The Little Mermaid 3. I mean, Ariel's Beginnings. Woo! I'm excited. So we get a beach. You can see some little mermaids just in there swimming, of course. Our boy Sebastian is narrating this wonderful film. We're actually getting some Atlantica content here. Glad we can explore this place a little bit. We got a young Triton here. What a beard. Didn't know he was also a ginger. We also get a little baby Ariel here. I think she's drawn weird. They swim into Mama Triton with their damn near 7 kids, and mom starts singing. New song here. I got nothing to say about this song, to be honest. They tuck the kids in for bed. The king loves the queen. He hands her this CG music box because love. I wonder how she's gonna die. The kids love to spy on the parents. They don't even have a boy. Do you think King Triton's upset? Who's supposed to rule the kingdom when he dies? We got a CG pirate ship. Just comes in, fucks everything up. She doesn't want to leave the CG music box, and this ends up happening. R.I.P. Athena. You will be remembered. What a way to go. And literally the next scene, Triton has the CG box, so it survived the crushing, so all that wasted effort on her part. Then he just throws it in the water anyway, so extra wasted effort. The king bans singing. No more singing. Now we're 10 years later. Talk about an opening. You know, Disney has this knack for killing a parental figure in the first 5 minutes of their movies and fast forwarding a lot. All the daughters get waken up by a young Ursula. Wait a second. That's not Ursula. Who is this? And why does she look a lot like Ursula? Where is she anyway? Who is this? This random lady, she wakes them up to do their morning swim every day with the king, and they're kind of bored of it. So, I mean, what's new? The Ursula ripoff, her name is Marina Del Rey, but we're not going to call her that often, so no worries. Ariel wants to go to the reef. Daddy says no. He's heartless, by the way. We get some pretty typical 2000s guys just over here checking out the girls. Ariel scares one of her sisters with a seaweed. Their morning walk is boring. After that, he calls his favorite mermaid over.
Princess does not tickle another princess with seaweed.
King Triton's played by Jim Cummings, by the way, so of course I snuck him into this movie too. The original voice actor for him was going through some medical stuff, so they had to replace him. So Jim Cummings it is. He lectures her saying, hey, don't have fun because I'm sad. But yes, Daddy.
Enough!
Barnacles. She got to scrub those barnacles, which damn, that's a punishment. Next we get this green... I don't really know what the fuck this is. A green dinosaur? A beluga whale? Let's go with a dinosaur here. He's also my favorite character so far. His name is Benjamin. He's like the wannabe Ursula sidekick, you know, and he's puts up with Marina's rants, though it's clear he takes no interest in them. Also love the way he talks.
Dip. Yes. Chutzpah? So sorry.
She's over the spoiled brats, and she wants Sebastian's job, which I don't know why you'd want that job, but she conveys this in the best way she can in this film. Through song. It's just a Sebastian diss track. She wants him back. Benjamin just provides his commentary during the song. Basically, after each line she sings.
Big surprise. Big wave. Pouty. Sassy.
She's also bald, so I mean, we got that going for her. Maybe this is why she wants to be evil. Where's Ursula? Back with Ariel. She's scraping barnacles. A lot of barnacles. Flounder's here. He knows what a guitar is, but damn, doesn't he love music? Ariel's intrigued by his musical abilities of the air guitar. She wants him to play some more.
Can you do it again?
Halt! You're in violation of the Triton Act.
The swordfish feds show up. Illegal music, so they start running. Cops are chasing. Sound the alarm. Flounder's fat ass gets stuck in a hole.
Not again. Fish launch! Hey, no problem.
So apparently this is their first time meeting in this film. Where did he come from? Then they run into Sebastian.
Take him to the dungeon!
I can't make it in the slammer.
So Sebastian Sebastian, good guy, lets him off with a warning.
Whoa, don't look now, but dinner exploded on your face.
So back with the Mermaid sisters, they're fighting over their stuff. I guess this is girl stuff. All their names start with A. King T comes to say goodnight to them. She's looking out the window. Is this considered a window? She sees Flounder just kind of sneaking away outside. She follows him into some magic seaweed. And then into a magic cave. And then into a magic rock.
Time to glide.
I don't know what's happening here, but she ends up falling into a magic plant that takes her to, oh my god. They start singing the 1961 hit song, Shake Senora. How did we get here? Does that song exist at this point? How did they hear it? And then fucking Sebastian is the main act here. What the fuck is going on? What is this illegal shit happening in my Disney DVD copy of Ariel's Beginnings?
Handsome, yet funny looking.
She confronts Sebastian.
Love your club.
Everyone's gone. She starts playing with all the instruments and proceeds to sing. I don't know, this song that she sings, it feels like they were trying to make a follow-up to like the Part of Your World song, but the way it starts is just not there.
How I know that song. I remember sitting in the moonlight and
Her singing brings everybody back out. Not a bad song. It's probably my favorite song so far.
This can't happen! Your father is the king!
They basically initiate her into the club.
Fellow music lovers, I do.
She's in.
So the next morning, King Triton has a problem. It's Ariel. Ursula Marina says destroy her. Sebastian says she's going through a phase. He puts Sebastian in charge of her. The next scene, the girls are infatuated with Ariel because she's humming in her sleep and they think she's dreaming about a boy. They just kind of gossip here. I'm not in the best position to explain this.
Females working with you as a female, that there's this extra connection.
She eventually just spills the beans.
I was just listening to music in an underground club.
I wouldn't trust her with anything I tell her then. Basically, they all agree, hey, let's go tonight. Just everybody. I'm sure this news won't spread. Now it's nighttime and we're all here. I'm sure this is gonna go well. They see the boy Sebastian singing. This poor crab. During the party, this scene happens.
Let's dance. No thanks.
I guess real? So of course, back with Marina Del Rey, she walks in their room, sees they aren't there, and just somehow knew exactly where they were, and finds them literally within 10 seconds later. And well, I'm sure she's gonna do something, so she goes and tells the big man himself.
Jumping jellyfish.
Hi. He locks them all away in the dungeon.
Guards, lock him away.
The Ursula ripoff is now put in charge. She's in Sebastian's position now. Father, you can't do this. It's already done. The next scene, he just won't explain why he hates music to her. They just kind of yell. So she runs off. The only person happy is Marina. She's just having a good time swimming around, I guess.
Who is that?
I don't know, but she scares me.
She sings about how she's in charge, changes some outfits. Benjamin provides much needed commentary during it. She's been in charge for about 7 minutes. Jail is a rough time. I also want to add that Sebastian can easily fit through these bars, but regardless, Ariel sneaks down, breaks them out. Sebastian doesn't allow it because, well, we can't be fugitives, but then he'll have an idea.
Are you okay?
Ariel.
They run off anyways. The next scene with Benjamin. Aw, Ariel's missing. What's new? So during their escape.
Come on, man, you gonna blow it for all of us.
Ooh, blow good.
Well, all right. The Flounder beatboxes a little bit here. Also, the transitions here during the Shake Senora song that they sing again is strange to say the least.
We're in. Jump, chicka, jump, chicka, jump, jump. Woo! Jump in the line.
I don't know, this kind of happens the whole song. It also kind of, there's a bunch of weird like transition cut edits throughout this whole movie, I've kind of noticed. So I really want to know the animator that edited this song specifically. They must have had fun with the transitions. So back at the palace, King Triton finds out Ariel is missing. He searched all of Atlantica. My head hurts.
Are we there yet?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure? Yes. This place just has really good percussions. Next scene with the bad lady. She also has eels like Ursula. So why is she here? She devises a plan to get rid of Sebastian and Ariel. Poor Benjamin is like, yo, what the fuck? You're crazy. The eels are off. Back with the fugitives, Ariel checks out a nearby cave. She finds that CG music box from the beginning of the movie. Sebastian, of course, comes in and tells her the story to Ariel finally. I guess he wanted to go here just for her to find the music box, just so he can tell her the story. Couldn't have told her any other time in her life. So ideally, they kind of come to this assumption that they have to bring that CG music box back to King Triton, and that will just change everything and make him happy again. Even the band fugitives think this is strange. So they leave them. They're like, yeah, fuck this, we're out. But of course, Flounder didn't run away with them because he's a good sidekick, he's a good boy. They run into Marina Del Rey. She sends the eels to Flounder screams like a girl here. Sebastian does some karate. It's a showdown with the two haters.
Come to daddy.
So back with Ariel, the back to save them. Wow, a surprise here. They kill the eels. Well, awesome. Just kidding, they survived. What were you expecting? Again, this climax of the movie has so much shit happening, similar to the second movie of this. So let's speed round this a little bit. He bites her. She slams into the hole, fails. Tight fit. You stink. I win. Did he win? Eels chase Flounder. Sebastian got the tail. They do the corkscrew that ends up tying all the eels together. What the fuck? I guess we did win. Triton shows up. Hi. Corkscrew. No! She's gone, dead, no future movies. Dad holds her. He starts singing, and yet, believe it or not, she wakes up from his singing. Probably because he can't sing. So how many of these sequel movies have done this so far? I know Stitch 2 did this, Bambi 2 did this. There's probably 4 or 5 movies I'm missing where the character dies and they come back 10 seconds later at the end. They all escape my memory, probably for the best. All is well. I mean, this is a prequel. Back with King, he brings back music for good. Wow, big twist. Who would have thought? They make Sebastian the very first composer, probably the last one too. Then they make King Triton go through the oath.
A helping hand to your fellow music lovers?
I do?
And finally, a song finishes us off. It's called I Will Sing. I don't really know who's singing it.
So that was really exciting to get in there, and we had world-class musicians come in, and we created our own Catfish Club band.
But everyone's dancing, kissing. Triton goes outside. Statue turns gold again. Magic. We're dancing the night away, or day, I'm not really sure, underwater. Sebastian narrates us out while we conga. We pan out to Atlantica. What a wonderful city full of wonderful merfish. And fade to black. And at the end, and that's The Little Mermaid 3. I mean, Ariel's beginnings. Little extra scene here with Ursula ripoff. She's in jail with the poor Benjamin.
Think about what we've learned here. You just can't hurt people. Hurting is mean.
They start to do the samba in jail. I don't know. Then the credits start. What a movie this was. What a way to end it. Should have ended it last movie, because that would have been a high note to go off on. But by golly, look at that. We do have it here for the final time. My favorite animation to come out of all 25 of these films. Mickey signed in the closing letter saying, hey, get the fuck out, we're done. He's basically signing it to say, hey, let's not make any more of these. Until present day now, because now Disney's whipping out these fucking not just 1 or 2 sequel movies, they're fucking on 5 on some of these shits. R.I.P. Final thoughts on the film, though. Where was Ursula this entire movie? All right, some continuity issues. First one is how Flounder met Ariel. The TV series, yeah, there's a TV series for this shit too. Don't ask. It shows that they met when Ariel was still a child, while this film shows Ariel to have been older. On a related note, the birth order of Ariel's sisters were changed from both the TV series and the original film. The original film kind of implying from the lyrics of the song Daughters of Triton. They had their birth orders names changed to go by Aquata, Andrina, Serena, Arista, Tina, Adela, Alana, and Ariel. I don't know. Considering Disney's tendency to ignore television spin-offs and direct-to-video sequels in general, it's entirely possible that neither this film or the TV series is canon to the main film. This is useless information. This movie marks the final time Samuel E. Wright voices Sebastian, as well as his last role before his death 13 years later, R.I.P. The DVD does have some deleted scenes. I haven't seen those in a while. First one is called Sebastian Walking the Girls. It was cut because Sebastian was too likable at the start of the movie.
So that later, when we see him with music in the club, we go, that's the Sebastian we love.
Look at him.
Second deleted scene is called Ariel Follows Flounder, which is a different version of all those magic note-slapping parts with his fin earlier when he got into the club. It's a rough draft of what it was going to become. She offers food to get into the Catfish Club instead.
Is we figured out, oh, let's make it musical trap doors.
What do you want? Princess Ariel? What you doing down at these depths?
Food rations for the prisoners.
She's in the caboose.
There's a DVD game called Mermaid Discovery Vanity Game, which is a dumb name. It's not really even a game. You just kind of go through each of the seven sisters' stuff and you kind of raid their room, basically getting to know them. So I don't know. There's trivia also in there, so A+. There's 2 behind the scenes here. One for the Broadway show, which I'm not really interested in.
Time to eat some fish.
Finally, a proper behind-the-scenes making of the film called Splash Dance, which is what I've been clipping in and out this whole time.
5, 2, ready, and yeah. La la. That's why the la-las, I think, are particularly emotional.
Don't forget to register your DVD for the last time. Really, just please, guys. It's the last time I'm going to say that. But anyway, that's it. That's the film, or all I want to talk about. So thank you for joining me. Join me next time where I cover the next Disney direct... Wait, I don't know how to end this. If you've joined me for all 25 of these, why? But I'll have a new series in a few weeks. I need a break. So thank you. Goodbye.